please remove your caps. I like for the Adebutu family, Ogun State, and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Thank you very much, members of Island Club and our great chairman. Now, thank you very much. Odole Odua has instructed that we have the last one. And the last one will be Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers. A division of Nigerian Society of Engineers. I hear that KBAC Olowu is a very distinguished member of our Professor Sakari Yao, Matt Nilola.
To give glory to Almighty God as mechanical.
Hello and welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Hussein. First, the headline stories. Hurricane Tinubu sparks defection wave, fuels one-party state concerns. Dele Momodu says Jonathan Obi can't defeat Tinubu without united opposition. In business, Naira falls for third straight day, closes at 1,473.29 to the dollar. On the foreign scene, Israel threatens to resume Gaza offensive over ceasefire breach. And in sports, Cristiano Ronaldo nears historic 1,000 career goal milestone. Now the news in detail. As Nigeria heads toward the 2027 elections, President Bola Tinubu's APC is gaining ground with a surge of defections from opposition parties, including PDP governors and top figures. Recent exits by Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State and Doye Diri of Bayelsa have intensified fears of a one-party state, with opposition leaders Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi condemning the trend as political desperation. Insiders suggest more defections are imminent, including governors from Rivers, Abia, Plateau, and Taraba. Meanwhile, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, a PDP member, teased critics, saying their shift to APC validates his earlier support for Tinubu's leadership. Media mogul and former PDP chieftain Dele Momodu has urged Nigeria's opposition parties to unite and adopt strategic ethnic and religious balancing if they hope to challenge President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 elections. In a post on X, Momodu argued that no southern candidate, including former President Goodluck Jonathan or Peter Obi, can defeat Tinubu independently. He called for a coalition similar to the 2015 APC model, suggesting a northern Muslim presidential candidate pairing with a southern Christian running mate as the most viable path forward. In another development, Chief Mrs. Victoria Olaiton Abiodun, fondly known as Mama Teacher and mother of Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, marked her 90th birthday in grand style on Wednesday at St. James's Anglican Church, Ikweru Remo. President Bola Tinubu, represented by Senator George Akume, joined dignitaries including former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Archbishop Olushina Fakwe led the heartfelt Thanksgiving service, while King Sunny Ade lit up the reception with a vibrant performance.
I want to thank all my friends that have come from Lagos and all other places to be with us here today. There are not too many people here who are 90. Baba Adebutu is 90, a few days away. Yajo is 93, if I'm correct. And I believe everybody else, besides my mother, 90. Baba Oshoba is warming up to be 90. I told Baba, your celebration will be bigger than this, because we will shut down the entire state, Baba. My prayer is that for all of us that have come to celebrate with our family and our mother today, may the Almighty God preserve us. May He keep us. May He protect us. May He grant us, above all, long life.
Regulatory message to Chief Mrs. Victoria Olaiton Abiodun. Dear Mama, on behalf of the government people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I warmly facilitate with you on the joyous occasion of your 90th birthday ceremony. Your last story is one of grace, courage, and service, a shining testament to the power of determination and faith. Born on October 15, 1935, into the distinguished Magweb ruling house of Iberu, you charted your own course through the pursuit of education, defying social expectations, and proving that with focus and hard work, excellence is attainable.
Another break for business news. Welcome back. In business, let's tell you that the Naira continued its downward trend on Wednesday, closing at 1,474.29 to the dollar at the official market, marking its third consecutive day of decline. This follows a brief rally last week when the currency hit a 10-month high. At the parallel market, the Naira slightly appreciated to 1,488 to the dollar from 1,500. Experts cite rising import demand and weaker dollar inflows as key pressure points. Meanwhile, CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso said reforms had made the Naira more competitive as external reserves rose to $42.63 billion. A break now for foreign news. Welcome back. Israel Defense Minister Israel Katz has warned that military operations in Gaza will resume if Hamas fails to honor the terms of the U.S. brokered ceasefire. The warning follows Hamas's handover of 2 more deceased hostages, with claims that further retrievals required specialized equipment. Under the deal, Hamas exchanged 20 surviving hostages for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. Israel has also returned 90 Palestinian bodies. UN officials are urging Israel to reopen Gaza's Rafah crossing for aid, while tensions rise over alleged ceasefire violations and Hamas's refusal to disarm. To sports news now. Welcome back. In the world of sports, let's tell you that Portuguese superstar Cristiano Ronaldo is closing in on an unprecedented achievement, 1,000 career goals. Following his brace against Hungary in World Cup qualifiers, Ronaldo's tally now stands at 948 goals, 805 at club level, and 143 goals for Portugal. At age 40, the Al Nassr striker remains prolific, scoring 32 goals in 2025 alone. He recently became the all-time leading scorer in World Cup qualifying history. With Portugal on track for the 2026 World Cup and 2 years left in his contract, Ronaldo is projected to hit the 1,000 goal margin by October 2026. A final break for entertainment news. In entertainment, let's tell you that rapper Nicki Minaj may lose a $20 million Hidden Hills mansion after failing to pay a court-ordered $503,318 judgment linked to her husband Kenneth Petty's 2019 assault case. Petty allegedly punched a security chief during Minaj's tour, causing serious injury. Court filings show the mansion has enough equity to cover the debt, prompting legal efforts to force its sale. Minaj and Petty have not responded publicly, as the case adds to a growing list of controversies surrounding the star this year. That's it for now on Biscon TV News, compiled by Victoria Adekoya and produced by Ayola Isiwele. I am Jones Hussein. Many thanks for watching.
Mechanical engineer, and we are here today as the institution of mechanical engineers to commensurate with the family of Sir Kesintin Adebutu, CFRCON, for the loss of his wife. And we want to say that Sir Kesintin Adebutu has been a fantastic person, humanitarian leader, a change agent, someone who gives selflessly to different organizations irrespective of their professional bodies. And we, as the institution of mechanical engineers, want to sincerely appreciate him for the training academy that we are building to train 5,000 young engineers in Nigeria. When you don't train them, you cannot blame them. We are training young engineers in Nigeria to make Nigeria a better nation. Engineering is the profession that builds engineers and builds solutions to the country. Without engineering, Nigeria will not be able to change. And we are happy today to come here to support our father, our donor, and a visionary leader who lost his wife. We commensurate with him as the professional body, the Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers. We say one love to everyone, and Nigeria will be very great again. Thank you, and God bless you.
Kábíyèsí láwọn ògbọ́n tí mo sọ gbogbo èèyàn ló sọ pé ẹ̀yin àti Muhammadu Buhari jọra ẹmu ní àbí are you a southwest brother of his? Ẹ máa ṣe kábíyèsí o. Thank you. Now Lagos Country Club, are you here? 1 minute Lagos Country Club. Àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ parí ẹ̀.
Odua, Kara o le o Baba. We thank God and we commiserate with you on the loss of our matriarch, and it's our belief that she's resting in the bosom of the Lord. Our own prayer for you is God will give you more than enough strength to live the time He has messaged out for you. On behalf of the President, members of the Board of Trustees, led by Arekola Oyefeso, we thank you for all you've done for the club, and we pray God will continue to be with you. On that note, we'd like to render the club's anthem. 1, 2. Lagos Country Club, founded 1949, a second home for the family, a model in sports and social harmony, a heaven for you and me. Together we shall make it greater. Together we shall make it greater. All hail Lagos country, where good things happen. Thank you, thank you.
Club, 1 second. Ikeja Club, 1 second. After Ikeja Club, I don't know if Chief Naomi Gaspar and the Lagos Statute Chief want to just say a few words, then we'll end it. I will console him on the death of his dear wife. We pray that God will console him, grant him the departed in restful rest in the bosom of God. On this note, Ikeja Club will sing, we render the anthem of the club. Ikeja Club, where we socialize together in harmony. It is a place for you and me, where we socialize, joyously together. It is a place for you and me, where love and joy love so it is a place for you and me, where we socialize, joyously together. It is a place for you and me, where love and pray. Ikeja Club. Our dear brother, we thank you very much for today. Thank you. Thank you. Did you hear that? Now, do we have a Chief Olami Gaspar to give it just 2 minutes, then we'll run it.
This afternoon, I have to break my campaign to come and give honor to whom honor is due, to come and commiserate with the Adebutus on the death of their matriarch. Mama, during her lifetime, she was a mother to all. Mama was a gem. Mama was a philanthropist. Mama was, she does not only to her biological children, but everybody that comes around her. We love Mama. We cherish Mama. But there's a time to be born and a time to die. And God Almighty loves Mama most. And she has taken Mama to his bosom. Mama is resting in peace. She has seen, she has saw, and she has conquered. We pray that Mama's soul, her gentle soul, will rest in peace. And we pray for the family she left behind, that the Almighty God will give them the fortitude to bear this irreparable loss. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Married to very detribalized Nigerian. Thank you.
Her Excellency, Senator Chief Ora Akirele, Pokra Akirele, Moroyo, Lagos, on our behalf.
Your Excellency. Adole Odua. We commiserate with you, but we also rejoice with you because Mama was a great lady. We have seen all her tributes and everything that she has done. And we thank God for her life. We are very happy that you are our vice president. You have been so good to our association. May God continue to bless you and your family. And may Mama's soul rest in perfect peace.
Thank you very much for this condolences from our president and the Yabi of Lagos, Chief Dr. Mrs. Yabo Forsyth. Thank you very much.
Once there is Lagos title chiefs here, the Ashojob of Lagos, Odole of the whole of Yoruba land. And so Kesset to the level 2, OONCONCF.
Torí ọlá tó mú wáyé ló ń yọ̀rọ̀ sálẹ̀nu tó fi ń sọ̀sọ̀kúsọ jápọ̀ kò wọ́n lóye. Òun pọ́n wọn lé, òun fún wọn lówó jẹ, ó tún fún wọn lẹ́nu wọ̀. Olúwa ló fi rán ẹ, ẹni ló fi sí ẹ, wàláì kò ní tẹ́gbẹ́. Títí. Bíbí ilé ò tẹ́ fọwọ́ rà. Ọmọ kan tó ní ká tó tó rẹ̀ níbí. Ìrìnnìlẹ̀ títí. Àtẹ̀lẹ́ kíni ló fi níbi títí. Títí. Káyé má pa ẹ́. Torí tí tí ń bá fẹ́ oníbàjẹ́ ràn mú. Tí tí ìrọ̀nà papò káyé. Àṣà kan ń wá lásán ni kò láhùn ń gbé. Ó ti yẹ kó yé wọn. Títí tí gòkè àgbà ẹ̀rọ rèé tó kó rẹ̀. Mama Dr. Fatima mi kò ní lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọba tó láyé, lọ́dọ̀ọ́lé wọ́n pa ẹ̀dá sáyẹ̀. Dáre tí ẹ̀dẹ̀ yọ ẹni láyé. Ibo ló fi tó lù wá sí. Ọba tó gbogbo ló sì lè ṣó gbogbo. Wọ́n ní kó bá máa bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́yìn kan láyé. Afẹ́fẹ́ rẹ̀ ni aṣọ mi. Bárakíyé bá kú ẹ kó tẹ ọmọṣẹ́. Àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni kìí tán níbẹ̀. Títí ọwọ́ ẹni náà fi tún wà ẹni ṣe. Ṣàpẹ̀pẹ̀ lÓlúwa. Títí náà ti kú. Ṣàpẹ̀pẹ̀ lÓlúwa o. Ìrèlè lóde. Baby, like ológun yọ. Ìṣẹ́ ọjọ́ ọwọ́ ọmọ òkú yá. Ìwọ jàmbá kẹ́kẹ́. Àlùsọ̀sọ̀ ní kẹ́lù ní ìwọlé. Nílé lòkèlè gbéra gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ àdúgbò. Ìyé náà jẹ́ wọ́n mi ò. Ìyé ló ló gbogbo ní.
Lórí àdí gbọ́dọ̀gbọ́. Lórí àdí gbọ́dọ̀gbọ́. Ayé ló jẹ́ òní jìyà. Ẹ ò tèlè yára. Lórí àdí gbọ́dọ̀gbọ́. Ní ìdámọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́. Dámọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́. Ní ìgbéyà. Ọba tó dáyé. Dáyé bàbá ẹ̀dá sáìdá. Dáyé tí a gbé ẹ̀rí ayé. Ìgbóná fi tójú wá sí o. Olúwa.
Ẹ̀yà àsìkò.
Ṣàgbẹ̀gbẹ̀ lólúwa o.
Àbúbákà ló ní tìyẹ̀ tako.
Bàbájá
Yọ̀.
tó bá bí rẹ̀. Ó bá ti àrí ẹlẹ́bẹ̀ sí bàbá 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 bàbá. Bàbá 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 já.
Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ náà, ìyá mi ń wẹ̀yọ́.
Borogodo, 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 yọ̀hún yọ̀hún, yọ̀hún yọ̀hún, yọ̀hún yọ̀hún, borogodo.
Ta ló wà nínú ọgbà yìí?
Ọmọ kékeré kan ní. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa ẹ̀ máa tu òkú ṣe tó rárá.
Ṣé mo ní fẹ́ mú ọpẹ́ dá?
Kì í ṣàníyẹ ló bàbá ṣe dárò.
Ayé ìwọ ti gbé olórí wa tó bí pé wà ní bàbá wa. Gbogbo ní wo wájú lórí bàbá wa. Gàdí lórí lórí ọ̀rọ̀. Méjì yẹn sílẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ló dé. Wọ́n ti gbọ́ lórí wa tó ń gbé. Mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òkú ọmọ àpòfọ́. Mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òkú. Ó fi ta sókù lọ́mọ tó gbẹ́lẹ́.
Ayé ò bá ó fọdún sí òfé. Ọ̀run ò bá ó fàyè sá ló tí ìdí sọ̀rọ̀. Ọlọ́run tó tóbi. Ọlọ́run bá gbà. Ọlọ́run tó tóbi. Ọlọ́run bá gbà. Ọlọ́run.
Ìwòyí àkúrà sọ̀rọ̀
Abíọ́lá. Abíọ́lá.
yéré máa ń kọ́.
Lẹ́lẹ́kọ́. Wọ́n sílẹ̀ lẹ́lẹ́sí. Lẹ́lẹ́sí. Wọ́n sọ pé ó bá lẹ́lẹ́sí.
Ó tẹ̀lé bèrè ayé jíjẹ ní ọmọkú mọ́mọ́kú ọmọdára ló dẹ̀jọ́. Abíọ́lá abẹ́bí ní tìyẹ́ kàkàkà.
Abíọ́lá.
Ó ti fowó towó
Abíọ́lá.
owó ní kọ́mì gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ kó.
Abíọ́lá.
Ìròyìn àná. Ẹni tí wọ́n ní kò ní gbàgbọ́ ọlọ́run tó tóbi ọlọ́run bàbá ọlọ́run tó tóbi o ayé ò bá ó fọ̀rọ̀ ṣe ọlọ́run tó tóbi ọlọ́run bàbá. Yẹ ká dúpẹ́, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, àwa sọ, atẹ́gùn fẹ́, ìjìyà tó fẹ́ máa lọ, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, 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 àwa sọ, atẹ́gùn fẹ́, ìjìyà tó fẹ́ máa lọ, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Yẹ ká dúpẹ́, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, ọ̀rọ̀ sọ, atẹ́gùn fẹ́, ìgbéjà kò fẹ́ wà lọ́kọ̀, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, sẹ́nìkan ò lè rí bí o. Dókítà, sẹ́nìkan ò lè rí bí o. Gómìnà gbogbo rọ̀ṣù. Adéníkè gómìnà. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ló wà, ẹ̀jẹ̀ ló dé. Ìtura dé. Dúpẹ́ dúpẹ́. Ìtura dé. Ìtura dé. Ìtura dé. Kàdí gbogbo. Ó ti dàgbò tẹ́. Àdìmọ́lá àti ìdíje.
Uncle, your father wants you and Martel, Uncle, and your wife is
Babita lóyà, bàjá yorí, tó tí wọ́n pa wọ́n láyò, má pa wọ́n láyò lọ, èdè bí ìlú. Bọ́lá fi bèrè bèrè. Bọ́lá Sokomilo. 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 Ae, ae. Oscar. Ae, ae. Oscar. 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 Fernando Pepus.
Is the Chief Magistrate in the Ogun State Judiciary. Your hands please together for him. That's one thing you can't take away from Sir Kensington, and able to train all. And he has led his children to be in the commanding heights of their sphere. And he signed not just one, two, nationwide.
Adébútú ni mò ń wí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Òròkò nímọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ ní kọ̀mọ̀dé lómìnú. Àbúgbàgbà bí ẹ̀kọ́. Olúmọ̀ tí sojú gbogbo wọn ni. Àpá àti pọmọ nípa ojúbi tó bá rí sí. Ire ni tèmi tiẹ̀ lásìkò tẹ̀rẹ̀ rádìyẹ. Ẹrẹ́ máa kó kọ́. Ó jáde ẹ̀bílẹ̀. Ó yẹ odò. Ó dàbí ẹ̀jẹ̀bú. Mọ̀tẹ̀tẹ̀ pò. Ire ni lóore. Iyì tó ní dẹrẹ́ la ṣe kọ́lé fún nínú ilé. Ìlàwùjọ ẹyẹ. Iyì tẹ́yẹ ló kiri. Ló fi ìgbà ìlàwùjọ ẹyẹ. Bàbá olówó lọ. Sábà pàdé ìlànà. Bàbá olówó lọ. Sábà pàdé ìlànà. Ó yẹ ká padà sílé. Nítorí wípé bàbá lówó ọ̀hún tán. Iyì là ó fi rà ó. Èdùmàrè ó jẹ́ ìgbàyì láwùjọ. Èdùmàrè ó jẹ́ ìgbàyì nínú rẹ̀ bí. Èdùmàrè ó jẹ́ ìgbàyì nínú rẹ̀. Wọ́n ti lájú tẹ̀lé ọ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ṣòro tó dé.
He loves his children to beat. Know him. Just let him know. Now, I was saying earlier on that Honorable Allah was very correct about it. That is like the back of the family. And our father has asked me to invite him out to Baba's life. He goes for the very best. That's over 100. And just drink for Allah. King Sonny, they were waiting for you.
Fireman and someone go round to that look. I see the big them in the cities. I see the future, people they say that. I see the sweet people they pay them. I see the sweetness, people they pay them. I see the good, people they say to. I see they see you, people they pay them. I see they pay me, people they see me. I see they see me, people they pay them. I see they pay them, people they see us. I see they see us, people they pay them. Ọ̀rọ̀ máa dá sáyé, àwọn ọmọ bàbá wò ní ká. Ọ̀rọ̀ ní kò bá lọ́wọ́ finish matter. Aláyélúwà. Ẹni tó ọ̀la ló fọ́ bá ṣe é. Fẹ́mi àtàtà. Ẹlẹ́gbẹ́ ọ̀fẹ́gbẹ́. Òṣìlẹ̀kùn ní ìwò wí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ẹni tí wọ́n ní kò lè àbọ̀dàbọ̀dà mi kọ́lé aláróró. Ojú ra dáadáa tó bá fẹ́ yọ̀bọ̀ o. Kìí ṣàdíyà o, yóò lọ bá ṣùgbọ́rò. Pàpọ̀ tó bá sọ kí lóko kò pàpọ̀ tó sọ kí ọ̀rọ̀. Ẹlẹ́pàá kìí ṣe bí àárín ilé. Àtàwọn ilé pàkúrú wọlé lẹ́yẹlé. Àwọn òbí onírà gbọ́gbọ́ gbọ́gbọ́ ọdún sọ. Ọjà òbí olóko jábọ́ lẹ́yìn lókun ìgbò. Ọba kò sí bẹ̀rù kìí ṣe ní àárín ilé. Àtàwọn ilé pàkúrú wọlé lẹ́yẹlé. Àwọn òbí onírà gbọ́gbọ́ gbọ́gbọ́ ọdún sọ. Ọjà òbí lè dúró kó jábọ́ lẹ́yìn ẹkùn ìgbò. Ọba kò sí bẹ̀rù kìí ṣe ní àárín ilé. Kábíyèsí Aláyélúwà. Ẹni tó ọba ló ń ọba ṣeré. Ẹni tó ọba ló ń ọba ṣeré. Ọ̀rẹ́ wọ ní fọ́tò ọdún sọ́ba.
Biscon Communication Global Media Network Limited, the emerging media conglomerate. Biscon Communication are the creators of the Biscon Tv Show, BOS, a weekly general interest television magazine show which showcases the cultures and ways of life of Nigerians to the world. As Prince Biscon Tv, the multilingual ace broadcaster, marks his golden jubilee anniversary in broadcasting, the Biscon Tv Show, BOS, celebrates 25 years of leading the way as the prime choice in infotainment television broadcasting. Biscon Communication Global Media Network Limited expands its broadcasting landscape with Biscon TV, our 24-hour television platform on GoTV 144 and live streaming on YouTube globally. Biscon TV broadcasts news, sports, business, politics, as well as lifestyle and entertainment programs round the clock. Biscon TV has a very strong presence on all platforms of the social media, Instagram, Facebook, on the BOS Official, for the production of radio and TV jingles, documentaries for public enlightenment programs, for government, parastatals, and corporate concerns.
Biscon Communication Corporate Headquarters is at 12 Sylvia Crescent, Anthony Village. Telephone 0803 390 1756, 0802 357 0075. Biscon Communications at your service 24 hours around the clock.
For over 2 decades, one name has stood tall in Nigerian media: Biscon Communications. From the vision of legendary broadcaster Prince Biscon, Biscon has brought people together, north, south, east and west, united by stories that speak our truth, moments that move us, and voices that echo across generations. From the Biscon Show, the iconic high society program that redefined TV magazine shows, to Biscon Politics, Biscon News Hour, Biscon Breakfast, and more, we inform, inspire, and entertain with a rich blend of culture, lifestyle, and substance. Based in the heart of Anthony Village, Lagos, Biscon has become the pulse of Nigeria's elite social scene, capturing the glitz, the grit, and the greatness of our time. And beyond the screen, Biscon is soaring across the digital space, building a powerful online community on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. With wide viewership and growing followership, our content now travels further, faster, and deeper into the hearts of millions, home and abroad. Whether it's talk shows, talent hunts, youth forums, or documentary, event coverage or premium jingle production, photography, editing, or full post-production, Biscon delivers it all with class, culture, and clarity. It's more than content, it's connection. It's more than TV, it's tradition. It's not just media, it's a message. And with 24-hour broadcasting on Biscon TV, now on Go TV and streaming worldwide, we're louder, prouder, and closer to you than ever before. Biscon Communications, celebrating culture, shaping opinion, setting the pace for over 25 years, and still ahead of the game. Biscon Communications, telling Nigeria's story to the world, the Nigerian way. Biscon TV, beyond the screen. Step into the future of visibility with Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube, where your story, your event, your brand travels farther than the television screen can ever go. With crystal clear visuals, real-time coverage, and instant accessibility, we break the barriers of distance and time, putting your content in the palms of millions around the globe. And here's the power of it all. It's not just a moment, it's a full coverage on YouTube. Your event stays live, stored, and ready for viewers to watch again and again. No missed moments, no lost memories, just evergreen visibility, replayable at any time, anywhere in the world. And we don't just stop at YouTube. Your visibility multiplies as we spread your voice across Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, the very platforms where the world's conversations happen. From reels that trend in seconds, to streams that keep fans glued, to highlights that go viral, your content becomes part of the global digital buzz. With Biscon TV, your event is not confined to a hall or a city. It's open to the world. Your wedding in Lagos can be witnessed in London. Your corporate launch in Abuja can trend in New York. A community celebration in Ogun can light up feeds in Dubai. That's the power of Biscon TV live streaming. Limitless reach, borderless connection. Your audience doesn't just watch, they engage, they comment, they share, they spread your story further than you imagined. Whether you're celebrating love, launching a product, covering a political milestone, or telling your brand story, with Biscon TV, you're not just being seen, you're being remembered. So, when you think of impact, think more than television. Think of presence. Think of influence. Think of Biscon TV, powering visibility, connecting the world, and keeping you live everywhere. Biscon TV, not just on TV. We're everywhere. Back on the beat. BOS International Magazine is back. It's bold, it's fresh, it's everything BOS in print. By popular demand, the magazine you've missed, the one that once traveled side by side with the Biscon show, is back. Reimagined for today, reborn for tomorrow. Once a flagship companion to the BOS brand, BOS International Magazine returns to reclaim its space, not just as a publication, but as a powerful extension of the BOS experience. From the vibrant pulse of people and politics to the fast lanes of sports and lifestyle. From the quiet corridors of influence to the vibrant streets that shape our culture. BOS International Magazine is your passport to the stories that matter. We shine the spotlight on the bold, the brilliant, and the beautiful. We capture the essence of Nigeria and the heartbeat of its people. We tell stories that inspire, profiles that endear, news that resonates, and moments that live forever in print. It's not just a magazine, it's a movement, it's a mirror, it's BOS on a page. BOS International Magazine. News, sports, people, politics, places, lifestyle. By popular demand. Back in your hands. And once again, the perfect complement to BOS on screen.
In every nation, a few rise to tell the story of its struggles and triumphs. Sports is not just a game. It is politics, it is influence, it is power, and no one knows this better than the lawyer, an iconic sports administrator whose ringing voice has defined an era. A lawyer of rare courage, an administrator who gave sports a language of authority. Now, his voice and vision find permanence in print. On November 19th, 2025, 10:30 a.m., Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, 13/15 Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos. We unveil and launch Sports, Politics and Power, Dudu Orumen's seminal book that captures the pulse of our nation's sporting spirit and its entanglement with politics and influence. Get ready.
Biscon TV, beyond the screen. Step into the future of visibility with Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube, where your story, your event, your brand travels farther than the television screen can ever go. With crystal clear visuals, real-time coverage, and instant accessibility, we break the barriers of distance and time, putting your content in the palms of millions around the globe. And here's the power of it all. It's not just a moment, it's a full coverage on YouTube. Your event stays live, stored, and ready for viewers to watch again and again. No missed moments, no lost memories, just evergreen visibility, replayable at any time, anywhere in the world. And we don't just stop at YouTube. Your visibility multiplies as we spread your voice across Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, the very platforms where the world's conversations happen. From reels that trend in seconds, to streams that keep fans glued, to highlights that go viral, your content becomes part of the global digital buzz. With Biscon TV, your event is not confined to a hall or a city. It's open to the world. Your wedding in Lagos can be witnessed in London. Your corporate launch in Abuja can trend in New York. A community celebration in Ogun can light up feeds in Dubai. That's the power of Biscon TV live streaming. Limitless reach, borderless connection. Your audience doesn't just watch, they engage, they comment, they share, they spread your story further than you imagined. Whether you're celebrating love, launching a product, covering a political milestone, or telling your brand story, with Biscon TV, you're not just being seen, you're being remembered. So, when you think of impact, think more than television. Think of presence. Think of influence. Think of Biscon TV, powering visibility, connecting the world, and keeping you live everywhere. Biscon TV, not just on TV. We're everywhere.
Hello and welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Hussein. First, the headline stories. Hurricane Tinubu sparks defection wave, fuels one-party state concerns. Dele Momodu says Jonathan Obi can't defeat Tinubu without united opposition. In business, Naira falls for third straight day, closes at 1,473.29 to the dollar. On the foreign scene, Israel threatens to resume Gaza offensive over ceasefire breach. And in sports, Cristiano Ronaldo nears historic 1,000 career goal milestone. Now the news in detail. As Nigeria heads toward the 2027 elections, President Bola Tinubu's APC is gaining ground with a surge of defections from opposition parties, including PDP governors and top figures. Recent exits by Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State and Doye Diri of Bayelsa have intensified fears of a one-party state, with opposition leaders Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi condemning the trend as political desperation. Insiders suggest more defections are imminent, including governors from Rivers, Abia, Plateau, and Taraba. Meanwhile, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, a PDP member, teased critics, saying their shift to APC validates his earlier support for Tinubu's leadership. Media mogul and former PDP chieftain Dele Momodu has urged Nigeria's opposition parties to unite and adopt strategic ethnic and religious balancing if they hope to challenge President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 elections. In a post on X, Momodu argued that no southern candidate, including former President Goodluck Jonathan or Peter Obi, can defeat Tinubu independently. He called for a coalition similar to the 2015 APC model, suggesting a northern Muslim presidential candidate pairing with a southern Christian running mate as the most viable path forward. In another development, Chief Mrs. Victoria Olaiton Abiodun, fondly known as Mama Teacher and mother of Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, marked her 90th birthday in grand style on Wednesday at St. James's Anglican Church, Ikweru Remo. President Bola Tinubu, represented by Senator George Akume, joined dignitaries including former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Archbishop Olushina Fakwe led the heartfelt Thanksgiving service, while King Sunny Ade lit up the reception with a vibrant performance.
I want to thank all my friends that have come from Lagos and all other places to be with us here today. There are not too many people here who are 90. Baba Adebutu is 90, a few days away. Yajo is 93, if I'm correct. And I believe everybody else, besides my mother, is below 90. Baba Oshoba is warming up to be 90. I told Baba, your celebration will be bigger than this, because we will shut down the entire state, Baba. My prayer is that for all of us that have come to celebrate with our family and our mother today, may the Almighty God preserve us. May He keep us. May He protect us. May He grant us, above all, long life.
Regulatory message to Chief Mrs. Victoria Olaiton Abiodun. Dear Mama, on behalf of the government people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I warmly felicitate with you on the joyous occasion of your 90th birthday ceremony. Your life story is one of grace, courage, and service, a shining testament to the power of determination and faith. Born on October 15, 1935, into the distinguished Magweb ruling house of Iberu, you charted your own course through the pursuit of education, defying social expectations, and proving that with focus and hard work, excellence is attainable.
Now a break for business news. Welcome back. In business, let's tell you that the Naira continued its downward trend on Wednesday, closing at 1,474.29 to the dollar at the official market, marking its third consecutive day of decline. This follows a brief rally last week when the currency hit a 10-month high. At the parallel market, the Naira slightly appreciated to 1,488 to the dollar from 1,500. Experts cite rising import demand and weaker dollar inflows as key pressure points. Meanwhile, CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso said reforms had made the Naira more competitive as external reserves rose to $42.63 billion. A break now for foreign news. Welcome back. Israel Defense Minister Israel Katz has warned that military operations in Gaza will resume if Hamas fails to honor the terms of the U.S. brokered ceasefire. The warning follows Hamas's handover of 2 more deceased hostages, with claims that further retrievals required specialized equipment. Under the deal, Hamas exchanged 20 surviving hostages for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. Israel has also returned 90 Palestinian bodies. UN officials are urging Israel to reopen Gaza's Rafah crossing for aid, while tensions rise over alleged ceasefire violations and Hamas's refusal to disarm. To sports news now. Welcome back. In the world of sports, let's tell you that Portuguese superstar Cristiano Ronaldo is closing in on an unprecedented achievement: 1,000 career goals. Following his brace against Hungary in World Cup qualifiers, Ronaldo's tally now stands at 948 goals, 805 at club level, and 143 goals for Portugal. At age 40, the Al Nassr striker remains prolific, scoring 32 goals in 2025 alone. He recently became the all-time leading scorer in World Cup qualifying history. With Portugal on track for the 2026 World Cup and 2 years left in his contract, Ronaldo is projected to hit the 1,000 goal margin by October 2026. A final break for entertainment news. In entertainment, let's tell you that rapper Nicki Minaj may lose her $20 million Hidden Hills mansion after failing to pay a court-ordered $503,318 judgment linked to her husband Kenneth Petty's 2019 assault case. Petty allegedly punched a security chief during Minaj's tour, causing serious injury. Court filings show the mansion has enough equity to cover the debt, prompting legal efforts to force its sale. Minaj and Petty have not responded publicly, as the case adds to a growing list of controversies surrounding the star this year. That's it for now on Biscon TV News, compiled by Victoria Adekoya and produced by Ayola Isiwele. I am Jones Hussein. Many thanks for watching.
Olá, bom dia, boa tarde a todos. Eu chamo Nádia Catraio, sou de Santo Tomé e Príncipe, portanto sou santomense. Sou a fundadora da Catraio Service Unipessoal Limitada, uma empresa que atua no setor da prestação de serviços. Eu também sou mentora da Fundação Antônio Libero, desde o ano 2020. De lá para cá, eu já acompanhei, orientei e mentorei dezenas de jovens empreendedores, com foco na lusofonia. O meu foco é colocado em empreendedores lusófonos porque eu entendo que muitos de nós da lusofonia temos dificuldades em entender e poder evoluir durante o programa devido à dificuldade linguística. É dessa forma que eu tenho acompanhado empreendedores de Moçambique, Guiné, Cabo Verde, Angola e, obviamente, Santo Tomé e Príncipe. Com muito prazer, ao longo destes anos, tenho partilhado a minha experiência, tenho os orientado como o programa funciona, mas, acima de tudo, tenho também aprendido com os mesmos. E para mim esse processo tem sido gratificante, mas, acima de tudo, o maior prazer é ver os meus empreendedores crescerem, ver os meus empreendedores darem passos para frente. Aos empreendedores selecionados para a cohorte 2025, dizer-vos que estão de parabéns. Vocês não foram apenas selecionados para beneficiar de $5 mil, não. Vocês foram selecionados para fazer parte da maior e melhor família de empreendedores a nível do continente africano. Boa sorte a todos e bem-aja à Fundação Antônio do Melu por esse programa magnífico que tem mudado vidas de milhares e milhares de jovens e não só, de famílias africanas. Obrigada.
To our mentors globally, we say thank you very much. The Foundation acknowledges the support of our partners who have identified the tremendous work that we do in transforming lives of young Africans on the continent. Let's hear some words from them.
My name is Dr. Awele Elumelu, and I am the co-founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation. It's my pleasure to welcome and celebrate the 2025 cohort of Tony Elumelu entrepreneurs. Every year, we are reminded of the extraordinary ambition, resilience, and potential of the African entrepreneurs, and today is no exception. This impact would not be possible without our Heirs Holdings companies. I extend my deepest appreciation to Transcorp Group PLC, Health Energies, and United Capital, who continue to believe in the power of entrepreneurship to transform lives. I also thank Google, the UAE Office of Development Affairs, the Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Foundation, DEG, for standing with us to scale our impact across the continent. The power of entrepreneurship is evident in the incredible stories of transformation we see every day. Over 1.5 million jobs created, more than $4.2 billion generated in revenue, and millions lifted out of poverty through the businesses we support. Women are leading this transformation. 45% of our entrepreneurs are women, and their success affirms what we have always known. When you empower a woman, you empower a family, a community, and an entire nation. To our latest Tony Elumelu entrepreneurs, you have joined the largest entrepreneurship network on the continent. Your journey will not always be easy, but remember, you are not alone. We believe in you, and we are committed to ensuring that you have the resources, knowledge, and networks to succeed. Congratulations, and I look forward to witnessing your impact. Thank you.
Good day from Cologne, Germany to Abuja, Nigeria. Dear Tony, it's a true privilege for me to join you virtually for the 2025 Tony Elumelu Foundation selection announcement. My heartfelt congratulations to all entrepreneurs selected for this year's program. Your dedication and your entrepreneurial spirit are truly inspiring to me. Tony, I had the privilege to meet with you and your team last December in Lagos, and I could truly see and feel myself how important the work of your foundation is in today's world for Nigeria, but also for the broader African context. We at DG are very proud that we have supported a number of these entrepreneurs in the past programs, and we will continue to do so. We will finance 400 entrepreneurs with access to business management and to trainings in green entrepreneurships in the upcoming phase. By providing access to funding and mentorship, your foundation and its partners are empowering young African entrepreneurs to create jobs, reduce poverty, and work and thrive on inclusive growth in your country. I look very much forward to witnessing the continued success of this work of your foundation. The Tonian team, congratulations once again. Looking forward to meet you very, very soon. Bye-bye.
Assalamu alaikum. A special greeting to Mr. Tony, founder of the Tony Foundation, and to everyone present today. It is an honor to deliver this message on behalf of the Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Foundation as we celebrate significant milestone, our inaugural partnership with Tony Foundation. At the Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Foundation, we are deeply committed to fostering innovation, economic growth, and sustainable development. That's why this collaboration is a milestone, and the Tony Foundation has an outstanding legacy for African youth. We are, as a partnership together, we work together to develop an economic sustainable for African youth in Africa, and we wish good luck for everyone who will participate in our program, inshallah.
To our partners globally, we say thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is almost here. And it is my distinct honor and privilege to invite the Chief Executive Officer of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, Somachi Chris Asoluka.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. Distinguished guests, good morning. We are so delighted and honored to have you all us here in this room. To our thousands of viewers across Africa and beyond, we also say thank you for tuning in. The Tony Elumelu Foundation is the leading philanthropy empowering young African entrepreneurs from across all 54 African countries. Since 2010, when the foundation was launched, we have been entirely focused on democratizing luck and institutionalizing access to economic opportunity for thousands of young Africans. We launched our Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program in 2015, and since then, we have disbursed over $100 million to 21,000 young men and women across all 54 African countries who have collectively created 1.5 million jobs. In revenue, they have collectively generated $4.2 billion in revenue. These entrepreneurs and their businesses demonstrate over and over again that indeed their ideas are the lifeblood of the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to bring to the stage our consultants, EY, who will share their reports on the selection process of the 2025 Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, members of the TEF board, and viewers joining us from across Africa and beyond. My name is Damilola Aloba. On behalf of EY, it is my honor to present to you the results of the rigorous selection process for the TEF Entrepreneurship Program for 2025. Our selection process was guided by a rigorous evaluation framework, assessing applications across 5 key criteria. The first is business feasibility, market opportunity, financial understanding, business scalability, leadership, and entrepreneurial skills. A highly competitive process was designed to identify and shortlist the most promising entrepreneurs. So this year, we had total applications across the continent of over 200,000. Of these applications, we had a final shortlisted entrepreneurs of 3,000, which forms only the top 1.5% of all the entrepreneurs. Can we give a round of applause? An overview of the shortlisted entrepreneurs comprises a diverse and well-rounded selection across sectors and demographics. In terms of gender distribution, about 40% were female. So we had 40% female representation, while the rest were male. And in terms of age distribution, 79% of shortlisted entrepreneurs are between the ages of 18 and 35. From a sector distribution, we had top 7 industries accounting for 84% of the shortlisted entrepreneurs, agribusiness being the leading sector industry, 34%, creative industry, 11%, green economy, 11%, ICT, 9%, healthcare, 7%, education, 5%, and manufacturing, 4%. The remaining industries represent the 16% of the entire shortlisted entrepreneurs. We recommend entrepreneurs from 52 out of the 54 African countries for selection this year. And this final selection reflects strong Pan-African representation and highlights diversity from these 52 African countries. The shortlisted entrepreneurs reflect strong African representation, highlighting diversity and a well-balanced selection from 52 countries, with the highest representation from the following countries: Nigeria, Kenya, Benin, Uganda, Rwanda, Ghana, Malawi, Zambia, Tanzania, Cameroon, Democratic Republic of Congo, and South Africa. These are the 12 well-represented top countries that represented from the 52 countries. So on this note, and in conclusion, I'd like to present to the board of the TEF 2025 entrepreneurs the list of 3,000 entrepreneurs who form the top of the list this year. And on this note, I want to thank you for the opportunity to work with you on this remarkable journey. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is an extremely special day. Because whereas on everyone else's birthday, they expect gifts and accolades, on our founder's birthday today, he's committed to funding an additional 3,000 young African entrepreneurs from 52 African countries. That is simply unheard of. It is my deepest privilege and honor now to introduce to our stage our founder, Tony O. Elumelu, CFR, and our co-founder, Dr. Awele Elumelu, OFR.
Distinguished guests, please sit down. Distinguished guests, 22nd of March is a very special day to me as a person. Special because today is my biological age. Date. My biological date of birth. And so call it my birthday. But more importantly, today is the day the Tony Elumelu Foundation has chosen every year to democratize luck across Africa, to share happiness across Africa, to help give economic hope and opportunities to many, our young ones, across Africa. My wife and I, we had a vision. We shared a vision in 2010. We shared a vision of a self-sustaining African continent, a prosperous Africa, powered by the energy, innovation, leadership, and resilience of young African men and women. But my wife and I also know the challenges that these young Africans face in their resilience, in their ambitions, and in their willingness and desire to contribute to the economic transformation of Africa. As an entrepreneur, I understand very well the opportunities that abound in Africa. I understand the entrepreneurship, transformative power that our young ones can unleash on the continent. But we know that there are challenges. We also know that if empowered and encouraged, these young Africans can fix the challenges we have across or that we live with in Africa. So we decided to create the Tony Elumelu Foundation that same year, 2010, to help give economic hope and opportunity to these young Africans, to help that next generation of Africa that are seriously challenged, to give them the resources, to give them the training and the guidance that they need to succeed. 15 years into this journey of entrepreneurship and capitalizing of luck and economic prosperity on the continent, we have achieved a bit. But in 2015, as people with private sector mindset, we decided, we know that what gets measured gets done. So we decided to take it one step further, to launch the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, to set metrics, targets that the world should hold us accountable. One, we set out to economically empower, to identify 10,000 young Africans. Two, to do so over a period of 10 years. Three, to give each of them a non-refundable capital of $5,000. To train them and to appoint mentors for them. Because we know, also as entrepreneurs, that capital is not everything. Business education is critical, as well as mentorship and leadership and guidance. Fast forward. This year is the 15th year of the setting up of Tony Elumelu Foundation. When we look back, we are humbled by the progress that has been made, by the achievements that have been made, by the impact that has been created, not just in one country, not just in one's family, but across all 54 African countries. You have heard the statistics. We have been able to empower 21,000 young African men and women, each spend over $100 million. And the good news is these people have helped to lift at least 2 million people out of poverty. This morning, if you go on our website, we released the Tony Elumelu Foundation 2024 Impact Report. In that 2024 Impact Report, you will see everything what has been accomplished. To us, we're excited that we have been able, working with our partners, to lift at least 2 million people directly out of poverty. Because at the Tony Elumelu Foundation, we share common beliefs. One is that poverty anywhere is a threat to all of us everywhere. And two is that no one but us will develop Africa. So what we do at the Tony Elumelu Foundation and the validation from the successes we see and listen to our young entrepreneurs who have just shared their testimony here is inspired, supported, motivated by these accomplishments. So ladies and gentlemen, as we commence the second decade of the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, it is my pleasure to identify and commend people who have made this possible. I start with our people, our staff, both past and current, who I say to my friends when they comment about what the foundation has achieved, that the easiest job is check writing. The most difficult job is actually translating the vision to action and reality and seeing tangible impact. So I want to thank the TF team. You see the CEO who came up, Samachi, Chris Asoluka, young lady, young African. You see the COO, Hakim, young African, and the rest of the team. I want to thank our mentors. You have been wonderful. Those midnight calls you take, your dedication, the generosity of sharing your knowledge with these young Africans will forever be remembered. Thank you. I want to thank our partners. You listen to some of them, but we have others, because as I said, this journey started so many years ago. Too many to be mentioned, but some stand out. United Nations Development Program, UNDP, thank you for what you do. Interestingly, United States government, thank you for being part of this. Chairman GIZ, thank you for your support. The International Red Cross, we appreciate your support. To African Development Bank, thank you. And then to Africa's Global Bank, United Bank for Africa. Finally, let me thank our board, our advisory board, and the board of trustees. We have 3 board of trustee membership. 1, Alex Trotter, 2, Dr. Lumelu, and 3, myself. So I thank my other 2 trustees, starting from the one next to me here, for being so supportive. They have really dedicated almost everything in making sure that this dream, this vision we shared in 2010 is today yielding even more dividends than we ever anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2015, when we launched the program, entrepreneurship program, the target was to empower 10,000. In 2024, we have empowered over 21,000. But we are keenly and acutely aware of the millions that we have been unable to touch yet. Which is why, in my advocacy, in my trips, I keep mobilizing, encouraging the world that in the 21st century, what Africa needs is not aid. What Africa needs is investments. Investment in infrastructure and investment in our young ones. Because truly, the future of Africa lies in the hands of these, our young ones. What we do at the Tony Elumelu Foundation is not out of abundance of wealth. It is a realization, deep realization, that if we don't do this, this is very essential. If we don't do this, we're creating problems for ourselves, the so-called successful people, and our children, our children's children. It is in our collective existential interests to identify and support others. So to those who have been unable to reach, the journey of entrepreneurship is one of resilience. We believe, either through the intervention of the Tony Elumelu Foundation and partners, will reach you, or other Africans. What we do at the foundation is to catalyze. Other Africans and friends of Africa will find you in your respective spaces and support you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, it is my honor, our honor, to accept the recommendation of Ernst & Young, EY, to unveil for the 2025 Tony Elumelu Foundation 3,000 successful entrepreneurs that will receive $15 million. So, are you watching? African entrepreneurs, are you watching? So, we are going to unveil and Good luck.
Congratulations to the 11th cohort of the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship. We're very proud of you all, and we're excited to see the great things you will do. But may I just add at this point that to those who were not selected, we say keep your entrepreneurship dreams alive, and we wish you all the very best on your entrepreneurial journeys. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated now. We will take quick photos. We ask all our ambassadors and all representatives of ambassadors, diplomatic community, to please step forward now to take photos with the TEF founder and co-founder.
Photographers, please step down. Photographers, please step down. Photographers, videographers, please step down. Photographers, videographers.
Yes. Yeah, in the seashore.
Thank you so much, diplomatic community. You can have your seats, please. Thank you so much to our ambassadors. You may have your seats. No, you
may have your seat.
Okay. Chairman, please. Are you good? Please, the CEO of HH Companies, can you join? With UBA Deputy Managing Director. The group chairman and Dr. Elumelu only. I'll call them. Please, HH Group Directors and UBA Group Directors too. HH Group Directors and UBA Group Directors. the UBA directors, the group. Professor Moyen, please. Thank you so much, sir. Samachi, please take over.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may have your seats. Participating at the 2025 Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program Selection Announcements. The founder and co-founder have committed to taking selfies with every single TEF alum in the room and every single TEF mentor. So as he's walking now, he wants to take selfies with each of you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again. We have cocktails waiting for you just outside, right outside. Thank you and have a great weekend ahead. Thank you. See you next year, same date, same time, same venue.
Biscon TV, beyond the screen. Step into the future of visibility with Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube, where your story, your event, your brand travels farther than the television screen can ever go. With crystal clear visuals, real-time coverage, and instant accessibility, we break the barriers of distance and time, putting your content in the palms of millions around the globe. And here's the power of it all. It's not just a moment, it's a full coverage on YouTube. Your event stays live, stored, and ready for viewers to watch again and again. No missed moments, no lost memories, just evergreen visibility, replayable at any time, anywhere in the world. And we don't just stop at YouTube. Your visibility multiplies as we spread your voice across Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, the very platforms where the world's conversations happen. From reels that trend in seconds, to streams that keep fans glued, to highlights that go viral, your content becomes part of the global digital buzz. With Biscon TV, your event is not confined to a hall or a city. It's open to the world. Your wedding in Lagos can be witnessed in London. Your corporate launch in Abuja can trend in New York. A community celebration in Ogun can light up feeds in Dubai. That's the power of Biscon TV live streaming. Limitless reach, borderless connection. Your audience doesn't just watch, they engage, they comment, they share, they spread your story further than you imagined. Whether you're celebrating love, launching a product, covering a political milestone, or telling your brand story, with Biscon TV, you're not just being seen, you're being remembered. So, when you think of impact, think more than television. Think of presence. Think of influence. Think of Biscon TV, powering visibility, connecting the world, and keeping you live everywhere. Biscon TV, not just on TV. We're everywhere. Back on the beat. BOS International Magazine is back. It's bold. It's fresh. It's everything BOS in print. By popular demand, the magazine you've missed, the one that once traveled side by side with the Biscon show, is back. Reimagined for today, reborn for tomorrow. Once a flagship companion to the BOS brand, BOS International Magazine returns to reclaim its space, not just as a publication, but as a powerful extension of the BOS experience. From the vibrant pulse of people and politics to the fast lanes of sports and lifestyle. From the quiet corridors of influence to the vibrant streets that shape our culture. BOS International Magazine is your passport to the stories that matter. We shine the spotlight on the bold, the brilliant, and the beautiful. We capture the essence of Nigeria and the heartbeat of its people. We tell stories that inspire, profiles that endear, news that resonates, and moments that live forever in print. It's not just a magazine, it's a movement, it's a mirror, it's BOS on a page. BOS International Magazine. News, sports, people, politics, places, lifestyle. By popular demand. Back in your hands. And once again, the perfect complement to BOS on screen. Every Monday on this station at 11 p.m., the spotlight comes on. It's the Biscon Show. From the heart of the action to your screen, BOS brings the glitz, the glamour, and the stories that matter. Airing on AIT, streaming on Biscon TV through GoTV Channel 144, and across Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. We're everywhere you are. From star-studded weddings to political events, corporate galas to celebrity interviews, BOS takes you behind the scenes with style, class, and authenticity. Powered by Biscon Television, our cameras don't just capture moments, we make them unforgettable. With crystal clear visuals, exclusive features, and premium storytelling, we bring you the faces, the voices, and the vibes that shape our world. Hosted by the legendary Prince Biscon, it's more than a show. It's a celebration of life, culture, and excellence. For news, events, and entertainment that shine bright, stay tuned. The Biscon Show. Every moment, pure magic. Biscon TV and the Biscon Show, the new wave of digital influence. From your screen to your world, Biscon TV and the Biscon Show are taking over the digital space like never before. On Instagram, we've smashed past 2 million views with over 25,000 loyal followers and a massive 20,000% surge in reach, connecting vibrant audiences from Lagos to London, Abuja to Atlanta. On Facebook, we've soared to over 5 million views and 100,000 plus followers, uniting a powerful community that celebrates culture, lifestyle, and premium storytelling. And on TikTok, the energy is electric. More than 6 million views and 30,000 followers, engaging daily with our dynamic, captivating, and diverse content that speaks to every generation. But that's not all. Our audience is not just large, it's elite. From corporate leaders to top executives, public figures, and high net worth individuals. Our platforms attract the class, the taste, and the influence that matter most. When the high and mighty watch, they watch the Biscon Show. Beyond our screens, Biscon TV delivers world-class event coverage from high-profile weddings and corporate galas to cultural festivals and state functions. With crisp visuals, compelling storytelling, and unmatched professionalism, we bring every moment to life with class and distinction. Across YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and beyond, Biscon TV and the Biscon Show are not just growing, we're evolving, inspiring, and setting new standards in premium entertainment. So, don't just watch the wave, ride it. Advertise your brand, showcase your products, and book us for your world-class event coverage. Let our platforms put your story before the right eyes, the movers, the shakers, the elite. Biscon TV and the Biscon Show, where class meets culture and your brand takes the spotlight. Connect, advertise, partner, and grow with us.
Hello, folks. Welcome one more time to Newspaper Headliners on Biscon TV. The papers are here, as you can see, and we are giving context to the headlines. I'm not alone. My co-anchor is the one, the only, Adewale Adeoye. I greet you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. All right. The first paper on call here is the New Telegraph. Wale, the lead story, Nigeria's inflation rate drops to 18%, lowest since 2022.
Yes, for businessmen who deal with figures, that's good news.
Okay.
But for the ordinary man that deals with the stomach,
like you and I,
like me and you, this one is just statistics. You know, they are, for instance, the prices of petroleum, diesel has all gone up, and I don't think prices of tomatoes have gone down. Though one should admit that prices of rice, you know,
yeah, it's going down.
Yeah, so it's a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
But I think generally there's not been any fundamental paradigm shift.
Okay.
In the social conditions.
Okay, hear this one. Federal government approves 28 billion naira for prepaid meters to cover bands A and B customers. I'm band A. They didn't ask me.
Well, you see, this band A, band B, band this, you know, it's a kind of a case system that has segregated Nigerians, you know, to create a kind of class system. The relation is there. You know, and I don't think it's a very good thing. But in terms of provision of electricity, I think that we have a long way to go. Forget about all this, you know, approve this and that. In terms of the reality we see every day, you know, people are being, you stay in one room, you are giving estimated bills. Even when you are using prepaid meters, sometimes months you don't have light. You pay for this and other, pay for your pole, pay for everything. So there is incompetence in that sector of the country, which I think has to be addressed.
What about this? IMF sees Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio fall to 36.4% by 2025 and 35% by 2026.
Yeah, IMF is a respected organization, but I think that sometimes their projections are right, sometimes they are wrong. For instance, IMF projected that, you know, China was going to be on, I mean, Russia will be on our knees, you know, during the crisis to Ukraine. But up till now, the Russian economy is growing. So sometimes IMF predictions may not actually reflect the reality. The important thing is for leaders to work harder to ensure that they put food on the table of Nigerians. Okay,
this one, Tinubu mourns as ex-Kenyan Prime Minister Raila Odinga dies in India. Remember the Odinga dynasty?
Yeah, you know.
The father was Odinga.
Yes, Odinga, yeah. It's a very prominent family that contributed to the struggle for Kenyan
independence,
colonial rule. And I think he has left a legacy that no one can throw away in Africa and also in the history of Kenya.
So we
remember for good.
Yeah, we sympathize with the Kenyatta country.
Yes, an African Union and all African countries.
Yeah, this one, leader of Madagascar's military rebellion says he's taking position of president.
Yeah, what happened in Madagascar has shown clearly the impact of mass uprising. How the people can take power, seize power into their hands. But one thing is seizing power, the another thing is for you to know what to do with it. I'm not sure the new leader prepared himself for the challenges ahead, but I hope he will be able to study the situation very well, critically, and then do what is right. You know, for people. It's a lesson for all Nigerians, you know, for Nigerian leaders, that they should not take us for granted.
Now, what about this? Critics of my decision to work with Tinubu now rushing into APC Wike.
Wike has been, I mean, history has proved that it's right. When he moved to the APC, people are saying that he went to the wrong party. But the people that uttered
when he moved to work
Yes. But the people that condemn him now are now the people that are scrambling to enter the gate of APC. So I think it's right. He remains a dominant figure in Nigerian current political
and
space.
Hardliners who say the man is staying behind in PDP for a reason.
Yeah, I don't think strategically there will be any good reason for him to go back to PDP now, which is currently in disarray. So it's better for him
No, he has not left the PDP.
Yeah. But for him to take active participation, because the party itself cannot find his feet.
Okay. Defections 2027 will be between the people and APC, says ADC.
That is it's a very good statement theoretically. That is if only ADC is a party of the people. But the ADC is a chip of the old block. Some of them were just yesterday. They were in APC. So I wouldn't mind to have a situation where you have the people versus those in power. But the ADC, I don't think it's not a party of the people. So they may not be in a position to speak for the people.
All right, still talking politics. Another PDP governor dumps party. That's Doye Diri.
No, I think PDP is a ship that is sinking, and everybody is scrambling for the last straw to get out of that ship. So I wouldn't blame him because we have a party that cannot find its feet, that has no inspiring national figure, no inspiring local figure. So I think he did the right thing for his own interest.
Okay, how about this? Reps ordered Just Disco to remit 72 billion naira to federal government within 60 days.
Yeah, that's a very...
and here this, Kano Electricity to pay 40.7 billion. Green Chamber 6, 350 million in 2026 budget to revive industries. Probes abandoned 35 million brass modular refinery project.
The order given by reps is a very good one, but I don't know whether it has legal biting teeth. I think it would have been better to have to get a court injunction so that if the court fails, if the Just Disco fails, then you can, legally impose sanctions and all that. But I think it's a good step, at least, that we are holding Discos accountable.
Yeah.
The point of the fact is that they have failed Nigerians. It has become a ruinous mass scam. People are just paying for services that are not rendered.
All right, Wale, there's a picture story on the front page of the Telegraph. It shows chairman of Tantita Security, that's Ekwemopolo Tompolo, when he presented some money to Delta State
Security Trust Fund.
Yeah, security fund,
Well, I've heard people saying that he presented maybe 10 billion.
You'd say.
Right, it shows how rich he is, a former militant, and it shows how somebody can rise from guns on his shoulders.
He's a Delta son.
Yes. So somebody can easily rise in Nigeria with a AK on his shoulders and then become a statesman.
All right. The next paper is the Daily Trust. The lead story: fuel price climbs to 1,000 naira as queues resurface.
We thought it was the end when subsidy was removed. That shows clearly now that just remove subsidy is not enough to deal with, the corruption in the oil sector. It has gone up again, and we are paying just 300 naira or less, less than 3 years ago. Only God knows where this thing is going to stop. It reflects the depth of corruption, insincerity, misappropriation, and dishonesty of leadership.
Except that not every retailer is selling for 1,000.
Yes, we should say kudos to those that are considering the part of Nigerians who have a kind of human face.
Okay. Sultan seeks social media regulation at Ulama meeting.
Well, I think there is no argument about the need for regulation. But the issue is, what manner of regulation are we talking about? If it's regulation about excesses, about making statements that can inflame violence, can lead to religious crisis, good. But if it's regulation to prevent people from speaking their mind, especially when they feel oppressed about certain issues. So we need to define the kind of religion we are talking about.
Okay. Now, PDP governors Now 8 as Diri resigns.
Yeah.
That's a Bayelsa government.
Sure. So they are lucky to have 8 now. Today is just Thursday. I don't know what will happen, by dawn tomorrow. So because what is happening is that the PDP is going down, the hill, and no step is being made to, to stop the drift. So from 8 maybe to go down to 5, and from 5 maybe to 0.
Inflation drop. Despite food price reduction, purchasing power low.
Yeah. It's a different thing that to give somebody 1,000 naira and then he buys food 500 naira a day. Then you now increase the money to 10,000, but he now needs to buy food 9,000 naira. So there's no, you've made, though you have increased the salary and all that, but you have made life more difficult. Our governors should show more interest in agriculture.
Yeah.
The basic thing. That
After all, the federal government has no farm.
Yeah.
Or
so
land.
the state governments, local governments, they should
nationals,
invest in agriculture.
Yeah. Nigeria loses bid to host Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but not surprising, because a lot of things are taken into consideration. Top is security. It may not matter to us here, but for Commonwealth countries, it means a lot to
the
them.
international community.
Yeah, international community. So I believe there are a lot of other currents why Nigeria lost that bid.
Oginga's death creates vacuum in Kenya's opposition. We just talked about it.
Definitely. It was a motivating figure, and with a very long history. The family has a very long history of leadership. So there's going to be a vacuum, but I hope that the Kenyans will be able to fill that vacuum.
Okay. Jonathan decries abandonment of projects. Former president.
Yeah.
Jonathan, yeah.
That's a very, it's something that we all are concerned about, abandoned projects everywhere. And I think government should be continuity. If you are no longer in power, does not mean that the person that has taken over after you, even though you are not the same party, you should continue the project. People should not be thinking that, I want to take the pride. That is my own project. There should be some level of continuity, in governance.
Finally, court quashes suspension of political gatherings.
Of course. I don't see how in a democracy you are going to stop people from having political gatherings. Mere meeting your house, with your family, that's some kind of political undertone.
Yeah.
So what the court has done is the right thing to do, especially in a democratic setting like ours.
Daily Sun is here, and the lead story is also here. PDP loses another governor as Diri quits to join APC.
Sure. That's that's the main story now, and he did not just leave. He left with 19, members of the
state executive.
It's a kind of
only his deputy governor is playing
only the deputy governor. Yeah, he's saying that he will not join them. Probably he has the ambition to contest for the president next time. I mean, for the governorship candidate of Bayelsa.
Okay, defection won't stop Nigerians from voting candidates of their choice, Obi.
Yeah, that's a presumptuous statement. That is the kind of what we hope for. But what is on the ground is that
it doesn't work out that way.
It doesn't work out that way. Governors, they run a cartel of of people that they have sham grip on them, magic grip on them. So when a governor goes somewhere, people go there automatically, because we are not talking about ideology. We are talking of party based on individuals. So at the end of the day, people will still vote, for the party.
Here is World Bank warns of looming job crisis, pushes agribusiness as solution.
Yeah, that is just what we said recently. That if you go into agriculture, the basic means of production is land, and there's no state in this country, even Lagos, with 3,000 plus square kilometers, there are some kind of valuable land. I can go into fishing. In fact, Lagos is
unrelated
farming business, aquatic business. So I agree with what the World Bank is saying, and I hope we listen to the signal.
Let me take you to Edo quickly. Edo Governor Okwebolo recruits 5,000 teachers.
That's great. That's amazing. The best investment we can have in people is to recruit teachers, because they are the ones that will produce leaders of today and leaders of tomorrow. So it's a great industry. Education is the greatest, most productive industry. teaching.
Teachers used to be very prominent.
Yeah, so I'm glad about that recruitment, and I hope they will give them training.
Yeah,
to reflect, a new generation of teachers that will meet a global standard.
Hear this one: Christian genocide not possible in Nigeria, says ex-ACF scribe Sonny.
Well, I think we cannot speak for tomorrow. Saying that Christian genocide is not possible.
But we have not recorded it.
We have not recorded Christian genocide.
Well, because I know what a genocide means. It's when you kill people.
We know how many mosques have been attacked by terrorists in the north. We know how many Muslim scholars have been killed. And so this is not I don't. The issue is about Christianity. Christian genocide is not possible, but we have to ensure we don't allow it to happen. Whether it is Muslim genocide or Christian genocide or genocide of those that don't even believe in God, it means we have to work together to ensure that we don't allow genocide to happen in this country.
Sultan, Muslim leaders raise the alarm over social media abuse and insecurity.
Yes, there's social media abuse. It's true. Some people set up social media to just attack, to find the embers of ethnic division.
Yeah.
So I agree. We need to, it's the job of the police. We need to look out for these people. There's no way you have a social account without being traced through your telephone number. Yeah. So the police should wake up, DSS should wake up to look for these individuals.
Propagandists are at work.
They are at work. It is true. Well, it's not just enough to raise the alarm. We need to ginger our security operatives to nip it into
action. Yeah. Federal government flays trafficking, maltreatment of Nigerians in Libya, Niger, and Chad.
Yeah. You see, it's very good to flay this maltreatment, but the reality is that Nigerians are moving away to other countries. They are desperate to be Libyans, desperate to be Gambians, because they felt they have been robbed of their birthright as Nigerians. So there's no home for them to be proud of. That's why they want to be American, they want to be Canadians. They feel more proud. So it's not just enough to condemn the intimidation. We must make our country comfortable for them
and livable,
and livable for them to stay back.
Okay. The next paper here is This Day. This Day is here, and the lead story is also here. 24 hours after Mba joined the APC, Diri abandons PDP, keeps mom on next move.
Yeah. But we can, even though he's keeping mom, we can guess his next move.
You can second guess what?
Yes, that he will mobilize effectively for the victory of President Tinubu in Bayelsa State. So the crossover, the cross carpeting is it's like it's a fever that's gripping everywhere. And then I think the opposition is helpless. In fact, the opposition as at now is even divided into two. There is also internal cross carpeting between ADC and PDP, between PDP and ADC. So I hope that at the end of the day, Nigerians will be able to organize themselves and choose the right path for their future.
Okay. Cardoso woos investors as foreign exchange turnover hits $8.6 billion, anticipates current account surplus to exceed $20 billion.
Comparatively, that is good news because at the time, under the President Tinubu's predecessor, the foreign reserve was almost nil. So it's good that we are saving money. And I think it's a good thing. That will make us
to fall back.
Yes, we have to fall back that we can depend on. So it's not enough. We need to ensure that things really work in Nigeria.
Okay, two picture stories here, Wale. The one shows the fundraiser ceremony for Delta State Security Trust Fund, and the other is at the 90th birthday celebration of Mama Victoria Abiodun. That's the mother of Abiodun, governor of Ogun State.
Yeah, good luck to the old woman. It's not an easy to live up to that age. Given the life expectancy in a year, which is less than 45.
Okay, Punch is here. And the headline story is also here. Hurricane Tinubu, mass defections ignite one-party state fears.
That fear has always been there since the time of election is do or die affair, and also the time of we are going to rule Nigeria for 60 years, But the reality is that one-party state is impossible in a multi-plural society like Nigeria. There are a lot of historical factors that will not make it possible.
Okay.
So that fear is misplaced. Nigerians should work harder to ensure that there are alternatives. We have more than 50 political parties. Nigerians should come out and vote for the party of their choice.
Okay. Senate screens new INEC chair, Amokwito, today.
Yeah. I hope they're asking the right questions. And but I believe that the screening is going to be a walkover for him.
Okay.
The parties in the majority, the APC, the ruling party, and also the credibility of this new INEC chairman.
Okay.
And I believe he has a lot of goodwill.
Okay.
So I believe that will see him through.
Okay, Jonathan slams successor for abandoning Bayelsa projects. That's Governor Diri.
Yeah. Well, we can also slam the former president for not completing the East-West Road. When he was there, from his own place. So, when people leave power, they find it very easy to condemn, others. But they should also take a minute and look up to themselves. That does not mean that it's not justified to condemn his successor. That's not a bad idea. But it must be reflective.
Presidential jet still unsold 4 months after listing.
Probably that's
So
just
we must look for a buyer.
We must look for a buyer. Maybe at the cheapest,
Okay.
And I believe they can go get some other African countries to buy. I don't think any country in Europe want to buy the president there because they manufacture more of these things and they have enough. So maybe only African countries that you can get a buyer, or maybe an individual.
Okay, the idea was floated in the Buhari days of deploying some planes in the presidential fleet into a Nigerian carrier.
Yeah.
Okay. Inflation drops to 18.02% in 6-month streak.
Yeah. Good story, good figure. But on the table, the Alakpata man, they are the bread seller. I don't think that even me, I'm not feeling it. So I want this figure to translate into reality on the streets.
Okay. At least on our table.
Yes.
Lagos rejects National Assembly's Central Gaming Bill.
Yeah. In the 1950s and the early 60s, gaming was in it was not in the exclusive list.
Okay.
So through federalism, gaming should even be, in fact, local government should have the right to, go into this kind of, in fact, that was actually what Awolowo introduced when he realized that he was not able to raise enough funds to fund free education in 1954. Then he introduced a lottery, as a regional government. So we cannot be talking about federal government now taking over, gaming in 2025, almost more than 50 years after. So I think it is. I'm in support with Lagos State government.
4 arraigned over murder of Osun local government chair.
Yeah, good news that they're able to arrest them, and I hope they have arrested the right people.
Okay.
And I hope that justice will prevail. That they will not be released at the end of the day.
Okay, House probes $35 million modular refinery project.
Good news, but bad reflection. We have had so many probes, oil subsidies scam. So what will happen at the end of this probe? That is the fear.
Okay.
Because people are going to be paid for sitting allowance and all that. At the end of the day, I hope we are going to get good results.
Nigerians are still not convinced.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we have the Vanguard. It is here with its lead story. Obi Dixon, ADC, rail against spate of defections to APC. It's not unexpected.
Yes, not unexpected. I'm sure they are very angry. They are not happy. But the issue is, what are they doing?
Yeah, please there are some riders here. Nobody can capture Southeast with defection, says Peter Obi.
Yeah, that's wishful thinking. But it's already been captured now because he has lost some strategic governors, state governors. I hope that his own, the Labour Party governor there will not decamp at the end of the day.
Okay. Tinubu's one-party state unfolding, ADC. That's another rider.
One-party states, it's not possible. That is cheap blackmail. If you don't want one-party state to happen, what are you doing to prevent it? How many ADC people are going from one state to the other talking to people? It's just cheap propaganda.
All right. I remain firmly with PDP, Dixon.
As of today. But knowing politicians, we don't know what will happen next week. So let's take his words that as of today, Thursday, is with APC, is with PDP.
How do you reconcile this one? Fayoshe, a PDP man, says 3 more PDP governors will soon realign, or resign rather.
He said it before, and I think now we have one of them. So probably he's part of them. So he should have a sense of what is, he should have information about what is going on within the party.
He sees what we are not seeing.
Yes.
Okay.
So you may be right.
All right. We won't negotiate with bandits, says Katsina Governor Rada.
That is a political statement. They are already negotiating with bandits. We have seen this happen so many times. Even Sheikh Gumi was with them in the forest, under the control of, when the President Buhari was in power, and it's from that Katsina state. So this is a political statement. They are negotiating with them. They should stop, deceiving us. They are negotiating with them. It's just that they don't want it to be open.
Okay. Nigeria risks chaos over rising violence. Sultan and Muslim leaders warn.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. There is the risk of violence. And I also think the Sultan can do more, by engaging people, from both, both faiths. He's the leader of the Muslim community, So we should want to see frequent meetings between Muslim and Christian leaders so that they can use their platforms to push peace, and conflict prevention.
And this one, suicide. Reps move to ban hazardous pesticides.
I'm always amazed by this, plan by reps. I'm sure if you look at the archives, you probably will see the same headline 10 years ago, in newspapers. They always come with nice ideas on the pages of newspaper. But in reality, what is NAFDAC doing? Go to the streets. These things are hawked everywhere. What is NAFDAC doing? What is SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, doing? Reps has no power. He can only make a political statement. There are institutions empowered to carry out this function. So what are those organizations doing? People are at risk. People are dying. People are being maimed. Because of this, pesticides, harmful chemicals.
All right, defections. By 2026, Nigeria will have 30 APC controlled states, says the Information Minister Idris.
Most likely more than 30. Because if since since for the past 3 years, we have not seen one single governor from APC going to either ADC or PDP.
Or defecting.
It's all we have just been seeing people coming from. So that trend may continue ahead of the presidential election.
Here this one, new framework, the currency swap, new framework underway. Central Bank Governor.
Yeah, I think we have a good man in charge of the CBN now. After a technocrat who is a professional, who is not a politician, compared with what we had in the past, that the CBN governor became, a card carry, almost a card carry member of the ruling party.
Wanted to be president
as a sitting governor. Was buying cars, campaign cars, and all that. So I hope we need to do a lot of rejigging.
Wale, let me tease you a little. We are talking sport now. Osimhen, best striker in the world, Super Eagles coach, Chel.
Yeah, I agree. That guy is amazing.
Did you see the match?
Yeah, it's lightning. In fact, that guy is an asset.
It tells you we can do it.
We can do it. Just one single person can create a turnaround for us.
All right, the Guardian is here, and so also is the lead story. Obi Atiku's 2027 bids wobble as defections, internal strife rock Labour Party and PDP.
Absolutely. No one is ready to give room for the other.
Obi
wants to be president, Atiku wants to be president. And you cannot have two captains in a ship. That ship, at the end of the day, they are struggling with the, tide.
Okay. Senate screens Amupiton as INEC chairman today.
Yeah, we hope for good results, and I'm hopeful. I'm almost 100% sure that it will scale through.
Katsina government not part of community's negotiation with bandits, says Rada.
Yeah, I believe that the communities may have taken that decision to go and negotiate because out of frustration. If in society, if you are surrounded by armed robbers, and you are making calls to police and no one is coming, and people are there's
a window,
then you negotiate with them. So, but if there is quick response, the community will not be talking about negotiation.
Nigeria's revenue to output ratio may drop to 9.2% by 2030, IMF warns.
Yeah. So it's a good warning for us that we need to. It should stay us.
It's a wake-up call.
It's a wake-up call for us to do the right thing.
How about this? Wike mocks defectors as Diri dumps PDP with 21 Bayelsa lawmakers.
Yeah. I think they have strengthened Wike now to have more to compose more songs, about the tribulations of his political foes. So for now, I think Wike is winning.
How about this? Tompolo contributes 10 billion naira to Delta State Security Trust Fund.
Tompolo should be one of the richest men in the world. As I can see it now. 10 billion naira. It's no joke.
Okay. Reps probe $35 million brass modular refinery project.
We are talking about brass. Let me just refer briefly about what happened in the 50s between about Macaulay and I think Ernest Ikoli.
Okay.
He said Ernest Ikoli is from brass. Remove the B, it becomes a ras. Remove the R, it becomes an axe. So I hope this probe will not become an axe.
Okay. All right. Picture stories, two of them on the front page of The Guardian. The one shows President Tinubu, former Vice President Atiku, and Peter Obi. And the other shows Tompolo at the Delta Security Trust Fund. Yeah. Okay. Quickly, we have The Nation is here, and that's it. And the lead story is also here.
Yeah.
Nokpobiri, Wike, others, OK Diri's exit from PDP.
Yeah, that's good news for APC. And I think it's going to affect the financial muscle of the PDP. Because all along, the Niger Delta, the goods that provide the financial strength during presidential election. So I think this is a huge minus for the PDP.
Stable Naira, food price cash drop inflation to 18.02%.
Yeah, we just started celebrating the dance of celebrating the stable Naira. Unfortunately, this fuel hike came again.
Yeah.
So we hope we'll be able to have a sustainable, dance off that will dance without any interruption that will sadden us again. Like this fuel hike to 1,000 naira per liter.
Happy news. Edu spotted in high spirits at London Gallery booth.
I watched the video.
Okay.
Happy is back on his feet, and I hope in the next few days, we're going to have him back there.
Yeah.
Nigeria against nothing, losing such a fantastic woman.
Okay. New investments to add 600,000 barrels per day, 2.0 billion gas daily.
That's good news. We hope that the dividends, will trickle down to the other man on the street, especially people in Niger Delta, in terms of environmental protection, in terms of job creation, in terms of more opportunities, for the producing communities and for Nigerians at large.
The last but not least paper is the Tribune, and the lead story is this one. Defection. Intrigues as deputy governor. 2 senators, rep members ditch Bayelsa governor.
Yeah, it shows the diversity in the Nigerian media. While people are celebrating their daily as crossover, Tribune is looking at the other side, which I think is also important.
Yeah.
That the deputy governor, 2 senators, because a lot of people just read that like, the whole of Bayelsa, they come to. So it's a very good one that is reminding us that look, that is also a very important aspect of the story.
Yeah. IMF hails Nigeria's fiscal reforms.
Yeah.
We after all, we didn't do it to gain the support of the IMF.
Yes. But I want to see headline that will say Nigerians hail the country's fiscal reforms. That would be more important to me than IMF.
All right. Nigeria's inflation rate drops to 18.02% as food prices, energy costs decline.
Yeah. Some food prices, not all. The energy cost, I don't think that declined. Gas is now 25,000 naira.
I bought yesterday for 15.
Oh, good luck. I bought yesterday 25,000 naira. Just yesterday.
At the NNPC.
So, no, from an individual.
At the NNPC.
Oh, okay.
I'm not advertising.
Oh, that's good. That's good news. But 15,000 naira is still high. It used to be 13,000, 12,000 plus few weeks ago.
I used to buy a 12.0, 12 kilograms of 5 naira in this country. You see? Yeah. All right. UBA set to unveil white paper on Africa's financial infrastructure.
Good news for the banking sector. And UBA is one of the biggest banks in the country. And good luck to UBA that it remains, on it remains on the stop in spite of the wild wave of economic challenges.
Okpebolo gives employment letters to 5,000 teachers. We talked about it?
Yes. Good news for teachers. And we hope, I think Borno State also did the same thing by employing. So we hope to have more teachers back up with training, especially in computer, because in the next few years, the WAEC is going to introduce computer-based examination.
Alleged misconduct. DSS arrests 2 ex-operatives.
Good. That is internal cleansing.
Yeah,
I think it's necessary for any organization to be able to.
These are 2 operatives who are retired.
That's very good. And I hope they be prosecuted and justice will prevail.
INEC, keep your reputation intact, Obi tells Amokuton. So Obi has admitted that the new INEC
has a reputation. Yeah. So that is good news. And I agree with Obi that Amokuton should keep his reputation intact because there will be all sorts of temptations.
Yeah.
He's occupying, though he has been professors in the classroom, but now this position is a different one entirely. Politicians will come to lobby you to ensure that they tarnish your name. So he must stand on his feet to ensure that his credibility remains intact. So Obi has, said a very, very good thing that I agree with.
Lastly, 2 picture stories on the front page of the Tribune. The one shows the distinguished crowd at the mother of Ogun State Governor who turned 90. And the other one is Tom Pollock presenting 10 billion naira to the Delta State Security outfit. Okay, we are done with the papers, and we want to thank Adewale Adeoye for your intervention.
Thank you.
All right, we are out now. Until the next time. Bye-bye.
I'd like to officially welcome you on behalf of the Vanguard newspapers for taking your time out this very busy morning to spend your time engaging in an intellectual conversation, around Nigeria's economic outlook for 2025. So today we gather at a critical juncture for our nation and our country. The Nigeria economy stands at a crossroads, facing profound challenges, which simultaneously harboring significant potential for transformation and for growth. The economic landscape we navigate today is characterized with stark realities: an inflation rate that reached over 35% in 2024, purchasing power of everyday Nigerian, a naira that has experienced significant depreciation following exchange rate reforms, and unemployment rates that continue to affect millions of our citizens, particularly the younger generation. Of course, our dependence on oil revenues remains pronounced despite decades of diversification rhetoric, with the petroleum sector still accounting for approximately 80% of our export earnings and nearly 50% of government revenues. Yet, oil production has faltered below our OPEC quota due to infrastructural challenges and to a very large extent insecurity challenges in the Niger Delta. The fiscal position is equally concerning. Close to 40% of GDP, and servicing this public debt has not been convenient, especially when government revenues has been dwindling over time, which severes our capacity for essential investments in infrastructure, in education, of course, in healthcare. Yet amidst these challenges, Nigeria's resilience continues to shine through. Our economy obviously remains Africa's largest by GDP. Our service sector, particularly the telcos and fintechs, demonstrate remarkable innovation and growth potential, just like our agricultural sector, which employs nearly 35% of our workforce, which continues to hold untapped capacity for increased productivity and value addition. The path forward, the sustainable recovery that we seek, requires not just acknowledgement of these realities, but bold, decisive actions across multiple sectors, involving fiscal reforms, monetary policy recalibration, infrastructural development, and targeted social investments to protect the vulnerables amongst us as citizens. So as we proceed in today's discourse, let us approach these challenges not with despair, but with determination, because the hardships that we face, though significant, we believe we have the capacity and the innovation and the adaptation to drive growth. So I look forward to a robust exchange of ideas that will contribute meaningfully to charting this course forward. Nigeria's path from current hardship towards sustainable economic recovery and prosperity will be the subject of discourse today, and I believe that we have here the finest of brains across the continent that will help us chart a course forward. So thank you again, and you're welcome to one of Nigeria's most important economic discourse. So put your hands together for yourself, and thank you, because you're part of a turning point. So with the warm round of applause, I'd just like to quickly welcome the editor of Vanguard newspaper, Mr. Eze Anaba, who will give a welcome address before we bring up the keynote speaker. So put your hands together for Mr. Eze Anaba.
Uncle Sam Amuka, the chairman of the 2025th edition of the Vanguard Economic Discourse, our own Mr. Dele Oye, the keynote speaker, Dr. Yemi Kale, the moderator of the special session, Professor Franklin Ngu, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to the 9th edition of the Vanguard Economic Discourse. Since its inception in 2017, the Vanguard Economic Discourse has served as Vanguard's newspaper's social investment in Nigeria. That is, our contribution to the national dialogue on economic development. It is a platform for thought leadership and high-level brainstorming aimed at providing insights and alternative approaches to help our public policy executives drive better governance of Nigeria's economy. You will all agree that now, more than ever, Nigeria's economy demands more innovative thinking and pragmatic solutions. The current climate of reforms presents both challenges and opportunities that require informed strategic responses. This is why the theme of this year's discourse is apt: Nigeria's Economic Outlook 2025, Hardship and Pathways to Sustainable Recovery. True to tradition, this year's edition brings together a distinguished faculty of experts whose intellectual capital and professional accomplishment span the economic spectrum. Their presence here underscores our collective commitment to finding meaningful solutions to Nigeria's economic challenges. We are particularly honored to have as our keynote speaker Dr. Yemi Kale, a former Statistician General of the Federation and Director General of the National Bureau of Statistics. His tenure at NBS was marked by landmark reforms that elevated the quality, accessibility, and relevance of economic data in Nigeria. Today, he brings that same brilliance to bear at the continental level as Chief Economist and Managing Director of Research and International Cooperation at the African Import Bank in Cairo. We are proud to welcome him today for this important engagement. Presiding over this event is our erudite friend and partner, Mr. Dele Oye, chairman of this year's discourse. Mr. Oye, who is president of the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, NASIMA, and chairman of the Organized Private Sector of Nigeria, inspired us all with his keynote address at last year's edition. We are delighted to have him back this year in this pivotal role. Our other distinguished panelists and discussants present, our other esteemed panelists and discussants represent the highest caliber of expertise across various sectors, and we are confident that today's conversations will be both insightful and impactful. So while we offer you this best-in-class knowledge session without charging a fee, we only ask that you pay attention. We promise you will leave here enriched and fulfilled. Thank you once again for being here. Good morning.
Quickly welcome upstage the chairman of this occasion to deliver his remarks, Dr. Dele Kelvin, who is the president of the Nigerian Association of Chambers and Commerce Industries and Agriculture. He was
over 100 chambers of commerce under me. Out of that 100, I have 72 city and state chambers. That means we exist physically in 72 locations in Nigeria. And I'm also apart from that, we also have what we call the multilateral and bilateral chambers of commerce, like the Nigeria-Indonesia Chamber of Commerce, Nigeria-Turkey. We're also part of NASIMA. And recently, we just got the Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce, which I just collected 10 billion. The money is not in my account, so those of you that want to follow me from here, I left it in Port Harcourt. So there's nothing to collect from it, please. So I think on a lighter note, I'm also the chairman of the Organized Private Sector, which comprises of the 5 largest business organizations in Nigeria. And that is Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, NASI, NASMI, NECA, and NASIMA. Together, we do about 97% of the economy. So if you see the way we talk, we are talking as people who have invested in the economy. And the highest person that feels the pains, both of government policy or where there are issues, is the investor. Because he has already put his money by betting the game. And that is why we try to appeal that government should listen to us more before making policy changes. So my paper today, or my opening remarks, with the permission of my brother, the keynote speaker, is going to be on the current, as I stand before you now, as a gentleman of the press, so that you won't say I didn't remember you, distinguished gentlemen. As I stand before you today, I'm filled with gratitude and a profound sense of responsibility to chair the 2025 Vanguard Economic Discourse. We gather here under the compelling theme of hardship and pathways of sustainable recovery, not only to assess our current economic landscape, but to forge a collective vision for a brighter and more prosperous Nigeria. In this pivotal moment, we must recognize and confront the significant challenges before us, challenges that have been magnified by the advent of America First policy. This paradigm shift in global trade driven by protectionism and tariffs, present a unique and formidable area of obstacles for developing nations such as Nigeria. The world we once knew, once characterized by cooperation, rules-based trading systems under the World Trade Organization, has given way to an environment of fraught with uncertainty. This transformation not only disrupts global markets and supply chains, but poses an acute threat to our competitive standing in international trade. This implementation of 14% tariff on Nigeria exports to the United States directly jeopardizes what has historically been its critical market for our goods and services, as well as our non-oil sector exports, even though we do also some of our problem products to America. The ripple effects reduced demand could precipitate job losses and economic instability and a decline in vital foreign exchange inflows, particularly for our non-oil exports. The current shake in Naira price, we don't know whether it has a direct impact from this, but we are all seeing the efforts done by the central bank to put two major interventions they did last week to stabilize the Naira. So against this backdrop, we must find ourselves witnesses to a profound discourse concerning these tariffs. The recent stark exchanges between Mr. Peter Navarro, economic advisor to President Trump, and influential business leader like Elon Musk, illuminate the contentious landscape of these protectionist policies. Mr. Navarro favorably defends the tariffs framework as a mechanism to safeguard American jobs, while Mr. Musk brings to light the adverse effects such tariffs impose on international commerce and innovation. This debate underscores the high stakes at play, reminding us that our economic fates are intertwined on a global scale. Indeed, the ramifications of the current U.S. policies go beyond tariffs. We are witnessing a significant decrease in funding for initiatives that empower African beginning startups. There is a $51 million cut from the United States Development Fund, which affect countries like Nigeria and Kenya. In fact, we had about 200 startups that were funded from that place. We got $20 million, while Kenya got 19.6. And this exemplifies the broader challenges we face. We also are aware of the recent how government had to budget for HIV drugs, which were initially covered by this. So these are some of the immediate effects, and there are several others. In the face of these multifaceted challenges, Nigeria must act decisively and strategically. We are at crossroads where we can reshape our economic destiny, where adversity can give rise to opportunity. So what I'm saying is we should not be in the complaining ministry. This is another opportunity for us to take advantage. As entrepreneurs, we are serial optimists. When we see a problem, we also look at the opportunities beside it. If you remember Russia, most of the billionaires that came out of Russia came when Russia divided itself and they had all the problems, where several people had to take advantage of opportunities. So I've listed about 13 ways which I think Nigeria can benefit and use the current adversity as an opportunity. I will not take time to read the details, but I'm talking about we must optimize our AFCTA opportunity to increase intra-African trade, especially with the introduction of PAPs, which allows us to make payments in local currencies for whatever goods and services we buy. So this is very important. Then we also need to diversify our trade partners, trade relationships. So instead of focusing more in America, we should look at other opportunities and trade with them and increase our opportunities. There's also investment in infrastructure. This one is very clear. It's very difficult with our current budgetary commitment or limitations to completely develop the entire country. We've tried to use the free trade zones as an example. This was just like what China did under Xi Jinping. After Chairman Mao left, they knew that they could not tell the average Chinese that it should become capitalist. What they simply did in China was to use the free trade and economic zones, and they introduced capitalism there. They say, oh, it's not in China, it's outside China. But you now see what eventually happened. Those free trade zones developed to become mega cities. And you have just recently heard from Dubai. You know, in Dubai before, when you are within the free trade zone, you cannot trade in the municipal unless you have a sponsor. They are knocking down those walls. And these are one of the reasons why you saw Nasima during the recent tax bill. We're fighting the FRS to let them know that this your free trade zone are places where you can grow your economy. You should not see them as if they are your enemy territory or the way it was perceived. And that was why we're insisting that they should not introduce tax in the free trade zone, allow them to continue to operate so that they can compete internationally with other countries. And more also, the government does not own more than 2 out of the 50 free trade zones we have in Nigeria. So it's private capital development. Government charging tax in the free trade zone is amount to like the federal government asking people in private university to pay school fees to the federal government. It's the same thing. It's private sector investment they've done. So you are supposed to encourage them and ensure that they can develop and use the China style or the Dubai style now to get them to bring the development to Nigeria. Like I always say, can you imagine Nigeria without a core Atlantic? We will not have Victoria Island today because the Bar Beach has already overwhelmed us already. So these are the things, or without Dangote Industries. Can you imagine? So all the things that have happened in the last 20 years, the center of creativity, the center of innovation have happened in all our free trade zones. So we all, especially the press, you have a duty to protect those things that guarantees jobs and guarantees our innovation and competitiveness as a nation. So we also have investment infrastructure. I mentioned that it's not possible to develop everywhere. Then diversification of exports and local processing. One of our biggest problems is that we still export our raw materials. It's not just only to double your export. It is to increase so that you can deepen technology transfer and most importantly, also create jobs at home. Then we also need to improve the business environment. I don't need to campaign, all of us know what I mean by that. The education and human capital. This is the biggest problem we have. If you check under the current resource, the per capita by hectare, as they say, for Nigerian farmers, if you compare with other countries, because they are not, most of them are illiterate, they do subsistence farming, the production is so small and it barely helps. So you can use the example of China. If you provide these people with training, you see that our production will grow. Then we also have the issue of promotion of innovation and technology. I don't need to also explain that too much because already, as you can see today, it is never about goods. It's about value additions. You have seen what we've done with our banks all over Africa, our fintechs. Those are the things that are driving. Under the current GDP of the world today, about 51% is in services. America is complaining that Europe has a wrong trade deficit with them. But America is not talking about the 122 billion which they have in trade in services in surplus with Europe. So Trump is looking at one side. He's not looking at the services side, which if you add both, probably they are in surplus. In most of the countries, they are complaining. So these are the things and the challenges. Then we also need to strengthen our diplomatic networks, law and order. This is very important. I want to talk a little bit about this. Just this morning, I read in the newspapers that the current governor of Rivers State, Admiral retired Ibok Ete, Eko Ibo CFRO, appointed 23 local government caretaker committees. We're all aware there's a Supreme Court judgment on that, that states cannot appoint local government caretaker committees. And there's even a federal high court order that was given 48 hours ago of Justice Mohammed, Adam Mohammed, that said they're stopping the governor from, the acting governor from appointing local government. If a governor that be appointed based on our alleged constitution can so desecrate the judgment of the Supreme Court, how do you want businesses to take us serious? This is the challenge, because this thing adds to the cost of doing business in Nigeria, law and order. I'm doing a matter now which the people are so overwhelmed that we have to go as far as up to the Attorney General, up to the villa, to be able to get the police to enforce criminal actions by people. So this is the challenge. People cannot enter a place where they cannot come out within a certain time frame. So law and order is the most important. Like they say, you cannot build in the midst of fire. Once you don't obey your courts, once you don't obey your laws, once you don't enforce it, there is no incentive for somebody else not to commit the same crime. So this is one of our biggest problems in Nigeria, which I encourage the press to always look at and frown at things like this. So people must do the right thing. And no matter how inconvenient, we should not behave. I say to everybody that Nigeria is better than America today, because we know what is happening there now. And some of my friends say we have had Trump here before. I don't know about that. Please don't quote me, I said so, but I will have several Trumps. But what is important, you can imagine if we've not had people like that in our system, how far we would have gone as a country. So let us think and take advantage of the current opportunities. So the most other things is issue of presidency in policy. And this is the biggest problem, uncertainty. Government will just wake up and change the rules of the game. And in businesses, if businesses are in a reaction mode instead of planning, nobody does anything serious. We are virtually turning the economy from a productive one to a trading one. Because only traders that can wake up, in the midnight, they change the prices in the supermarkets. They change one. But if you have a production line, you bought diesel yesterday at a certain price, you bought all sorts of inputs, you cannot do that. So it's very important that you should be able to say, within the next 1 year, the Naira will not exceed 1,500. I'm not saying the government should peg it, but at least if you say to us as businesses that that will be the threshold, I can now take the risk and know that no matter how bad, the currency risk will be minimized. So this is what we talk about predictability. And I can also mention in the last tax bill, the free trade zone, we only informed when the bill was already at the National Assembly. They barely had 5 days. And that is a $200 billion investment in your economy. You gave them 5 days to let them know that you have cancelled the rules of the game by even annulling their own law under which they exist and moving into a tax bill. So these are the challenges. Nobody takes you serious when you are not predictable. And you have seen what he has done to the American Stock Exchange. Because every day we don't know what will happen. Every press conference there's a change in policy. So this is why we're having all these challenges. Then I've also mentioned this promotion of homegrown industries. I don't need to talk too much about this and the invest. The other thing I will mention here is Dangote industry represents the 8th wonder of the world. It was an EPC contract that was built from scratch in Nigeria with Indian help. What that means is the design, everything happened in Nigeria. Then you now have some people calling themselves Ipman, that they prefer a fuel from Malta than the one that is produced here. What is even more shocking, they land it cheaper than the one that is produced in Nigeria, which means the source of the fuel it will not be a genuine one. And the reason why they are bringing it to Nigeria is that they cannot sell it abroad because of traceability. If you have a wrong source of getting anything and you take it to Europe outside Nigeria, you can't sell it. So that's why they keep landing cheaper than the one even produced in Nigeria. To the extent they even told us that they have sold everything, Dangote should go back and start importing. You see, I don't see why the press in Nigeria should not carry their arms, all of us in this room, and say, what nonsense is this? One of the biggest things you need to know, Dangote alone has so many, apart from the PMS and fuel, they've shown that their product is better. They've sent to America, they sent to Saudi Arabia. The people that could not repair refinery were telling us that the one they are doing Dangote is not good enough. All the people that organized pilgrimage to that Port Harcourt refinery to go and tell us that it's working, all of them should be tried. That is obtained by false pretenses. We have old men who have retired from organization coming to tell us that the refinery is working. If the refinery is working, it's the product that tells us, not the pilgrimage. So this is why we are very happy with the recent change in that sector. They built in sufficient private sector knowledge into it. And probably one of the best appointments ever made in Nigeria, where you have people who have invested their money to go and run it. What this does, I'll tell you, what it does is the people, anytime you appoint someone who is not big enough into an office, that the office will raise the person or the person can steal and misbehave. The guys you send there now, they have an international reputation, both to themselves and to the industry. And they have no option, they will perform. So this is the way we should go. If we really were serious in changing and minimizing the hardship, which the keynote speaker will tell us, the variance of the hardship today, so that we know that we have to buy sweater from here before we leave. So in the final analysis, this is how an American broadcaster described Trump's current trade policies. He said Trump is using American power in such a capricious, destructive, dumb way that it will almost certainly result in lose-lose for everyone. His tariffs have been calculated using a method closer to voodoo than economics. Among many mistakes, they are based solely in U.S. trade deficits with countries in goods, that America runs huge surpluses in services. Exporting software services, movies, music, law, banking, word, and so many other things. Now with these new tariffs, American protectionism is literally off the charts, with higher rates than the smooth hauling ones of 1930 that celebrated the Great Depression. If you remember in 1930s, although Only very few people like some Amuka probably, Uncle Amuka that probably be around them. But what caused the Second World War was this type of trade. People started increasing tariffs against each other. In the process, war broke out. And the way this America is today, the way Mr. Trump is, with this kind of army he has, you think if he loses this one, he will not try that. So this is our fear. You can see the EU response. EU has always said, okay, we'll come and negotiate before we talk. Japan, because they are at the mercy of America, because they are the one protecting Japan from China. Then South Korea, they are the one helping them with North Korea. They cannot talk. And what did he say? He said they are coming to kisses. He said it, I can't even say it. But the president said every other country is coming to come and lick his bottom. What kind of country is that? Or to call another country your 51st state. Or how you are going to change Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Then you now put the map in your office. If you call Victoria Island Mama Dele's house, it does not make it so. That is your own delusion. And you drive the AP newspaper from the house that they refuse to mention the wrong you have done. I mean, you see this level of self-delusion. So I'm not saying we don't have some of these things here, because if you listen to some of our ministers, this is we want to thank Mr. President for this policy, we want to thank Mr. President for this policy, everything. You start asking a question, did the president use his money? And they will not carry NTA for 2 hours, that they are declaring a road open. And they use our money again to be praising themselves. Reading speeches that are recycled, that does not add anything to anything. Instead of to use that news channel to focus on our development efforts, show our industries, show our technical innovation, you are having some drunken people who like to dance like mad people in public. I did not mention anybody's name. And I have a house in Abuja. If it is demolished, I know where it came from. So continuing, he said American protectionism is literally off the charts and higher rates than the smooth hauling ones of 1930 that exacerbated the Great Depression. In the short run, everyone will suffer. Are we not suffering now? 2 days, 6.2 trillion wipe off American stock exchange. 2 days. I think Elon Musk is almost becoming a Tanzanian because he has lost half of his wealth. So, but in the medium or too long run, countries will start trading around the US. And this has already happened. About 40% of the world today are not on the SWIFT platform. The BRICS nations have already taken over. China in the last 20 years has been building infrastructure all over the world. Rail infrastructure, seaports. You know the Corée by the Panama Canal. You know what China did? China went to Mexico and built one of the largest ports in the world and put a rail line attached to it. So they don't even need to use the Panama Canal. So you see, this guy is just talking about the past. People have moved on. And that is why everybody, China is okay. This morning, I think it's 104 now. With China. So as we navigate these turbulent waters, let us take lessons from the past. The unpredictable and avoid divisive governance style. This is for our government style that we are witnessing under the current American administration that serves as a cautionary tale. We must instead prioritize consistency, inclusive governance, one that respects democratic institutions and values and input on all Nigerians. So we should avoid that kind of voice vote we had in the House of Reps when our television clearly showed that there were more empty seats than people. If we were going to vote on a constitutional matter, we expect them to take a roll call so that we can actually be sure that we have complied with our laws. So our press has a duty to point out all this. So in conclusion, the road ahead may be fraught with challenges, but it's also rich with promise. With strategic foresight, resolute cooperation, and an unwavering commitment to sustainable practices, I'm confident that we can confront these trials and emerge as a resilient nation. Together, let us pave a way for an economy that not only survives adversity, but truly thrives, a testament to the indomitable spirit of our people. I already mentioned Dangote as the 8th wonder. There's nothing like that anywhere in the world. So even if you have nothing to brag anytime you go abroad, use that. I went to Michigan. I went to one refinery. I said, this is so small. Have you seen Dangote? I brought out the picture. I flashed it. All of them were looking. So you must talk about yourself. So generally, experience teaches us that decisions and actions based on sentiments. This is very important. Ignorance are always unhelpful, as we see in the USA's gamble with tariffs. Instead, nations should deploy knowledge, ethics. This is very important, because in this regime there, you have all the conspiracy theories who are telling you something that is so obvious, they tell you it's like this. Then an experience devoid of bias in the decision-making process. I gave an example here. I actually saw this at 4 a.m. this morning when I was writing this paper. I like to write in the morning. He said the judge asked the killer of former Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, why did you kill Sadat? He said to him, because he is secular. The judge replied, what does secular mean? The killer said, I don't know. In the case of the attempted assassination of late Egyptian writer Naguib Mahfouz, the judge asked the man who stabbed Mahfouz, why did you stab him? The accused said, because of his novel, The Children of Our Neighborhood. The judge asked him, have you read the novel? The accused said, no. Another judge asked the terrorist, who killed the Egyptian writer Faraj Farah? Why did you murder Faraj Farah? The terrorist replied, because he's unfaithful. The judge asked him, how did you know he was unfaithful? The accused replied, according to the books he wrote. Then the judge said, in which of his books did you know he's unfaithful? The judge said, I haven't read any of his books. The judge now said, how? The judge replied, I can't read or write. See, what this tells you is when you are ignorant, you are biased, you are sentimental, you are incompetent, you have no knowledge. You know, when you appoint someone without knowledge to take over your affairs, especially under our constitution, they say with secondary school you can become president. That is too small for a country like Nigeria. You have seen the quality of characters we have there. I have a lot of them are friends. I hope they still call me their friend. But honestly, I'm not proud of the kind of people that spend more time talking about their sexual accomplices. You heard it now, the biggest scandal there. If these people are really working, should that be the problem? It is lack of work. If you look at our two national assemblies, look at them. Under our constitution, show me why should we have two. The only difference between the House of Reps and the Senate is that the Senate does the constitutional ministerial approval, while the House of Reps does the FCT. They are the house for the FCT for their budget. Is that two jobs so difficult to compress into one body? So this is the problem. Our government is too expensive for us. And if we must send legislators to the National Assembly, it should be paid for from the state that sent them. So if they know, so then go and start doing what they are doing. So what we are trying to say is our governance structure is too large, difficult for our budget cannot even have it. Because it's too much for us. So we need to find a way, especially with what is happening in America now. Democracy is gone. If that is what we are relying on, our source is under fire. And a time will come, we'll be embarrassed to say we are democratic. I'm not saying we should choose authoritarianism or a different thing that will not serve us. This is the time for us to have that dialogue, start thinking what alternatives that will suit us, that is not too expensive, and the people should be there part-time. This idea of putting people full-time, that's why they are complaining about the quarrel about Natasha and whatever. Because if they meet once a week, I'm sure they will not see each other to that extent. So it's very important we take this seriously. And very importantly, we in the private sector, last year, we got almost 30 trillion from tax, FRS, from the private sector. The custom collected under 6 trillion. If you check the budget, there's nothing for us. All the money is shared by the 36 messiahs who will sit down. They are not involved in any productive sector. Even when they are war contract, they will call press conference. Even when it is, we all know it's inflated, and they will now also call press conference to come and cut the tape. So when we are working, we are paying the taxes, we are building our roads. If you check everywhere in Nigeria, 90% of access to any factory, the road is not tarred. You go and check. So this is it. You must put money in the productive sector. If you tell me today you have a 13 trillion deficit in the current budget, you want to make it, I can use one of my senators to make up for it. We let the government tell me, okay, fine, we'll guarantee you reasonable price for loans. And I will tell you that 13 trillion, 2 companies can bring it out. Dangote look can bring it out for us. So why don't we invest in things that will do us good instead of trying to buy oil from Malta? Are you growing industries in Malta at your own expense? And some people will come in national television and you press, you will carry them without stoning them. That they should say we prefer the petrol from outside than our own. I don't understand. So this is what I'm saying, and this is what we're trying to use this platform to resolve. That we're very happy with these discussions here, and that we should live here with a resolution to be agents for our country. Because with all of us that went to build us in America, and I go now, anytime you use somebody's strange land to do something for yourself and you call it home, the only ones, even your houseboy will tell you are a fool. And we have seen it with America now. So those of you that have things in America, bring them home. There's no need. I'm not going there. Because even people that wrote articles in 1 year, you heard the way they kidnapped the woman, you saw it on television. So even this one can get me in trouble, I know. So I'm not going. So if you want to go, it's your luck. But what is important, let's concentrate on ourselves. So on the lighter note, I'm almost one paragraph rounding off. I said the above, ignorance is the reason, hate based on what we heard about them in most cases without evidence. Not that we know. So you can see what lack of knowledge, ignorance can create. So the above cause aligns with Nigeria's current experiment with Fulani headmen. Those people are afraid to talk about this. I'll talk. Fulani headmen. The new profession of hunting. You know they are now hunters. They've left cattle, this thing. And instead of the traditional cattle rearing, while we are still awaiting the outcome of the sordid hunting expeditions in our southern states by these emerging hunters, I want to use the opportunity to advise the government to manage disputes between the local communities and the hunters more transparently. Because I fully condemn what happened in Uromi, because we should never do self-help. But one thing I've seen, the trajectory, anytime this thing happens, especially against the hunters, the chief of army staff will do his own press conference, the president will talk, everybody will talk, they will be crying. You can see the governor run immediately to Kano to beg. But when people from that side, I did not mention any side though, please. When people from that side invade, nobody cries like this. No governor comes from that side to commiserate thoughts. The chief of army staff does not see it. So you the press, what are you doing? You see, why I talk like this is, in any nation, a nation without a press, you are complaining that you have lost you cannot sell newspaper again. This is a bigger matter than newspaper. If you pursue social and economic development rights, you write about these things. We will not only subscribe to your blog, we will give you money, we will support you as private businesses, we will fund you. You have no business going to government for anything. Sell your intellectual properties to us. Represent us. Represent the poor people of Nigeria, the people who cannot speak for themselves. These innocent people that are killed every day on the slightest thing. If I find a stranger in my farm from another place holding gun, the man says hunting. I've never seen the antelope they kill one day. And if you go on Instagram, painfully, you see these people bragging. I can't say it here, what they say. Bragging about how they are killing and raping our mothers. So, you are complaining about no food, productivity is down. This is the reason. From Bayelsa, even my chambers in Bayelsa, I cannot go to farm. Bayelsa, actually, this land in Bayelsa is not from here to Falamo. People cannot go to farm. So we know the problem. But our government behaves in a chameleon way. We are afraid of one group. How? So please, don't take the law into your hands. Anytime you receive anything, report it. And you, the press, have a duty to right the wrong. You don't write only one side. Go to the genesis. If you go to Benue, you go to a Plateau State, you cannot imagine what these things have caused for Nigeria. So in the above situations, We also encourage and appeal to our local communities to avoid self-help and violence in their dealings with these emerging hunters. Because I think this hunting is a very profitable, I don't know whether. So the above example highlights the complexities and the challenges extremist ideologies, bias in private and public decision making, and the impact on individual and society. They also underscore the importance of education. Because, especially in the north, if we don't educate them, Nigeria are going nowhere. Because one person can control a whole community there. So until we educate them, because the day of election, they'll just line up. One person will say, I go and vote for that Makari. That's all. So you must find a way to be inclusive, listen more to people who are less than us, and try and work with them. So this also underscores the importance of education, critical thinking, nuanced understanding in leadership of a society to prevent acts of violence and poor economic decisions like the USA is currently experiencing by imposing tariffs on 185 countries on April 2nd, which included McDonald's Island, which only have penguins. So the penguins are going to pay 10% to Donald Trump. And they have never traded with America, which shows you that the whole thing was done arbitrarily. And today, effective from today, 60 countries are starting with the tariffs today. And as of this morning, Russia is now 104%. So we don't know where they will end. So I want to congratulate the organizer of this event, especially the keynote speaker, Mr. Yemi Kale, whom we have, as a former statistician, I've told him that he has come with a whole bag of statistics so that we can all learn from him. I also congratulate our brother, Mr. Franklin Ungu, who is going to be the, I think he's coordinating the section. Then I also acknowledge Ms. Demi Semande. I hope I got that right. I'm sorry if I didn't get it right. Then Dr. Tayo Aduloju, CEO of NSG. Dr. Muda Yusuf, this one is our own. So, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, Chief Davison Alaribe, and Mrs. Bumi Kuku, and Mr. Roger Brown. And I want to also welcome all of us to the 2025 Vanguard Economist Discourse. Thank you very much.
Chief Economist and Managing Director of the African Export and Import Bank, and has been noted here earlier, he was formerly Nigeria's Statistician General, Dr. Yemi Kale. Please put your hands together for him as he delivers his speech.
And good afternoon. Respectfully allow me to stand on existing protocols already established. When I got here this morning, I told the management staff of Vanguard that I'm no longer controversial, so I would behave myself as much as possible. And their response was, controversy is what sells papers. Against that backdrop, in that case, I would be a little bit controversial, but I would take the chairman's cue. I would also not mention anybody's names as I do this. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to the management of Vanguard newspapers for affording me the honor of delivering this year's keynote address at the Vanguard Economic Discourse. It's a privilege I do not take lightly. The sub-theme of our discourse this year, economic hardship and pathways to recovery, speaks not only to our current struggles, but also our unwavering hope as Nigerians for a resilient, inclusive, and prosperous Nigeria. The Nigerian economy in 2025 much like its counterparts across the continent, and a lot of this has been mentioned today, and the broader global economy, stands at a critical strategic juncture. The confluence of heightened global volatility, systemic domestic vulnerabilities, and a shifting geopolitical equilibrium has redefined the parameters within which we now operate. These dynamics have disrupted traditional policy levers, complicated macroeconomic forecasting, and constrained the latitude available for both fiscal and monetary interventions. In this environment, a business as usual approach is no longer tenable. Rather, what is required is a comprehensive orientation of our economic strategy anchored on structural reforms, anchored on productivity, enhanced innovation, and a deliberate pivot towards inclusive, human-centered development. The success of this transition will hinge not only on the policies we enact as a country, but also on the institutional capacity, on interagency coordination, and on political resolve, which we must bring to bear in executing them. So I had prepared slides for presentation, but I was informed late last night that a conventional speech format delivery would be more appropriate for today's setting. So as a result, I spent the better part of last night reworking to convert my slides into this speech. But that said, this was a particularly challenging paper for me to put together, given how things are changing so frequently in the global and domestic environment. So each time I reviewed global and domestic economic indicators or developments, new data points and economic signals emerged, either internationally or within Nigeria, that demanded a reassessment of data and analysis and conclusions. So the world is in flux currently. The signals are very mixed, and the outcome is riddled with contradictions. If I were to summarize the defining theme of 2025 in a single word, it will be turbulence, closely followed by uncertainty. Now, these are not just buzzwords. They are real forces shaping global and domestic economic behavior and outcomes. And for developing economies like ours in Nigeria, which are already navigating significant structural and institutional weaknesses, this turbulence creates profound challenges. Planning, whether you're a household or you're a business or even government, in such an environment becomes exponentially more difficult. This is because economic uncertainty disrupts decision-making across the board. Households, businesses, governments, investors, financial institutions all behave differently under conditions of volatility and uncertainty, and often in ways that reinforce this economic fragility. Households, for instance, tend to reduce discretionary spending and increase precautionary savings during periods of uncertainty. That is, of course, if they even have any disposable income to save in the first place. For the vast majority of Nigerians who live hand to mouth, even minor economic disruptions can be catastrophic. We all witnessed this vividly during the COVID-19 pandemic, when lockdowns, though necessarily, quickly escalated into widespread unrest. The core issue wasn't really non-compliance, it was economic desperation. For many Nigerians, the ability to earn a living is not guaranteed tomorrow, it is negotiated on a daily basis. So taking even a single day off work is often not a choice, but a luxury that they simply can't afford. The stark reality is this: most Nigerians lack the economic buffers, be it savings, social protection, or institutional support required to withstand macroeconomic shocks, however temporary. Unfortunately, too often, policy responses, however well-meaning, fail to adequately grasp the depth and immediacy of this reality. There is a persistent tendency among governments and elite decision makers to underestimate the lived experience of hardship at the base of the socioeconomic pyramid. We often respond not with foresight, but with reaction. So interventions are frequently triggered only after economic distress erupts into some form of social unrest, at which point palliative measures are deployed hastily and unevenly, rather than preemptively cushioning citizens against foreseeable disruptions. What is required, therefore, is a decisive shift towards anticipatory governance, where policies are not only designed to respond to crises, but to foresee and mitigate them before they inflict widespread harm. This means proactively cushioning vulnerable populations. It means strengthening social safety nets. It means reinforcing public trust in state institutions. What is particularly concerning here in the Nigerian context is that in many cases, the disruption is not an unanticipated external shock beyond the government's control. Often the hardship stems from policies introduced by the state itself. So these are not unanticipated events. They are actually planned decisions. Yet, even then, despite the policies being needed, the necessary safeguards are either absent or poorly implemented or deprioritized. In some instances, the likely socio-economic impact is understood, but there is insufficient political will or insufficient fiscal space or administrative capacity to do what is required to protect the most affected. And in Nigeria's case, the most affected constitutes the majority of our population. Back to economic behavior. In uncertain times, like I mentioned, households also delay major financial decisions and shift preferences towards job security, often seeking refuge in the public sector. It is better, they reason, to earn a modest but stable income rather than chase higher ones that may not last. I'm sure many of us have friends and family members that have responded in this way. In high inflation environments like Nigeria's, economic agents would hoard foreign exchange, would hoard durable goods to preserve value. What's the result? Consumer demand softens, GDP growth slows, private sector investment declines, unemployment rises, and poverty becomes more entrenched. The outcome is unmistakable. Hardship, deep, persistent, and widespread, and felt most acutely at the household level. Businesses, too, adapt defensively in environments characterized by uncertainty and macroeconomic turbulence. Faced with volatile market conditions, unpredictable policy shifts, and elevated costs, firms often adopt a risk-averse posture. Hiring plans are deferred, investment pipelines are stalled, and operation expenditures are trimmed to preserve liquidity. The emphasis shifts from growth to survival and from innovations to cost containment. This weakness, which weakens private sector activity, it limits job creation and suppresses productivity and competitiveness. Governments, meanwhile, face their own set of constraints in uncertain economic environments. Revenue forecasting becomes increasingly unreliable due to volatile commodity prices, due to exchange rate fluctuations, and inconsistent tax performance. In response, policy often shifts towards reactionary, short-term, and often poorly thought out and often badly implemented populist interventions, such as expanding public sector employment, increasing cash reserves, transfers rather, and in more constrained scenarios resulting to monetary financing to bridge fiscal gaps. Does this sound familiar? Again, I'm not mentioning any names. While these measures may provide temporary relief or political expediency, they carry significant long-term costs. They exacerbate fiscal deficits, they undermine macroeconomic stability, and erode the credibility of public institutions. Just as importantly, such reactive policies can crowd out productive investments. They can distort incentives and reduce the confidence of both domestic and international investors. In effect, they attempt to manage volatility and curtail economic hardship through short-term, often politically expedient means, often ends up entrenching it. Meanwhile, investors react to the environment by seeking safe havens, demanding higher returns for risk and favoring short-term portfolio investments over longer-term foreign direct investment. The consequences are familiar and deeply disruptive. Capital flight accelerates, asset valuations decline, and renewed pressure mounts on the domestic currency. In effect, investor behavior becomes both a reflection of and a reinforcement of underlying fragilities, tightening the feedback loop between macroeconomic instability and constrained investment flows. Finally, financial institutions tighten lending conditions. They raise interest rates and retreat to low-risk assets. Credit becomes more expensive and less available, weakening financial intermediation and further depressing economic activity. In many ways, this sounds like a description of Nigeria's economic condition for most of its existence, not necessarily in 2025. But this time, it is also a description of the global economy and what it's going through. The same forces acting globally are amplifying our domestic vulnerabilities. And in countries like Nigeria, where the economic base is already fragile, where buffers are weak, and where the social fabric is under strain, the compounding effects of uncertainty can therefore be devastating. What policymakers, or as policymakers and business leaders, what they must reframe, we must reframe, as policymakers and business leaders, we must reframe our understanding of economic disruption, not as a technical challenge, but as a social emergency. And so with that rather sobering context, I will structure today's lecture around 6 segments. Firstly, a review of the global African macroeconomic landscape in 2025, so as to understand the external environment shaping Nigeria's economy in 2025 and the hardships we face. Then I would analyze the Nigeria's economic performance in 2024, so as to establish a factual baseline. I'll highlight key structural challenges, essentially a deep dive into domestic weaknesses that limit resilience and exacerbate current hardships we are facing. Outlook for 2025, brief projections for growth, inflation, fiscal dynamics, capital inflows, and so on. I will now frame my understanding of economic hardship, defining the nature in Nigeria and drivers of that hardship in Nigeria today, and then finally with strategies that we can implement as households, as a government, and as businesses. So to effectively analyze Nigeria's macro let me start by looking at the Nigerian environment in 2024 and the outlook for 2025. To effectively analyze the Nigeria's macroeconomic environment and its prospect for 2025, we must begin by placing it within the broader global and African economic landscape. Nigeria is deeply embedded in the global economy. Our growth, stability, and resilience are influenced by external factors. A lot of that has been said today. Whether it's commodity prices, trade flows, global interest rates, investor sentiment, and geopolitical trends, all of this affect what happens to us domestically because we are very tied into the global macroeconomic environment. The events and policy shifts of 2024 have created a world of profound complexity as we enter 2025. While there was resilience in many markets last year, that resilience is beginning to fray. As we step into 2025, a new set of challenges in the global environment and a few emerging opportunities, the chairman mentioned quite a few, are shaping the terrain on which we must operate as a country. The first global theme in 2024 was a slowing global growth and fragile recovery, Global growth in 2024 came in at 3.1%, modest, but broadly in line with most expectations. This reflects a slow-moving recovery, still grappling with the long-term aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, prolonged supply chain disruptions, high energy costs, and tightening financial conditions. Looking deeper, forward-looking indicators like global purchasing managers' indices show signs of weaknesses and waning confidence. Momentum is softening in almost every major region, setting a precarious tone for 2025. The second key theme was persistent but shifting inflation. Disinflation trends offered cautious optimism since the second half of 2024. However, core inflation remains stubbornly above target, particularly in advanced economies. This is largely due to tight labor markets, elevated energy costs, and renewed supply constraints. As a result, central banks around the world, particularly the US Federal Reserve, the European Central Bank, and so on, responded, as we know, with aggressive tightening for most of 2024. Interest rates reached multi-decade highs before beginning a tentative easing cycle last year. But this pause is fragile, and inflationary triggers are re-emerging in 2025. Notably, the return of protectionist policies in the US, like the chairman mentioned, is reshaping trade flows, is raising costs, and is potentially reigniting another round of inflation. For Nigeria, the global shift towards high interest rates could not have come at a more difficult time. External debt servicing already consumes a substantial share of public revenues, and the cost of borrowing is rising just as Nigeria's total debt stock has reached the highest level in its history. Elevated global interest rates constrain refinancing options, they widen debt service obligations, and further squeeze the fiscal space available for critical development spending, particularly in infrastructure, in education, and in health. However, this challenge is far from unique to Nigeria. Rising debt is now a global concern. In 2024, total global debt surged to an unprecedented $300 trillion, with emerging markets disproportionately exposed. According to the World Bank, developing countries collectively spent over $400 billion on external debt servicing last year alone. Nearly 50 nations are now considered to be at high risk of debt distress or outright insolvency. For Nigeria, where the debt to GDP ratio is above 50%, the implications are particularly concerning. The challenge lies not merely in the size of the debt stock, but in the composition of debt, in the cost of servicing it, and the country's narrow and volatile revenue base. With limited fiscal buffers, we face interestingly difficult trade-offs. Do we continue allocating scarce resources to service debt obligations, or do we prioritize much-needed investments in infrastructure and social protection? The answer cannot simply be one or the other. What is required, rather, is a dual-track approach, one that emphasizes fiscal discipline and debt transparency, while simultaneously advancing structural reforms aimed at boosting domestic revenue, at curbing inefficiencies, and channeling public expenditure towards high impact, productivity-enhancing investments. A fourth defining global theme shaping both the international and Nigerian economic outlook in 2025 is the continued weakness in trade and investment flows. Global trade volumes remain subdued throughout 2024. They are likely to even get worse in 2025 with the heightened trade wars currently going on, reflecting the combined effects of heightened geopolitical tensions, persistently high shipping and logistics costs, and an increasingly cautious stance among multinational corporations. Across sectors and geographies, firms have prioritized operational resilience and domestic market consolidation over cross-border expansion and long-term foreign investment. Looking ahead, this pattern is expected to deepen. For Nigeria, an economy heavily dependent on crude oil exports and structurally reliant on imported goods, the contraction in global trade presents significant risks. Export revenues may remain volatile, supply chain disruptions could persist, and the balance of payments will continue to face a lot of strain. Yet, embedded within this risk is also a pivotal opportunity. The fragility of global trade dynamics underscores the urgency of rethinking Nigeria's growth model. We must accelerate the transition from a dependence on external demand towards internally anchored, productivity-driven, towards an internally anchored, productivity-driven economy. This means deepening domestic value chains. It means strengthening local industrial capacity and fostering a more diversified and resilient production base. If approached strategically, this shift could not only enhance economic stability, but also position Nigeria more competitively within regional and global markets over the medium term. Another major theme that defined global markets in 2024 and which remains critical in shaping Nigeria's outlook for 2025 is the heightened volatility in commodity prices. Commodity markets were marked by turbulence throughout the year. Crude oil, Nigeria's primary export, averaged about $80 per barrel, but experienced sharp fluctuations, most notably a 5.6% decline in February 2025. At the same time, gold surged to over $3,000 per ounce as global investors in a heightened, uncertain environment moved towards safe haven assets amid rising uncertainty. For Nigeria, this volatility presents a double-edged sword. First, oil price instability continues to complicate fiscal planning and foreign exchange management. Budget benchmarks become unreliable, revenue projections are routinely missed, and the naira remains vulnerable to external shocks. Second, volatility in global food and fuel markets directly affect domestic inflation. They erode household purchasing power and exacerbate social economic stress, particularly among vulnerable populations already living on the economic margins. Third, and perhaps most strategically, the global energy transition is driving up demand for critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, and rare earth elements, many of which Nigeria holds in commercially viable quantities. However, our current regulatory framework, our infrastructure deficits, and weak value chain integration has prevented us from capitalizing on this opportunity. To turn this global shift into a national advantage, Nigeria must urgently reposition its extractive sector. This means making targeted investments in mining infrastructure, enforcing transparent and investor-friendly regulatory regimes, and developing integrated value chains from geological exploration to mineral processing and export. Doing so could not only diversify foreign exchange earnings, but also lay the foundation for new industrial clusters and high-skilled employment. So in conclusion, I would say that commodity markets in 2025 will remain volatile, but strategically positioning can turn volatility into value. Another key consideration, which is strategic both economically and geopolitically, is the urgent need to position Nigeria within the global energy transition. The global pivot towards green energy is not just a technological shift, it's a geopolitical and economic realignment. As advanced economies accelerate investments in electric vehicles, battery battery storage, renewable power infrastructure, and clean manufacturing, demand for critical minerals is expected to surge over the next 2 decades. Nigeria, like I mentioned earlier, with its deposits of lithium, cobalt, graphite, nickel, and so on, is strategically positioned to benefit, but only if we act decisively, like I mentioned. To realize this potential, we must craft a coherent energy transition strategy. We must craft and implement a coherent energy transition strategy that positions the mining sector as a foundational pillar of future industrialization. This requires far more than just simply attracting extractive capital. It means building the enabling infrastructure, power, water, transport corridors, a digital system to support commercial mining and processing operations, establishing clear, transparent, and enforceable regulations to govern exploration licenses, environmental compliance, and community engagement, thereby reducing policy uncertainty and investor risk, investing in value addition and beneficiation to ensure that raw mineral extraction feeds into domestic processing, manufacturing, and export of high-value products, and linking mining development to industrial policy by fostering mineral-based clusters for batteries, solar panels, electronics, and other green technology. If Nigeria gets this right, the mining sector can become a catalyst not only for foreign exchange earnings, but for structural transformation, for regional development, and for global competitiveness in the green economy. Another defining theme, global theme, as we move through 2025, is the continued realignment of global supply chains. The global economy is undergoing a major supply chain transformation. Tensions between the US and China, actually between the US and everyone, are pushing firms to diversify suppliers, favor regional partners, and prioritize resilience over efficiency. This presents a clear strategic opportunity for Africa and for Nigeria in particular. And as global manufacturers seek alternative sourcing and production bases closer to end markets, the continent's demographic advantage, its resource endowment, and emerging common market under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement provide a compelling proposition. For Nigeria, the challenge and the opportunity is to position itself not just as a participant, but as a regional anchor for industrial production, assembly, and logistics. However, ambition must be matched by execution. To harness this opportunity, Nigeria must address a range of persistent supply-side constraints. For example, border inefficiencies and customs bottlenecks continue to delay trade flows and increase the cost of doing business. Also, poor logistics infrastructure, including roads, ports, storage facilities, undermines competitiveness and reliability. Furthermore, security concerns, particularly along key transit corridors, discourage investment in large-scale distribution or manufacturing operations. And finally, fragmented regional infrastructure and policy misalignment weakens the economic coherence needed to truly leverage the African Free Continental Free Trade Agreement. If Nigeria is to benefit from this global reordering of trade and supply chains, it must undertake deliberate reforms to strengthen its infrastructure backbone, digitize and simplify trade procedures and processes, ensure regulatory predictability, and enhance cross-border coordination with regional partners. Only then can we translate our geographical and economic scale into meaningful industrial advantage. Another global theme is climate disruption. 2024 was marked by unprecedented climate events, from floods to heat waves and droughts. January 2025 was the warmest January ever recorded globally, underscoring the need to treat climate volatility as a core economic risk and not a distant environmental issue. Heat waves disrupted agriculture and construction, driving up food and labor costs. Flooding displaced millions and damaged infrastructure in parts of Africa and Asia. Droughts cut crop yields, spiked global food prices, and deepened food insecurity. With Nigeria, with its large agricultural base and climate-sensitive economy, it is especially vulnerable. Climate-resilient agriculture, better irrigation, Energy diversification and stronger infrastructure must become economic, not just environmental priorities. Rising geopolitical tensions is another major theme as we go into 2025. Multiple conflicts around the world have heightened global instability. The Russia-Ukraine crisis, the Israel-Gaza, Lebanon crisis, the China-Taiwan tensions, all have disrupted markets and dampened investor confidence. Even in Africa, disputes between Algeria and Morocco, Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, and ongoing instability in the Sahel, Libya, and Sudan have all hindered trade and regional growth. Nigeria, situated in West Africa, a region now central to geopolitical security and trade, must therefore respond strategically. Regional diplomacy, security cooperation, and economic integration within the ECOWAS and the Continental Free Trade area are now matters of economic survival. Finally, 2024 was also a year of consequential elections. The United States, India, the European Union, across the European Union, Brazil, and others, each outcome added uncertainty to global policy direction, from trade to climate to investment regulation. Accordingly, many investors adopted a wait-and-see stance, delaying decisions until political clarity emerged. In 2025, the Trump administration's return is particularly significant. Already, the various tariffs and trade disputes are reshaping global markets, including for Nigeria and other African exporters. So as we move deeper into 2025, the following 5 risk vectors I've explained will therefore define the global economic outlook. Firstly, geopolitical instability, especially around U.S. foreign policy and global conflict zones. Secondly, trade policy fragmentation, with protectionism and tariff retaliation distorting global supply chains. Thirdly, persistent inflation, driven by supply-side shocks and trade disruptions. Fourthly, technological realignment as new players like China's DeepSeek challenges Western dominance in AI. And finally, climate and ESG backsliding, especially in the global environment, less committed to net zero transition. Each of these challenges is significant on its own. Together, they create a deeply uncertain and increasingly fractured global economy. For Nigeria and Nigerian policymakers and business leaders, these developments carry clear and urgent implications. Firstly, relying on external demand is no longer viable. Domestic investments and internal growth engines must drive the next phase of Nigeria's development. Secondly, we need a dedicated economic strategy unit, empowered to anticipate global shocks, assess risks within 48 hours, and coordinate a proactive national response. For example, with all these global challenges, has anybody heard of any statement by the economic team, for example, how they're going to deal with it? There's been nothing said about it. Now, that doesn't mean they're not doing anything about it, but it is important for policymakers to send that signal that they're on top of these kind of things. In 2025, there are going to be lots of these disruptions. We need a crack team that can come out, preempt some of these issues, and come up with solutions very quickly, and then give a direction in terms of what government is going to do to safeguard the economy against all these negative ramifications from all these things coming from the global economic environment. But we're not really seeing a lot of that happening. Thirdly, we must abandon the culture of reacting late, masking data, and managing optics, and replace it with institutional readiness, real-time coordination, and evidence-based policy. Without this shift, we risk allowing global headwinds to derail domestic reforms, and we continue exposing Nigeria's households and businesses to shocks that could have been mitigated and worsening hardships for households and businesses. As a country, we must move from fragility to foresight, from crisis response to crisis anticipation. It is the time for us as a country to double down on structural competitiveness, to rebuild institutional trust, and re-anchor investment strategy on long-term fundamentals. Now let me quickly turn my attention to Donald Trump and his policy before I narrow it down to the Nigerian economy. I debated very, very strongly whether or not I should discuss this, especially since I don't want to risk my US visa being revoked. I believe that the election of Donald Trump is arguably the most critical geopolitical development of concern for the world and the Nigerian economy in 2025. For Africa and for Nigeria, this outcome represents a recalibration of strategic priorities across trade, investment, and diplomacy. And as I unpack the implications, I'll focus on how these shifts will affect our positioning within the global economy and what proactive steps we can take as a country. But to first understand the direction of the global economy, we need to first understand the key drivers behind Trump's re-election. His re-election was powered by nationalist, as we know, economic sentiment and a strong push for protectionism. That's what he was elected for, and that's exactly what he's doing. These domestic drivers are a signal that U.S. foreign policy will lean even more heavily towards bilateralism and reduce global entanglements. For Africa and Nigeria, this orientation means less multilateral engagements and more transactional diplomacy. Accordingly, I anticipate a rise in global trade uncertainty that's already happening, a rise in and heightened financial volatility that's already happening. The U.S. inward turn could disrupt capital flows and, again, already happening, and create ripple effects across emerging markets. Nigeria in particular must hedge against these shocks by diversifying both its trade and investment portfolios. Let's also talk briefly about the future of
Hello and welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Usen. First, the headline stories. Kenneth Okonkwo urges INEC to declare Bayelsa governor's seat vacant. Labour Party in turmoil as after spokesperson alleges APC sabotage delayed congresses. In business, CBN cuts interest rate as inflation eases, growth outlook improves. On the foreign scene, U.S. judge blocks Trump's shutdown layoffs amid threat to 10,000 jobs. And in the world of sports, Indonesia parts ways with coach Patrick Kluivert after World Cup exit. And now the news in detail. Actor and African Democratic Congress ADC Congress chieftain Kenneth Okonkwo has called on INEC to declare Bayelsa Governor Doye Diri's seat vacant following his resignation from the PDP. Okonkwo argues that under Section 177C of the Constitution, Diri no longer qualifies to hold office as he is not affiliated with any political party. Governor Diri announced his resignation during a state executive council meeting, sparking speculation of a move to the APC. Okonkwo insists INEC must act swiftly and conduct a fresh gubernatorial election within 90 days. The Labour Party's Interim National Committee is facing internal unrest as its Interim National Publicity Secretary Tony Akeni raised alarm over alleged infiltration by APC loyalists. In a leaked memo, Akeni accused unnamed party insiders of sabotaging the party's operations, including withholding funds for publicity and stalling congresses and the National Convention 445 days after a 90-day mandate. Akeni warned that the party risks collapse ahead of 2027 if urgent reforms were not made, claiming the LP, that's Labour Party, was losing members daily due to inaction and lack of INEC recognition. In another development, let's tell you that the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has confirmed that Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, is medically fit to stand trial. The Federal High Court in Abuja accepted the findings, ruling that his ailment was not life-threatening. Justice James Omotosho scheduled 6 consecutive days from October 3rd for Kanu to present his defense. The court also approved a private consultation between Kanu and his legal team on October 22nd to be held inside the courtroom without DSS oversight. A break here for business news. Welcome back. In business, let's tell you that the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reduced its monetary policy rate from 27.5% to 27%, marking the first rate cut since 2020. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso said the move reflected confidence in slowing inflation, which has dropped for 5 consecutive months to 20.12% in August. The decision aims to support economic recovery while maintaining price stability. The rate cut follows key reforms, including the unification of Nigeria's exchange rates, which has improved investor confidence and reduced market distortions. Experts say sustained growth will depend on continued reforms, fiscal discipline, and expansion of the non-oil sector, even as food inflation remains a concern for low-income households. Now a break for foreign news. A U.S. federal court has ordered President Donald Trump to halt mass layoffs of federal workers during the ongoing government shutdown, which has entered its 3rd week. The ruling follows a lawsuit by labor unions claiming the dismissals were unlawful and poorly communicated. Trump's administration had projected over 10,000 job cuts, with 4,000 already fired across key departments. While military personnel will still receive pay, hundreds of thousands of federal workers remained unpaid or furloughed. Senate Democrats are urging the White House to end the shutdown and resume negotiations. A break for sports news now. Welcome back. In sports, we can tell you that Indonesia has parted ways with head coach Patrick Kluivert following the national team's failure to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. The Dutch football legend, appointed in January, managed just 8 matches, winning 3 and losing 4. The Football Association of Indonesia confirmed the mutual termination after defeats to Iraq and Saudi Arabia ended their qualification hopes. Kluivert, who called the stint an unforgettable journey, was tasked with leading Indonesia to its first World Cup since independence. His successor has not yet been named. A final break here for entertainment news. Welcome back. Nollywood icon Idowu Phillips, popularly known as Mama Rainbow, marked her 83rd birthday and 60 years in the entertainment industry on Thursday. In a heartfelt Instagram post, she thanked God, her family, and fans for their unwavering support, calling her journey filled with music, memories, love, and endless gratitude. Starting her career in the 1960s with her late husband's theatre troupe, Mama Rainbow has starred in hundreds of productions, earning acclaim for her national, maternal roles, I should say, and vibrant performances. She praised her son and manager Femi Phillips as their pillar and daily joy and vowed that the show goes on. That's it for now on Biscon TV News, compiled by Victoria Adekoya and produced by Ayola Isiwele. I am Jones Hussein. Many thanks for watching. Hello folks, welcome one more time to Newspaper Headliners on Biscon TV. The papers are here, as you can see, and we are giving context to the headlines. I'm not alone. My co-anchor is the one, the only, Adewale Adeoye. I greet you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. All right. The first paper on call here is the New Telegraph. Wale, the lead story, Nigeria's inflation rate drops to 18%, lowest since 2022.
Yes, for businessmen who deal with figures, that's good news.
Okay.
But for the ordinary man that deals with the stomach,
like you and I,
like me and you, this one is just statistics. You know, they are, for instance, the prices of petroleum, diesel has all gone up. And I don't think prices of tomatoes have gone down. Though one should admit that prices of rice,
it's going down.
Yeah, so it's a little bit,
Yeah.
But I think generally there's not been any fundamental paradigm shift.
Okay.
In the social conditions.
Okay, hear this one. Federal government approves 28 billion naira for prepaid meters to cover bands A and B customers. And band A, they didn't ask me.
Well, you see, this band A, band B, band this, it's a kind of a case system that has segregated Nigerians, to create a kind of class system, the racial system. And I don't think it's a very good thing. But in terms of provision of electricity, I think that we have a long way to go. Forget about all this, approve this and that. In terms of the reality we see every day, people are you stay in one room, you are giving estimated bills. Even when you are using prepaid meters, sometimes months you don't have light. You pay for this and other, pay for your pole, pay for everything. Yeah. So there is incompetence in that sector of the country, which I think has to be addressed.
What about this? IMF sees Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio fall to 36.4% by 2025 and 35% by 2026.
Yeah, IMF is a respected organization, but I think that sometimes their projections are right, sometimes they are wrong. For instance, IMF projected that China was going to be Russia will be on our knees, during the crisis to Ukraine. But until now, the Russian economy is growing. So sometimes IMF predictions may not actually reflect the reality. The important thing is for leaders to work harder to ensure that they put food on the table of Nigerians.
Okay, this one, Tinubu mourns as ex-Kenyan Prime Minister Raila Odinga dies in India. Remember the Odinga dynasty? The father was Odinga.
Yes, Odinga, It's a very prominent family that contributed to the struggle for Libya, for Kenyan
independence,
colonial rule. And I think he has left a legacy that no one can throw away in Africa and also in the history of Kenya.
So we
remember for good.
Yeah, we sympathize with the Kenyatta country.
Yes, and African Union and all African countries.
Yeah, this one. Leader of Madagascar's military rebellion says he's taking position of president.
Yeah. What happened in Madagascar has shown clearly the impact of mass uprising. How the people can take power, seize power into their hands. But one thing is seizing power, the another thing is for you to know what to do with it. I'm not sure the new leader prepared himself for the challenges ahead, but I hope he will be able to study the situation very well, critically, and then do what is right. For people. It's a lesson for all Nigerians, for Nigerian leaders, that they should not take us for granted.
Now, what about this? Critics of my decision to work with Tinubu now rushing into APC Wike.
Wike has been, I mean, history has proved that it's right. When he moved to the APC, people were saying that he went to the wrong party. But the people that uttered
when he moved to work.
Yes. But the people that condemned him now are now the people that are scrambling to enter the gate of APC. So I think it's right. He remains a dominant figure in Nigerian current political
and there's
space.
Hardliners who say the man is staying behind in PDP for a reason.
Yeah, I don't think strategically there will be any good reason for him to go back to PDP now, which is currently in disarray. So it's better for him to
he has not left the PDP.
Yeah. But for him to take active participation, because the party itself cannot find his feet.
Okay. Defections 2027 will be between the people and APC, says ADC.
That is it's a very good statement theoretically. That is if only ADC is a party of the people. But the ADC is a chip of the old block. Some of them were just yesterday, they were in APC. So I wouldn't mind to have a situation where you have the people versus put those in power. But the ADC, I don't think it's not a party of the people. So they may not be in a position to speak for the people.
All right, still talking politics. Another PDP governor dumps party. That's Doye Diri.
No, I think PDP is a ship that is sinking, and everybody is scrambling for the last straw to get out of that ship. So I wouldn't blame him because we have a party that cannot find its feet, that has no inspiring national figure, no inspiring local figure. So I think he did the right thing for his own interest.
Okay, how about this? Reps ordered Just Disco to remit 72 billion naira to federal government within 60 days.
Yeah, that's a very...
and here this, Kano Electricity to pay 40.7 billion. Green Chamber 6, 350 million in 2026 budget to revive industries. Probes abandoned 35 million brass modular refinery project.
The order given by reps is a very good one, but I don't know whether it has legal biting teeth. I think it would have been better to have to get a court injunction so that if the court fails, if the Just Disco fails, then you can, legally impose sanctions and all that. But I think it's a good step, at least, that we are holding discos accountable.
Yeah.
The point of the fact is that they have failed Nigerians. It has become a ruinous mass scam. People are just paying for services that are not rendered.
All right, Wale, there's a picture story on the front page of the Telegraph. It shows chairman of Tantita Security, that's Ekwemopolo Tompolo, when he presented some money to Delta State
Security Trust Fund.
Yeah, security fund,
Well, I've had people saying that he presented maybe 10 billion.
It's
that. Right, it shows how rich he is, the former militant, and it shows how somebody can rise from guns on his shoulders.
He's a Delta son.
Yes. So somebody can easily rise in Nigeria with a AK on his shoulders and then become a statesman.
All right. The next paper is the Daily Trust. The lead story: fuel price climbs to 1,000 naira as queues resurface.
We thought it was the end when subsidy was removed. That shows clearly now that just remove subsidy is not enough to deal with the corruption in the oil sector. It has gone up again, and we are paying just 300 naira or less. Less than 3 years ago. Only God knows where this thing is going to stop. It reflects the depth of corruption, insincerity, misappropriation, and dishonesty of leadership.
Except that not every retailer is selling for 1,000.
Yes, we should say kudos to those that are considering the part of Nigerians who have a kind of human face.
Okay. Sultan seeks social media regulation at Ulama meeting.
Well, I think there is no argument about the need for regulation. But the issue is, what manner of regulation are we talking about? If it's regulation about excesses, about making statements that can inflame violence, can lead to religious crisis, good. But if it's regulation to prevent people from speaking their mind, especially when they feel oppressed about certain issues. So we need to define the kind of region we are talking about.
Okay. Now, PDP governors, now 8, as Diri resigns.
Yeah.
That's a Bayelsa governor.
Sure. So they are lucky to have 8 now. Today is just Thursday. I don't know what will happen, by dawn tomorrow. So because what is happening is that the PDP is going down, the hill, and no step is being made to, to stop the drift. So from 8 maybe to go down to 5, and from 5 maybe to 0.
Inflation drop despite food price reduction. Purchasing power low.
Yeah, it's a different thing than to give somebody 1,000 naira and then he buys food 500 naira a day. Then you now increase the money to 10,000, but he now needs to buy food 9,000 naira. So there's no, you've made, though you have increased the salary and all that, but you have made a lot more difficult. Our governors should show more interest in agriculture.
Yeah.
The basic thing that people
after all, the federal government has no farm.
Yeah.
Or
so
land.
the state governments, local governments, they should
subnationals,
invest in agriculture.
Yeah. Nigeria loses bid to host Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but not surprising, because a lot of things are taken into consideration. Top is security. It may not matter to us here, but for Commonwealth countries, it means a lot to
the
them.
international community.
Yeah, international community. So I believe there are a lot of other currents why Nigeria lost that bid.
Oginga's death creates vacuum in Kenya's opposition. We just talked about it.
Definitely. It was a motivating figure, and with a very long history. The family has a very long history of leadership. So there's going to be a vacuum, but I hope that the Kenyans will be able to fill that vacuum.
Okay. Jonathan decries abandonment of projects. Former president.
Yeah.
Jonathan, yeah.
That's a very it's something that we all are concerned about. Abandoned projects everywhere, and I think government should be continuity. If you are no longer in power, does not mean that the person that has taken over after you, even though you are not the same party, you should continue the project. People should not be thinking that, I want to take the pride. That is my own project. There should be some level of continuity, in governance.
Finally, court quashes suspension of political gatherings.
Of course, I don't see how in a democracy you are going to, stop people from having political gatherings. Mere meeting your house, with your family, that's some kind of political undertone.
Yeah.
So what the court has done is the right thing to do, especially in a democratic setting like ours.
Daily Sun is here, and the lead story is also here. PDP loses another governor as Diri quits to join APC.
Sure. That's the main story now, and he did not just leave. He left with 19, members of the
state executive.
It's a kind of
only his deputy governor is playing.
Yeah, only the deputy governor. Yeah, he's saying that he will not join them. Probably he has the ambition to contest for the president next time. For the governorship candidate of Bayelsa.
Okay, defection won't stop Nigerians from voting candidates of their choice, Obi.
Yeah, that's a presumptuous statement. That is the kind of what we hope for. But what is on the ground is that
doesn't work out that way.
It doesn't work out that way. Governors, they run a cartel of of people that they have sham grip on them, magic grip on them. So when a governor goes somewhere, people go there automatically, because we are not talking about ideology. We are talking of party based on individuals. So at the end of the day, people will still vote, for the party.
Here is World Bank warns of looming job crisis, pushes agribusiness as solution.
Yeah, that is just what we said recently. That if you go into agriculture, the basic means of production is land, and there's no state in this country, even Lagos with 3,000 plus square kilometers, you see some kind of valuable land.
Yeah,
I can go into fishing. In fact, Lagos is
unrelated farming business,
aquatic business. So I agree with what the World Bank is saying, and I hope we listen to the signal.
Let me take you to Edo quickly. Edo Governor Okwebolo recruits 5,000 teachers.
That's great. That's amazing. The best investment we can have in people is to recruit teachers, because they are the ones that will produce leaders of today and leaders of tomorrow. So it's a great industry. Education is the greatest, most productive industry.
Teachers used to be very prominent.
Yeah. So I'm glad about that recruitment, and I hope they will give them training.
Yeah.
To reflect, a new generation of teachers that will meet a global standard.
Hear this one. Christian genocide not possible in Nigeria, says ex-ACF scribe Sonny.
Well, I think we cannot speak for tomorrow. Saying that Christian genocide is not possible.
Well, we have not recorded it.
We have not recorded Christian genocide.
Well, because I know what a genocide means. It's when you kill people.
We know how many mosques have been attacked by terrorists in the north. We know how many Muslim scholars have been killed. And so this not I don't. The issue is about Christianity. Christian genocide is not possible, but we have to ensure we don't allow it to happen. Whether it is Muslim genocide or Christian genocide or genocide of those that don't even believe in God, it means we have to work together to ensure that we don't allow genocide to happen in this country.
Sultan, Muslim leaders raise the alarm over social media abuse and insecurity.
Yes, there's social media abuse.
It's
true. Some people set up social media to just attack, to find the embers of ethnic division.
Yeah.
So we need to, it's the job of the police. We need to look out for these people. There's no way you have a social account without being traced through your telephone number.
Yeah.
So the police should wake up, DSS should wake up to look for these individuals.
Propagandists are at work.
They are at work. It is true. But it's not just enough to raise the alarm. We need to ginger our security operatives to nip it
into action.
Yeah.
Federal government flees trafficking, maltreatment of Nigerians in Libya, Niger, and Chad.
Yeah. You see, it's very good to flay this maltreatment, but the reality is that Nigerians are moving away to other countries. They are desperate to be Libyans, desperate to be Gambians, because they felt they have been robbed of their birthright as Nigerians. So there's no home for them to be proud of. That's why they want to be American, they want to be Canadians. They feel more proud. So it's not just enough to condemn the intimidation. We must make our country comfortable for them
and livable,
and livable for them to stay back.
Okay. The next paper here is This Day. This Day is here, and the lead story is also here. 24 hours after Mba joined the APC, Diri abandons PDP, keeps mom on next move.
Yeah. But we can, even though he's keeping mom, we can guess his next move.
You can second guess what?
Yes, that he will mobilize effectively for the victory of President Tinubu in Bayelsa State. So the crossover, the cross carpeting is it's like it's a fever that's gripping everywhere. And then I think the opposition is helpless. In fact, the opposition as at now is even divided into two. There is also internal cross carpeting between ADC and PDP, between PDP and ADC. So I hope that at the end of the day, Nigerians will be able to organize themselves and choose the right path, for their future.
Okay. Cardoso woos investors as foreign exchange turnover hits $8.6 billion. Anticipates current account surplus to exceed $20 billion.
Comparatively, that is good news because at the time, under the President Tinubu's predecessor, the foreign reserve was almost nil. So it's good that we are saving money, and I think it's a good thing.
That will make us to fall back.
Yes, we have to fall back that we can depend on. But it's not enough. We need to ensure that things really work in Nigeria.
Okay, two picture stories here, Wale. The one shows the fundraiser ceremony for Delta State Security Trust Fund, and the other is at the 90th birthday celebration of Mama Victoria Abiodun. That's the mother of Governor of Ogun State.
Yeah, good luck to the old woman. It's not an easy to live up to that age, given the life expectancy in Nigeria, which is less than 45.
Okay, Punch is here, and the headline story is also here. Hurricane Tinubu, mass defections ignite one-party state fears.
That fear has always been there since the time of election is do or die affair. You know, and also the time of we are going to rule Nigeria for 60 years. You know, but the reality is that one party state is impossible in a multi-plural society like Nigeria. There are a lot of historical factors that will not make it possible. Okay. So that fear is misplaced. Nigerians should work harder to ensure that there are alternatives. You know, we have more than 50 political parties. Nigerians should come out and vote for the party of their choice.
Okay. Senate screens new INEC chair, Amokwito, today.
Yeah. I hope they're asking the right questions. And but I believe that the screening is going to be a walkover for him. Okay. The parties in the majority, the APC, the ruling party, and also the credibility of this new INEC chairman. Okay. And I believe he has a lot of goodwill. Okay. So I believe that will see him through.
Okay, Jonathan slams successor for abandoning Bayelsa projects. That's Governor Diri.
Yeah. Well, we can also slam the former president for not completing the East-West Road. You know, when he was there, from his own place. So, when people leave power, they find it very easy to condemn, others. But they should also take a minute and look up to themselves. That does not mean that it's not justified to condemn his successor. That's not a bad idea. But it must be reflective.
Presidential jet still unsold 4 months after listing.
Probably that's
so
just
we must look for a buyer.
We must look for a buyer. Maybe at the cheapest, Okay. And I believe they can go get some African countries to buy. I don't think any country in Europe want to buy the president there because they manufacture more of these things and they have enough. So maybe only African countries that you can get a buyer, or maybe an individual.
Okay, the idea was floated in the Buhari days of deploying some planes in the presidential fleet into a Nigerian carrier.
Yeah.
Okay. Inflation drops to 18.02% in 6-month streak.
Yeah. Good story, good figure, but on the table, the Alakmataman, they are the bread seller. I don't think that even me, I'm not feeling it. So I want this figure to translate into reality on the streets.
Okay. At least on our table.
Yes.
Lagos rejects National Assembly's Central Gaming Bill.
Yeah. In the 1950s and the early 60s, gaming was in the it was not in the exclusive list. Okay. So through federalism, gaming should even be, in fact, local government should have the right to go into
institute.
In fact, that was actually what Awolowo introduced when he realized that he was not able to raise enough funds to fund free education in 1954. Wow. Then he introduced a lottery, as a regional government. So we cannot be talking about federal government now taking over, gaming in 2025, almost more than 50 years after. So I think it is. I'm in support with Lagos State government.
4 arraigned over murder of Osun local government chair.
Yeah, good news that they're able to arrest them, and I hope they have arrested the right people.
Okay.
And I hope that justice will prevail. That they will not be released at the end of the day.
Okay, House probes $35 million modular refinery project.
Good news, but bad reflection. We have had so many probes, oil subsidies scam. So what will happen at the end of this probe? That is the fear.
Okay.
Because people are going to be paid for sitting allowance and all that. At the end of the day, I hope we are going to get good results.
Nigerians are still not convinced.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we have the Vanguard. It is here with its lead story. Obi Dixon, ADC, rail against spate of defections to APC. It's not unexpected.
Yes, not unexpected. I'm sure they are very angry. They are not happy. But the issue is, what are they doing?
Yeah, please there are some riders here. Nobody can capture Southeast with defection, says Peter Obi.
Yeah, that's wishful thinking. But it's already been captured now because he has lost some strategic governors, state governors. I hope that his own, the Labour Party governor there will not decamp at the end of the day.
Okay. Tinubu's one-party state unfolding, ADC. That's another rider.
One-party state is not possible. That is cheap blackmail. If you don't want one-party state to happen, what are you doing to prevent it? How many ADC people are going from one state to the other talking to people? It's just cheap propaganda.
All right. I remain firmly with PDP, Dixon.
As of today. But knowing politicians, we don't know what will happen next week. So let's take his words that as of today, Thursday, is with PDP.
How do you reconcile this one? Fayoshe, a PDP man, says 3 more PDP governors will soon realign, or resign rather.
He said it before, and I think now we have one of them. So probably he's part of them. So he should have a sense of what is, he should have information about what is going on within the party.
He sees what we are not seeing.
Yes.
Okay.
So you may be right.
All right. We won't negotiate with bandits, says Katsina Governor Rada.
That is a political statement. They are already negotiating with bandits. We have seen this happen so many times. Even Sheikh Gumi was with them in the forest, under the control of, when the President Buhari was in power, and it's from that Katsina state. So this is a political statement. They are negotiating with them. They should stop, deceiving us. They are negotiating with them. It's just that they don't want it to be open.
Okay. Nigeria risks chaos over rising violence. Sultan and Muslim leaders warn.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There is the risk of violence. And I also think the Sultan can do more, by engaging people, from both, both faiths. He's the leader of the Muslim community, So we should want to seek frequent meetings between Muslim and Christian leaders so that they can use their platforms to push peace, and conflict prevention.
And this one, suicide. Reps move to ban hazardous pesticides.
I'm always amazed by this, plan by reps. I'm sure if you look at the archives, you probably will see the same headline 10 years ago, in newspapers. They always come with nice ideas on the pages of newspaper. But in reality, what is NAFDAC doing? Go to the streets. These things are hawked everywhere. What is NAFDAC doing? What is SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, doing? Reps has no power. They can only make a political statement. There are institutions empowered to carry out this function. So what are those organizations doing? People are at risk. People are dying. People are being maimed. Because of this, pesticides, harmful chemicals.
All right. Defections. By 2026, Nigeria will have 30 APC controlled states, says the Information Minister Idris.
Most likely more than 30. Because if since since for the past 3 years, we have not seen one single governor for APC going to either ADC or PDP.
Or defecting.
We have just been seeing people coming from. So that trend may continue ahead of the presidential election.
Here this one. New framework. The currency swap. New framework underway. Central Bank Governor.
Yeah, I think we have a good man in charge of the CBN now. After a technocrat who is a professional, who is not a politician, compared with what we had in the past, that the CBN governor became, almost a card carry member of the ruling party.
Wanted to be president
as a sitting governor. Was buying cars, campaign cars, and all that. So I hope we need to do a lot of rejigging.
Wale, let me tease you a little. We are talking sport now. Osimhen, best striker in the world. Super Eagles coach, Chel.
Yeah, I agree. That guy is amazing.
Did you see the match?
Yeah, it's lightning. In fact, that guy is an asset.
It tells you we can do it.
We can do it. Just one single person can create a turnaround for us.
All right, the Guardian is here, and so also is the lead story. Obi Atiku's 2027 bids wobble as defections, internal strife rock Labour Party and PDP.
Absolutely. No one is ready to give room for the other.
Obi
wants to be president, Atiku wants to be president. And you cannot have two captains in a ship. That ship, at the end of the day, they are struggling with the, tide. It will sink.
Okay. Senate screens Amupiton as INEC chairman today.
Yeah, we hope for good results, and I'm hopeful. I'm almost 100% sure that it will get through.
Katsina government not part of community's negotiation with bandits, says Rada.
Yeah, I believe that the communities may have taken that decision to go and negotiate because out of frustration. If in society, if you are surrounded by armed robbers and you are making calls to police and no one is coming, and people are there's
a window,
then you negotiate with them. So, but if there is quick response, The community will not be talking about negotiation.
Nigeria's revenue to output ratio may drop to 9.2% by 2030, IMF warns.
Yeah. So it's a good warning for us that we need to
It's a wake-up call.
It's a wake-up call for us to do the right thing.
How about this? Wike mocks defectors as Diri dumps PDP with 21 Bayelsa lawmakers.
Yeah. I think they have strengthened Wike now to have more to compose more songs, about the tribulations of his political foes. So for now, I think Wike is winning.
How about this? Tompolo contributes 10 billion naira to Delta State Security Trust Fund.
Tompolo should be one of the richest men in the world. As I can see it now. 10 billion naira. It's no joke.
Okay. Reps probe $35 million brass modular refinery project.
We are talking about brass. Let me just refer briefly about what happened in the 50s between about Macaulay and I think Ernest Ikoli.
Okay.
He said Ernest Ikoli is from brass. Remove the B, it becomes a ras. Remove the R, it becomes an axe. So I hope this probe will not become an axe.
Okay. All right. Picture stories, two of them on the front page of The Guardian. The one shows President Tinubu, former Vice President Atiku, and Peter Obi. And the other shows Tompolo at the Delta Security Trust Fund. Yeah. Okay. Quickly, we have The Nation is here, and that's it. And the lead story is also here.
Yeah.
Lokbobiri, Wike, others, Diri's exit from PDP.
Yeah, that's good news for APC. And I think it's going to affect the financial muscle of the PDP. Because all along, the Niger Delta, the goods that provide the financial strength during presidential election. So I think this is a huge minus for the PDP.
Stable Naira, food price cash drop inflation to 18.02%.
Yeah, we just started celebrating the dance of celebrating the stable Naira. Unfortunately, this fuel hike came again. Yeah. So we hope we'll be able to have a sustainable, sustainable dance all that will dance without any interruption that will sadden us again. Like this fuel hike to 1,000 naira per liter.
Happy news. Edu spotted in high spirits at London Gallery booth.
I watched the video.
Okay.
Happy is back on his feet, and I hope in the next few days, we're going to have him back there.
Yeah.
With Nigeria against nothing, losing such a fantastic woman.
Okay. New investments to add 600,000 barrels per day, 2.0 billion gas daily.
That's good news. We hope that the dividends, will trickle down to the other man on the street, especially people in Niger Delta, in terms of environmental protection, in terms of job creation, in terms of more opportunities, for the producing communities and for Nigerians at large.
The last but not least paper is the Tribune, and the lead story is this one: defection, intrigues as deputy governor, 2 senators, rep members ditch Bayelsa governor.
Yeah, it shows the diversity in the Nigerian media. While people are celebrating their daily as crossover, Tribune is looking at the other side, which I think is also important.
Yeah,
that the deputy governor, 2 senators, because a lot of people just read that like, the whole of Bayelsa, they come to. So it's a very good one that is reminding us that look, that is also a very important aspect of the story.
Yeah. IMF hails Nigeria's fiscal reforms.
Yeah.
We after all, we didn't do it to gain the support of the IMF.
Yes. But I want to see headline that will say Nigerians, hey, the country's fiscal reforms. That would be more important to me than IMF.
All right. Nigeria's inflation rate drops to 18.02% as food prices, energy costs decline.
Yeah. Some food prices, not all. The energy cost, I don't think that declined. Gas is now 25,000 naira.
I bought yesterday for 15.
Oh, good luck. I bought yesterday 25,000 naira. Just yesterday.
Advertising.
Oh, that's good. That's good news. But 15,000 naira is still high. It used to be 13,000, 12,000 plus few weeks ago.
I used to buy a 12.0,
Yeah.
12 kilograms
Yeah.
of 5 naira in this country. You see? Yeah. All right. UBA set to unveil white paper on Africa's financial infrastructure.
Good news for the banking sector.
Mm.
And UBA is one of the biggest banks in the country. And good luck to UBA that it remains, on it remains on the stop in spite of the wild wave of economic challenges.
Okpebolo gives employment letters to 5,000 teachers. We talked about it?
Yes. Good news for teachers. And we hope, I think Borno State also did the same thing by employing. So we hope to have more teachers back up with training, especially in computer, because in the next few years, WAEC is going to introduce computer-based examination.
Alleged misconduct. DSS arrests 2 ex-operatives.
Good. That is internal cleansing.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah.
necessary for any organization to be able to.
These are 2 operatives who had retired.
That's very good. And
So
I hope
no-
they be
no
prosecuted and justice will prevail.
INEC, keep your reputation intact, Obi tells Almokuton. So Obi has admitted that the new INEC
Has a reputation.
Has a reputation.
Yeah. So that is good news.
Mm.
And I agree with Obi that Amukuton should keep his reputation intact because there will be all sorts of temptations.
Yeah.
He's occupying, though he has been professors in the classroom, but now this position is a different one entirely. Politicians will come to lobby you to ensure that they tarnish your name. So he must stand on his feet to ensure that his credibility remains intact. So Obi has, said a very, very good thing that I agree with.
Lastly, 2 picture stories on the front page of the Tribune. The one shows the distinguished crowd at the mother of Ogun State Governor who turned 90. And the other one is Tampolo presenting 10 billion naira to the Delta State Security outfit. Okay, we are done with the papers, and we want to thank Adewale Adeoye for your intervention.
Thank you.
All right, we are out now. Until the next time. Bye-bye.
The grand 90th birthday celebration of Chief Mrs. Victoria Olaitan Abiodun, fondly called Mama Teacher and revered as woman of substance and impact, began in a spectacular fashion with a Thanksgiving service at St. James Anglican Church, Ikweruremo, Ogun State. Born on October 15, 1935 in Ikweruremo, Mama Victoria is the beloved mother of the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dakwa Abiodun. A dedicated educationist and disciplinarian, she began her teaching career after earning her Grade 2 certificate and later pursued home economics at Adeyemi College of Education, Ondo. Married to the late Dr. Emmanuel Adesonya Abiodun, she has lived a life marked by grace, faith, humility, and an unwavering devotion to education, family, and service to humanity. Attributes that made her 90th birthday a celebration of legacy, purpose, and divine favor. The church was filled with a galaxy of dignitaries, royal fathers, religious leaders, statesmen, lawmakers, and top government officials who gathered to honor this matriarch of virtue. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, was ably represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. The celebrant was joined by her illustrious son and chief host, the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dakwa Abiodun, and his wife, Dr. Mrs. Bamidele Abiodun. In attendance were former President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, and his wife, Chief Mrs. Bola Obasanjo, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, Governor Ademola Jackson Adeleke of Osun State, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, Sir Dr. Kessington Adebutu, CFR, Ashiwaju Dr. S.K. Onofowokan, former Governor of Ogun State, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, and his wife, Chief Mrs. Aderinsola Oshoba, former Governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikunle Amosun, and Prince Bisi Olatilo, Chairman and CEO of Biscon Communications. The royal presence was profound, led by His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Babatunde Adewale Ajayi, the Akarigbo of Remoland. His Royal Majesty Oba Michael Adedotun Aremu Gbadebo, the Alake of Egbaland. And Oba Dr. Saka Matemilola, the Olowu of Owu Kingdom. Among other prominent attendees were Chief Arthur Eze, Reverend Mother Esther Abimbola Ajayi, Bishop David Oyedepo, founder of Living Faith Church. The service commenced with prayers, hymns, and an uplifting session of praise and worship. The Bible reading, taken from Philippians 4, verses 4 to 14, was read by Prince Dakwa Abiodun. In his sermon, Most Reverend Dr. Olushino Fakwe, Bishop of Remo and Archbishop of the Ecclesiastical Province of Lagos, delivered a deeply moving message titled, A Grateful Heart Receives More Blessings from God, commending Mama Victoria Abiodun for her devout spirit and likening her to the biblical Mary who found favor before God.
There are various ways we celebrate birthday. We could choose to celebrate it posthumously at times. But the person being celebrated as such will not be part of the joy and the happiness of the moment. It's only in memoriam. But when an individual is given the privilege of being alive and his or her birthday is celebrated, it is a proof that that person is alive. And that is why Psalm 146, verses 1 and 2 says, Praise the Lord, O my soul. While I live, I will praise the Lord. I will sing praises to my God while I have my being. Mama, it is because you are alive to talk about la yellow. And by the grace of God, this will not be your life celebration in the name of Jesus Christ. If Jesus Christ tarries, when you are celebrating next year, it will be better for you. When you are celebrating your 95th, Matthew retire, but the governor retire, not about me, we shall celebrate together. It shall be well with you in the name of Jesus Christ.
Special prayers were offered for the celebrant by the clergy, after which Senator George Akume delivered President Tinubu's goodwill message, celebrating Mama's virtues and remarkable journey.
On behalf of the government, the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I warmly felicitate with you on the joyous occasion of your 90th birthday ceremony. As an educator mentor, you served with dedication and marked distinction across the Southwest and beyond, nurturing generations of Nigerians who today occupy positions of influence and responsibility in diverse sectors. Your devotion to your late husband, Dr. E. Abiodun, your abiding faith in God, and your compassion towards all who crossed your path have left an indelible legacy of love, humility, and integrity. As the revered mother of His Excellency Prince Dakwa Abiodun CON, Governor of Ogun State, the virtues are reflected in the leadership, discipline, and commitment example continue to inspire not only your family, but also many within and beyond Ogun State.
A vibrant Thanksgiving session followed, with Mama Biodun dancing joyfully to soul-lifting praise music by BJ Sachs, joined by her family, friends, and the congregation in heartfelt gratitude to God.
I cannot say it all. How much joy there is in my heart. And I speak on behalf of all your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren. Mommy, I am so happy for you. I am so happy for you. Your hard work, your faith in God, your resilience, the life of selflessness that you lived. You live for your children. You did everything that a loving wife, like Bishop had said, everything a loving wife could do for her husband. You are an inspiration. You are an inspiration to our Father. You are an inspiration to all of us, your children. You pushed us. There are times you will tell me that what you can do. I say, Mommy, I can't do it. You say, no, you can't do it.
The service concluded with hymns, a closing prayer, and a blessing. The celebration then moved to the breathtaking reception that reflected grandeur, joy, and class. The venue glowed with elegance as Nigeria's high and mighty gathered to honor Mama Biodun in an atmosphere of warmth and jubilation. Representing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, accompanied by his wife, Hajia Nana Shettima. Among the eminent guests were Senate President Godswill Akpabio, Speaker of the House of Representatives Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa of Ondo State, Governor Hope Uzodimma of Imo State, Engineer Noimot Salako Yidile, Deputy Governor of Ogun State, the Chief of Staff to the President, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, and his wife, Mrs. Salamatu Gbajabiamila, Senator Adams Oshomole, former Governor of Edo State, Chief James Ibori, former governor of Delta State, Otumba Femi Pedro, former deputy governor of Lagos State, Senator Florence Itagiwa, Chief Razak Akoni Okoya, CON, and his wife, Chief Mrs. Shadi Okoya, Olorogun Dr. Sonny Kuku, Acting Awujale of Ijebuland, Pastor Kola Adeshina, Managing Director of Sahara Groups, among many others. The grand entrance of the celebrant, escorted by her son, Prince Dakwa Abiodun, and other family members, drew admiration from all as they rose in applause for the graceful matriarch. Tributes then flowed freely, with Governor Hope Uzodinma speaking on behalf of all governors present, while Senate President Godswill Akpabio gave a moving address on behalf of the federal lawmakers.
Mine is to join all of us in prayers for God to keep our mama, our mother alive, to live more, to see more the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. So I therefore want to thank all of us who are here today, particularly our amiable Vice President, who is always there for us, leading our entourage. I want to thank you. Today is not a speech-making day. We expect the governor of Ogun State to bring out all the champagne and all the consumables that are supposed to be consumed for the interest of the good people of Nigeria and for the good of our democracy. May God bless all of us in Jesus' name.
But honestly speaking, we are very glad to be here. We want to say that it is what your parents put in you that you exhibit. Judging from the siblings and judging from our brother, the governor of Ogun State, you can imagine the kind of disciplined mother that we have. You can imagine why God has been gracious to her and her family. It is not easy for every mother to be alive to see the children grow up, do very well in businesses and even in politics. But for her, God has given her a special grace. So my brother, we are saying congratulations. We are saying to Mama, congratulations. We want to wish God Almighty to continue to keep her alive so that we continue to celebrate her.
Representing the president, Vice President Shetima praised Mama Abiodun as an exemplary woman whose strength, virtue, and nurturing spirit have produced generations of leaders and achievers.
I extend my heartfelt felicitation to our mother, Chief Mrs. Olaitan Victoria Abiodun, on the glorious occasion of your 90th birthday. On this special day, Mama, we celebrate the timeless virtues that have defined your extraordinary journey. A journey rooted in faith, a journey rooted in discipline, compassion, and an unwavering devotion to service. Your life tells the story of a woman who built not just a home, but a legacy. From the classrooms of Iperu to the corridors of Ondo, you shaped minds, nurtured dreams, and kindled lights that continue to burn in the lives of those you have taught and touched. May Almighty God, who has kept you through these remarkable years, continue to grant you peace, good health, and the gentle joy that flows from a life well lived.
May we gather here a decade from now to celebrate your 100th birthday. Happy 90th birthday, Mama. You are and will always remain a blessing, not only to the people of Ogun, but a source of inspiration to all of us. Happy birthday, Mama, and we wish you all the best.
The cutting of the 90th birthday cake was a highlight of joy and nostalgia.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you.
Followed by electrifying performances led by the legendary King Sunny Ade, whose evergreen music filled the hall with rhythm and emotion.
Iná tí wọ́n dá kìí ṣe fún ẹ rárá. Wọ́n fẹ́ yẹ mọ́tò, wọ́n fi iná sọ́tò yíká. Àkèrè wọn lówó náà fẹ́ kí iná lè jáde. Ohun tí yóò lè bọ́ sí, òun lára wọlé. Wọ́n lé ẹ títí lolúwa ò fún wọn ṣe. Àyànmọ́ ògo kò orílẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́. Mọ́mí yòó wọ́n gẹ́ láyé. Mọ́mí yòó wọ́n jẹ́ wọn mọ́. Ẹni bá ní kò ní rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn lójú, àwọn àgbàgbọ́ sẹ́nu ìfẹ́lá. Mọ́mí yòó wọ́n gẹ́ láyé. Mọ́mí yòó wọ́n jẹ́ wọn mọ́. Ẹni bá ní kò ní rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn lójú, àwọn àgbàgbọ́ sẹ́nu ìfẹ́lá. Báwọn wáyé ìwọ ni gbogbo tó máa gbọdọ̀ sọ di ọ̀rọ̀. Àdéhùn kìí ṣe fi àárín ibi. Àṣà wùlé pàkúrú wọlé kẹyẹlé. Àwọn ènìyàn lè ra gbàgbà gbọ́mọ àgùntàn.
A touching pre-recorded goodwill message from Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, was played on the big screen, drawing loud applause from the audience. The evening closed in a blaze of excitement as music, laughter and dancing filled the air, with the Abiodun family at the center of it all, grateful, joyful and proud to celebrate a matriarch whose 90 years have been a symphony of grace, impact and unending gratitude to God.
And as I unpack the implications, I'll focus on how these shifts will affect our positioning within the global economy and what proactive steps we can take as a country. But to first understand the direction of the global economy, we need to first understand the key drivers behind Trump's re-election. His re-election was powered by nationalist, as we know, economic sentiment and a strong push for protectionism. That's what he was elected for, and that's exactly what he's doing. These domestic drivers are a signal that U.S. foreign policy will lean even more heavily towards bilateralism and reduce global entanglements. For Africa and Nigeria, this orientation means less multilateral engagements and more transactional diplomacy. Accordingly, I anticipate a rise in global trade uncertainty that's already happening, a rise in and heightened financial volatility that's already happening. The U.S. inward turn could disrupt capital flows and, again, already happening, and create ripple effects across emerging markets. Nigeria in particular must hedge against these shocks by diversifying both its trade and investment portfolios. Let's also talk briefly about the future of AGOA and what it means for Africa's trade relations, particularly as we approach its expiration in 2025. AGOA has been a critical pillar for African exports to the US, especially in sectors like agriculture and textiles. In 2023 alone, exports under AGOA reached $8.4 billion, with a significant share coming from agriculture, textiles, and apparels. But with AGOA set to expire, there's real uncertainty about what comes next. Under the Trump administration, which has historically prioritized America First policy, we can expect a focus on renegotiating trade agreements to favor the U.S. interest, and this raises questions about the continuity of AGOA and its scope. Let me now talk about Trump's energy policies and how they have impacted how they would impact global oil markets and African economies, particularly Nigeria. Now, during his first term, his emphasis on energy independence led to massive increase in U.S. oil production, which in turn fueled significant volatility in oil prices. This is already happening. Take Brent crude as an example. In his first term, prices dropped from $66 per barrel in January 2019 to just about $30 per barrel by April 2020, driven by a combination of a price war and demand shocks from the COVID-19 pandemic. This kind of volatility hits African oil exporting countries like Nigeria hard, slashing revenues and creating major economic challenges. Looking ahead, with the U.S. expected to sustain high levels of fossil fuel production under Trump's new leadership, global oil prices are likely to remain under pressure. So for oil-dependent economies like Nigeria, this presents a serious challenge, particularly as they try to stabilize fiscal revenues in 2025. There's also the issue of, that the chairman mentioned, of declining U.S. development assistance and engagement, and of course on Trump's preference for bilateral agreements over multilateral partnerships, which we expect that both investment and foreign aid and investment are likely to slow down from the EU are likely to slow down in 2025 as it pushes more of his America First policy. But here's the challenge. Many African nations like ours are already facing significant debt burdens, and rising global interest rates are making things worse. In 2024, sub-Saharan Africa's debt-to-GDP ratio was above 60%, putting enormous fiscal pressure on governments. Currency depreciation is adding another layer of complexity, driving inflationary pressures that erode consumer purchasing power. For countries reliant on imported goods like ours, or dollar-denominated debt like ours, there is a tough environment to navigate. So in summary, what does the return of President Trump to the U.S. mean for Nigeria? With increased production of U.S. oil and reduced U.S. imports of African oil, our energy sector will face added pressure, both from demand and price declines. This reinforces the urgency of diversifying our exports and leveraging, like I mentioned earlier, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. There's also the potential reduction in U.S. support for regional security efforts like counterterrorism will place greater pressure on Nigeria to combat groups like Boko Haram, ISWAP, and with fewer external resources. Also, a decline in U.S. foreign direct investment in infrastructure, technology, and energy highlights the need to attract new partners, whether it's from the EU, from the Middle East, or emerging economies like India and Brazil. So policymakers must act decisively to hedge against U.S. disengagement, advance bilateral and multilateral trade solutions, deepen capital diversification, and push aggressively for structural reform and economic resilience. I will skip the section on, in the interest of time, on going through the African macroeconomic environment, and I'll just go straightly into the Nigerian economic environment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 2024 for Nigeria was a year that must be understood not merely through statistical aggregates, but through the lens of structural recalibration and social impact. Beyond GDP figures and inflation metrics, 2024 was a pivotal year of transition, one defined by arguably bold and in many cases overdue economic reforms. It marked the onset of a deliberate shift towards a more rules-based, market-oriented economic framework. However, that shift came at a significant cost. It was a year of profound socio-economic hardship for millions of Nigerians, many of whom experienced worsening living conditions, eroded purchasing power, and diminished access to essential services. For them, reform was not an abstract policy concept. It was a lived reality, often painful and disorienting. Yet, within that difficulty lies a critical inflection point. The year signaled the early contours of a new economic paradigm, fragile, incomplete, but undeniably underway. The challenge before us is not simply to acknowledge these reforms, but to understand their trajectory, consolidate their gains, and embed them within a broader strategy of inclusive and sustainable development. Let me begin by making an important distinction here. For me, the real issue is not whether these reforms were necessary, but how they were introduced. The timing, the phasing, and implementation of these reforms, in my opinion, left much to be desired. We moved fast, but perhaps not thoughtfully enough. We introduced difficult reforms, but failed to anticipate, manage, or mitigate the hardship they would bring. The posture from policymakers often seemed to be, it will pass, endure it, but that approach alienates people, it erodes trust, and it undermines support for reform, no matter how well intentioned. As leaders, we must understand that reform is not simply about necessity and courage to keep faith with them. It is also about compassion and calibration. Despite the difficulties, 2024 laid the groundwork for a rules-based modern economic system. Some of the key reforms introduced in the year, as you're all aware, the comprehensive tax legislation, the foreign currency repatriation schemes, the aggressive monetary tightening in 2024 was just the beginning. The harder part still lies ahead, and that's consolidating the gains, mitigating the pain, and restoring the trust of the Nigerian people. It's not just about doing bold things. It's about doing the right things in the right sequence for the right reasons and with the right strategy. By early 2024, Nigeria's macroeconomic architecture was under considerable strain, marked by deep structural vulnerabilities spanning all four key, pillars of the economy. In the real sector, it was characterized by persistently low productivity, jobless or non-inclusive growth, and mounting cost-push inflation driven by energy prices, security, and supply chain disruptions. Monetary sector was defined by excess liquidity, heightened currency volatility, and entrenched inflationary pressures, challenging the credibility and effectiveness of monetary policy transmission. The fiscal sector was constrained by unsustainably high debt service obligations, a chronically narrow and underperforming revenue base, and insufficient fiscal buffers to absorb shocks or stimulate recovery. And the external sector was marked by fragile foreign reserves, widening balance of payment deficits, declining net capital inflows, and a general erosion of investor confidence. At the time, I was still working as chief economist at KPMG, and we were engaged as one of the advisors to the economic team. And I was asked a question, which area should be tackled first? And my response was that at that stage, because of the complexity of the economy, there was really no clear or singular right place to start. The system was too interdependent, too fragile across multiple fronts. So any reform in one area will inevitably have implications for others. What mattered most was therefore to choose a path grounded in sound economic reasoning, commit to it with policy discipline, and sustain the process with institutional credibility and political will. The reform journey in such a context is not only about sequencing perfection, It is also about strategizing, about strategic prioritization, consistent execution, and above all, clarity of purpose, doing the right things at the right time for the right reasons. Despite significant macroeconomic headwinds, Nigeria reported modest GDP growth in 2024. You will notice my careful phrasing, reportedly recorded, which may seem uncharacteristic coming from a former Taisha General of the National Bureau of Statistics. But I will not elaborate further, and I trust you understand why. But like I said, modest GDP growth. However, despite this growth, the lived experience of most Nigerians was one of economic deterioration. Inflation stood at 23.2% by February 2025, following a rebasing from over 33% in late 2024, but still far ahead of the CBN's target. The Naira stabilized around 1,600 Naira to the dollar after reaching lows close to 2,000 Naira to the dollar. Petrol prices surged from about 200 Naira to between 875 and 1,000 Naira per liter following the subsidy removal. The monetary policy rate was raised to 27.2%, reflecting aggressive tightening to stabilize inflation and exchange rate. Now, these shifts represent a willingness to take political difficult decisions, but I have said many times in this lecture, tough decisions are not necessarily the right ones. Timing, sequencing, and support mechanisms also matter. Since I have about 5 minutes left, I'll skip the next 3 sections, and you have the speech and the presentations, and just go to the last part of my address. Diversified beyond oil into manufacturing and services, reducing its vulnerability to commodity shocks. Rwanda emphasized governance, policy clarity, and regulatory consistency, turning its post-conflict economy into one of the fastest growing on the continent. And Brazil, as one more example, through programs like Bolsa Familia, demonstrated how social protection can serve as a macroeconomic stabler, not just as a welfare tool. These stories converge around 3 strategic pillars, each of which Nigeria must internalize, adapt, and implement at scale. The first pillar is macroeconomic stability. Macroeconomic stability is not an outcome, it's a prerequisite. Nigeria must rebuild investor and citizen confidence by addressing fiscal imbalances, taming inflation, and restoring exchange rate credibility. The second pillar is economic diversification. Diversification is no longer optional. Nigeria's dependence on oil exposes it to external volatility and fiscal instability. We must rapidly expand our productive base. Strategic areas for expansion include agriculture, mechanization, irrigation, storage, and agro-processing, drive exports and food security, manufacturing, building industrial clusters, and promoting backward integration and technology adoption, services and digital economy, scaling access to digital infrastructure, unlocking financial technology, logistics, and creative industries, and micro, small, medium-scale enterprises, expanding access to credit to remove regulatory bottlenecks and to stimulate grassroots growth. And finally, infrastructure, investing in energy, transportation, and broadband as core enablers of competitiveness. A diversified economy, as we know, widens the tax base, it creates jobs, it builds resilience, and reduces exposure to external shocks. The third and final pillar is social investment and governance. True growth is people-centered. It must deliver meaningful improvement in the lives of Nigerians across all demographics. Key focus areas include the need to expand social safety nets to protect vulnerable populations from systemic shocks, improve access to basic services, housing, healthcare, electricity, water, strengthen education through curriculum reform, teacher training and vocational pathways, foster entrepreneurship and digital inclusion, particularly for youth and women, deepen institutional trust through anti-corruption enforcement and policy continuity, and use digital governance to increase transparency, reduce leakages, and improve service delivery.
Additional considerations include financial system reform so as to expand access to credit, deepen capital markets, and modernize regulation to ensure finance serves the real economy, and also green and digital transition to position Nigeria to lead in renewable energy, climate resilient infrastructure, and the digital economy, unlocking new sources of capital and jobs. In conclusion, let me reaffirm a central truth. Nigeria has the raw ingredients for greatness. The potential is well recognized. Our large and youthful population, our abundant natural resources, and a geostrategic position at the crossroads of Africa and global trade. But let us be clear, potential is not a strategy. Execution is. The path of economic resilience, inclusive prosperity, and reducing economic hardship is neither quick nor easy, but it is clear. We know what needs to be done. In fact, doing this presentation was very easy because everything I've said today, you have heard it many, many times before. All I had to do was go and copy and paste many of the other presentations that other people have said many, many times in the past. And that's what we keep doing. We keep saying the same things over and over again. We keep doing this, but we don't do what we are meant to do. And we keep having this conversation, but those responsible for taking those decisions often do not take those decisions, and we keep repeating the same thing. I have been involved in when I was an advisor to the Minister of Budget and Planning, in 3 national development plans. They all say the same thing in different language, the exact same approach. We just write it in a different way. So the solutions are very, very clear. It is always implementation, taking action in the right way at the right time and for the right reasons that we have most of our challenges. So we have the models. We have studied the case studies. We understand the reforms. The critical question is no longer what to do. It is this. We will finally do what needs to be done. And would we do it consistently, at scale, and with the urgency the moment demands? Once again, I want to extend my sincere thanks to the management and board of Vanguard Newspapers for the opportunity to deliver this keynote address. I hope it has not only been a worthwhile use of your time, but a catalyst for deeper reflections as we proceed into the panel discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please put your hands together for her if she's here. Yes, please. Who is the president of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. Let me also welcome Chief Davison Alaribe, who is the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria.
Chairman and the keynote speaker. I believe they have kept us sitting down for over 2 hours. And from a head perspective, I'm not sure. So if you don't mind, you can just stand up and sit down just so you can follow the panel session very, very well. So if you can just, Chairman, I was saying this is a fantastic keynote address. That indeed we are going to organize another Vanguard economic discourse, and that one will be purely only for Ogadele to be the keynote. Because he spoke on so many things. And Dr. Yemi Kale also came and started giving us statistics from global to Africa to every, and people sitting on my back were saying, hey, we've been hearing this thing, we've been hearing this thing, we've been hearing this thing. And interestingly, Yemi now said that these things that he just copied it from so many places and put together for us to come and talk to us. So it means that we've been hearing it. So my question is, we keep hearing it, and the problem seems to be expanding or seems to be the same thing. So recently, can we all have one, if we can all pay attention to what we are doing, please. The
The noise level is too much. It wasn't caused by Vanguard. It was not caused by, it was caused by maybe Donald Trump or something like that. So somebody said the problem with Nigeria, is it a spiritual problem? And many people will argue that if we've been hearing the same thing, and we've not changed, it seems that it's spiritual. Because, you know, we've been going to church every Sunday, midweek service, even early week service. We all go to mosque, but the problem remains. So, but interestingly, we have very eminent panel members. I will not bother you by reading out their profiles, because some people's profiles are already public knowledge. And if you look at the caliber of people we have, from our own Muda Yusuf, to Dr. Tayo, to Dr. Yusuf, to Dr. Femi, to Chief Davidson, to Bumi, to Mrs. Demi, we all have what it takes to answer all the questions about Nigeria. So I wouldn't bore you to giving you their public profile. But let me start by asking. Somebody told me that if you want any policy to be considered, that the right person to give it to will be Dr. Tayo Adoloju, because he's the CEO of NESG. That all the policies that we are seeing, that it was done by NESG, that, and if they are going well, that is NESG, if they are not going well, we should blame NESG. So it means that this poverty, this inflation, this unemployment, this insecurity, many people are believing that is due to NESG. So my question to Dr. Tayo is, as you know, economic outcomes are due to economic policies. And economic policies come from the politics of the environment. And the politics of the environment are determined by the sociology of the environment. So my question to you, all these things that we've been hearing and hearing and hearing, what is the problem from your own assessment? Why is it that most of the recommendations from Vision 2010, Vision 2020, Economic and Recovery and Growth Plan, Vision 2050, now Renewed Hope Agenda, we seem to be, poverty is getting worse. We are borrowing almost 50 trillion in a year. Inflation is skyrocketing, and many other challenges. So my question to you is, what is the issue from your own assessment? Thank you.
So the first thing is how you define a problem to a great extent determines whether you can solve it. Nigeria's problems are economic, but they are not first economic. The economics of our problem is a subset of how we have defined the problem. So the problem is Nigeria has failed to pursue its national development as a responsible sovereign. What that means is the political elite, the business elite, and any other elites that may exist, including the military elite, have been jointly, by action or inaction, in a conspiracy of slowing down, or in some cases, mitigating Nigeria's economic development. And this is an important truth to first accept, that we are here by choice, not the choice of others, by our collective choice. That nothing happening in Nigeria is happening because just somebody outside the world wished it on us. Because from Yemi's example of case studies, if it was wished upon those countries, they won't be where they are. They are where they are by choice. Then the question then is, how do you build a strong nation state? You build it on three pillars: strong political institutions, strong economic institutions, strong social institutions. And these institutions must be led by a certain type of leadership. You were discussing prayer a few minutes ago. One of the scriptures from one of the holy books says that where there is no vision, right, a people perish. In fact, there's another translation that says where there is no vision, no redemptive vision, a nation perishes. So it matters what a people collectively see. So as I see the problem, the foundations of the problem is, whilst we were clear in 1960 as to the nation we wanted to build and the trajectory it needed to take, it seems as if we've lost our way. The political institutions create a political agenda and a political culture that does not support economic agendas that we build. So Dr. Kale was pointing about series of development plans that the political class does not own and has never been committed to execute beyond their term in office. So once there's a political transition, the plan is thrown away and a new government comes in and it starts afresh. The nations we are discussing, back to your benchmark, succeeded in prosecuting development agendas over the longer term. So political institutions must own national development agendas where all of us have reached a consensus of the vision and all of us are committed, in spite of political transitions, to go on that journey together. Now, once you don't have that, just imagine under PDP governed Nigeria from 1999 to 2015 as a ruling party. Not as as the ruling party. Under that ruling party, we had the Vision 2020. Under the ruling party, the government after that pursued a 7-point agenda that started moving away from the Vision 2020. Under that government, a vice president of a cabinet where the president died, as soon as the president died, moved from 7-point agenda to transformation agenda. And so the inability to prosecute our consensus around what is development in Nigeria, how do you deliver it, where does it go, is the problem. So you then come to targets like double-digit growth. We've seen double-digit growth since 1999. Actually, since 1995, when Vision 2010 was created. Oh, reduce poverty. Oh, we've said that since 1995, when Vision 2010 was there. You say industrialization. One of the 5 principles of economic reform agenda agreed between NESG and government in 1993 was industrialization. Industrialization, infrastructurization, education, and privatization in 1993. So the point is we reach this consensus, we agree it's a great idea. Then we leave the room for a political elite that does not agree that it's a great idea to execute it, and so you unplug, you derail every 4 years or 8 years, as the case may be. Now, it means that to win for Nigeria, we must have a consensus, not just on the agenda, but on how. Because the arc of the possible for Nigeria at any moment in time is always a fantastic upside. That's why it's easy to put any outlook. Look, take any outlook on Nigeria 10, 20 years. We are always top 20 economies in the world. I think there's a 2050 projection now. We are top 12. We have the potential to be 12 economies in the world. Potential is not our problem. On potential, Nigeria will go to heaven. The problem is when you want to convert our potential to outcomes, measurable, tangible outcomes that matter to you and I, you must deliver leaders that can run institutions. Institutions execute policy. In fact, if you hand an agenda to an institution that has no capacity, nothing will happen. Institutions execute policy. Now, institutions also develop policy. If you have an institution that cannot convert a political agenda, no matter how nicely it was promised, to policies that match the internal and external environment and can execute, it will fail. So the last thing to note is that whilst we are spending more on the cost of governance, the capacity to govern has not gone up, it's gone down. And so there's a disconnect between our investment in governance and governing institutions and their capacity. And that capacity affects political outcomes like peace and security and stability, which Chief Dele basically burned the stage down on. It affects your capacity to define what your enlightened trade policies are and how you should deal with Trump or deal with Russia or deal with China. It affects your capacity to say, right, like Dr. Yemi pointed out, we need to do these 4 things. The capacity to now translate those 4 things into outcomes for Nigerians, whether it's unification of FX, whether it's removing subsidy, whether it's social, we saw social protection up here. We've tried to implement social protection for 12 years. The whole of President Buhari's administration was social protection led. The challenge is how we transmitted social protection in Nigeria did not automatically translate into benefit for citizens. So we fail not at the idea. We fail not at the agenda. We fail because the quality of leadership and the quality of institutions that need the capacity to execute has a huge deficit. And if we don't solve that deficit, many promises of Nigeria will not become reality.
Excellent. Can we give him a round of applause, please? That is an evil spirit. Because it means that at the point of execution, that evil spirit comes in to as elite consensus to agree that this is right. Whether you are talking about next 11 or next this or next that, to stand up, Africa Rising will become a big reality. So my question, so Dr. also been engaging with the economy, with the government, with the populace, with the private sector and all that. With all that we've heard from the chairman, from the keynote speaker, and from Dr. Tayo, is it still possible, from your own assessment, to craft a fiscal policy that will help us to address the current, ongoing, and emerging challenges? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for organizing this very important discourse. Yes, it is extremely very important that we get our fiscal policies right. New generation. That is why each time the customs talk or the National Assembly is engaging the customs, the conversation is always about the target on revenue. And this kind of mindset has a way of putting unnecessary pressure on businesses. So it is very, very important from a trade policy perspective to use tariff instruments to support investment. The tariff regime in Nigeria is too high. Even for sectors where we don't have capacity for raw materials, for inputs, is something on which we need to engage very, very seriously with the administration so that we see a situation where we de-emphasize this revenue generation mindset on investment. Because if we make it easy for investors, for manufacturers to go through the international trade process more easily, they'll be able to generate more profit and pay even better taxes in form of VAT, in form of company tax. But when we strangulate them at the point at which they are bringing their raw materials, bringing their machineries and all of that, we make life so difficult for them. So that by the time they are even producing, they are producing under very difficult circumstances. So that engagement on the appropriate trade policy and the need for us to move the mindset away from revenue generation in the trade process to facilitating trade is extremely very, very important. And we need to see much stronger advocacy from the private sector on all of these things. Because, again, when we look at the private sector, a bit of fragmentation, which affects the effectiveness of advocacy. Secondly, I must say that, just as Dr. Tayo said, there is need for an ideological consensus in the economic management process. We cannot afford to leave the economy purely to market principles. If we continue to follow that path too heavily, we will continue to create more hardship for the people. It is important to recognize what we call market failures in economics, which means that market cannot deliver everything. So whatever the market cannot deliver, government needs to intervene. And that way, we create a much better environment for businesses and for the citizens. We need very strong government intervention, for instance, in the energy space. If we give the energy sector entirely to the private sector is to chase profit. Energy provision is critical for economic development. It's critical for poverty reduction. It's critical for even reducing poverty and building an economy that is inclusive. So we need to have a framework of how the government will intervene in such areas as energy, in our health sector, in our education sector, and some other critical and public transportation. Now we have a system, we don't have sufficient public transportation system. You go through our roads, all the buses are rickety buses. Well, they're so rickety. They are rickety because the import duty you pay to be able to import a bus, put it on the road, is getting close to 20-25%. All charges put together. If you take that alongside the current exchange rate, and alongside even the problem of computing import duty based on prevailing exchange rates, it's compounding the problem. So government intervention in critical sectors is extremely very important to support agriculture, to support infrastructure, to support manufacturing, and to support other critical sectors of the economy. So we need to define the limits of the market so that we don't create unnecessary problem and create too much challenges for the economy. Thank you.
That the oil subsidy was more or less a conduct for embezzlement, corruption, and all that. And they said that subsidy should be removed. And the government removed the subsidy. We also said that the best thing to do is to look at the Naira and maybe allow market forces to determine the exchange rate, which the government did and floated the Naira. But I'm hearing now from Muda Yusuf that maybe the government should also come again to start addressing some of these things, to allow it to the market again. So my question, let me bring Mrs. Demi Samande. From your own experience, or observing or experimenting or seeing what is going on in Nigeria, looking at the reforms, will you consider the reforms to be positive, negative to the private sector or to your firm?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Franklin, thank you so much for your question. But I would like to just beg your indulgence. I share this story with you. It was a humid, very, very humid evening in the factory, and it was 8 p.m. in the evening. The factory was incredibly silent. Our artisans, all 25 of them, were sitting idle, doing nothing. Yet we had a huge consignment that was due to be in Uganda in a matter of 6 weeks. We were already running incredibly behind on our deliveries. The client was incredibly impatient, very frustrated with us. But unfortunately for us, our team were incredibly overworked. We had spent several weeks sourcing raw materials, delivering various different samples to the client, both their local representations and their international representations. We had spent weeks testing materials, making samples in the factory. But on this particular evening, 8 p.m., it was complete blackout. Generators are not working. There was no NEPA. There was no movement. Now, you can imagine this type of scenario where everybody is very anxious. As the CEO of this organization, you can imagine the anxiety that I was feeling trying to manage my team. You can just imagine the looks on my staff faces with the frustration that they want to work. They've stayed behind long hours, but they could not do anything. Now, Nigeria manufacturers on average spend about 40% on energy, predominantly diesel, throughout a year. Our global competitors are averaging less than 10% on energy for their production lines. Every single blackout that we experience in Lagos, in Nigeria, equals a loss in profit, it equals fewer jobs, and it equals stunted growth for the average SME manufacturer or business owner. My personal experience of this has been high cost of diesel. I'm sure you can hear from my accent, I didn't grow up in Nigeria. I came here because I had a dream of manufacturing in Africa and exporting to a global market. And I'm sharing with you a little bit. Thank you. I'm sharing with you a little bit because that experience so far has been distracted by incredibly high power resources that I have to endure every single day. From diesel expenditures to wastage, the average Nigerian SME goes about 25 to 45% waste factor in their production lines. For me, that is incredibly scary as a young manufacturer. Profitability is affected every single day. Now, it's great. For what I'm explaining to you, my business is still running. Resilience is what we have as Nigerians, in all honesty. We don't surrender to the setbacks. But unfortunately for us, we're investing far too heavily in energy. And because of that, we have to reinvest into renewable energy, solars and batteries. Since that incident happened at 8 p.m. that night, because we wanted to do a delivery for export, we had to invest incredibly heavily into solar power and all of that. And because we're taking that step, does not necessarily mean that that should be the status quo for the average business in Nigeria. I am in the position to do that. Not many manufacturers are. They really are not. And that's not something that we should necessarily be proud of as manufacturers, as people who are trying to change the economy story of our country. So let me tell you another story. A few years ago, I decided to start training artisans because it was one of the solutions that I found to a lot of the problems that I had. I trained a young man called Kunle, and Kunle came to me very, very young, at the age of 19. He had been living under a bridge for several years. He didn't have a family, and he'd been relying on his local community to pretty much get by. And I took Kunle into the factory, and I put him under the arms of my furniture carpenters and my upholstery makers. And within 2 years, Kunle had basically garnished a set of skills that allowed him today, as I'm speaking to you, that was about 2 years into my operations. And Kunle left me about 2 years ago. We're now in 2025, and Kunle is now training and retraining others. Now, that decision for us was a critical one. Thank you very much. And it is one of the reasons why we feel that our journey as a nation generally has to happen on the factory floor. It is not by sitting on panels time after time, writing white papers. It's for us to be on the factory floor, training our young people to basically work in factories and to produce items that we can send out of our country. And we need the support in all the areas that are not helping us to achieve that goal. We need to look very honestly at those things and figure it out. Now, again, because I've been looking at these solutions for a long time, one of the things I decided to do was start a training academy. And Kunle was contributing quite effectively to some of our trainings. And we've seen that these things in action are actually helping. They're actually changing in little tiny drops. And we need to escalate those activities and do more, amplify them, invest in our young people, support the businesses like mine. Because unfortunately, if we don't do that, we're going to continue to fail. We're leaving so much money on the table. We're losing opportunities every day. We are positioned to do exports all around Africa, to do exports to the UK, to the US, all around the world. But we're not putting in enough energy into doing that. Now, today, for me, the factory lights are on. As I'm talking to you right now, my team is at the factory. They're working. Our lights are on due to the fact that we've invested quite heavily. But entrepreneurs like myself should not be fighting infrastructure issues every single day. That should not be our focus. We should be focused on innovating. We should be focused on creating jobs and keeping our profits to reinvest back into our organizations and our businesses. Real growth needs good governance. We are begging for it. We are asking and we're pleading every single day that, I know that in NESG have reported that 25% of the policies are not implemented effectively, or should I say is it 25% of policies that are in fact implemented effectively, but the rest of the world are operating on 40, 60%. The likes of China, the likes of South Korea are implementing every single day through creating clusters of young people, SMEs who are setting up organizations, clusters who are supporting themselves and becoming interdependent. We need to focus on doing more things like that. And sir, you asked me if I really think that these policies are helping us. Policies are fantastic, but like I mentioned, I'm more interested in implementation. Our implementation teams should over-exceed our policy-creating teams. And that's what I really think we should be focusing on as a people and as young people who want to make changes.
So thank you very much. And of course, you mentioned something, that entrepreneurs are supposed to be focusing on innovation, not on fighting for infrastructure and all that, looking for power, looking for water, looking for security, looking for so many things. And we also remember that when this government came in, they told us that one of the reasons why they want to remove subsidy is because they want to focus on infrastructure. Now we've removed subsidy. Now taxes, more or less, going up in all areas. And Dr. Yusuf told us again, the duty you pay, and also, Demi also mentioned it, the duty you pay above 20%, 25%, as the case may be. Then you want to borrow money from the banks. You also borrow at about 30-something%. Inflation is about 20-something, but according to the new statistics, which maybe, I think, Yemi helped them to set up the framework before he left. So, if you combine all this, the question is, how do you produce? And interestingly, recently, they also told us that in the last 1 year, we've borrowed close to 50 trillion. My question to Dr. Shea, who is the honorary treasurer of ICANN, is all this money that we are now having. Remember also that we have about 774 local governments in Nigeria. Their average budget for this year is about 5 billion per local government. We have 36 states in Nigeria. The average budget is about 500 billion. And the federal government has also budgeted about 54 trillion. So the question, with all these challenges and issues, the government is still borrowing. We are not seeing infrastructure. My question to Shea is this sustainable? Is this the way to go? And what can be done to start addressing some of these issues?
Maybe I should talk a bit like an accountant, then I will relate it to what is happening in government. As we know, to fund a business, we say you do equity at the beginning, and when the business is growing, you want to expand, then you can look the way of debt. To borrow, you must be specific as to what you want to use the money for, and the return that you are getting from that expansion or from the project must be more than what you are paying as interest on the loan. That's talking as a businessman. Usually we say don't do long term if what you want to fund is working capital, because it will be capital mismatch. Now, taking this to government, I'm hoping that one day we have a surplus budget in this country. Because from the point of view of a businessman, how would you want to budget and you are going to have a deficit? Who does that? But that is what we have been seeing in Nigeria for some years now. They consciously will do a deficit budget to give room to borrow to finance the deficit. Let's even say fine, okay, that is okay, considering our limited resources. But the question at the end of the day is that what we are borrowing for, what is it? Is it for infrastructure? Is it for development? Is it to provide conducive environment for the businesses to operate, or for what? What we see in Nigeria is that the bulk of the borrowing is actually to also do governance for what we call recurrent expenditure, which is a mismatch, looking at it from point of view of finance. So there is a problem. And the easy way for the government that we are seeing in the couple of years is to go the route of loan, is to go the route of debt, because it's the easy way for them. Now, when they borrow, the question business people are asking and the citizenry are asking is that, where are the infrastructure? We don't see it. Most business owners are the ones providing the infrastructure for themselves. So we ask the question, where are this money going? Plus include...
Hello and welcome to Biscon TV News. I am Jones Usen. First, the headline stories. Kenneth Okonkwo urges INEC to declare Bayelsa governor's seat vacant. Labour Party in turmoil as after spokesperson alleges APC sabotage delayed congresses. In business, CBN cuts interest rate as inflation eases, growth outlook improves. On the foreign scene, U.S. judge blocks Trump's shutdown layoffs amid threat to 10,000 jobs. And in the world of sports, Indonesia parts ways with coach Patrick Kluivert after World Cup exit. And now the news in detail. Actor and African Democratic Congress ADC Congress chieftain Kenneth Okonkwo has called on INEC to declare Bayelsa Governor Doye Diri's seat vacant following his resignation from the PDP. Okonkwo argues that under Section 177C of the Constitution, Diri no longer qualifies to hold office as he is not affiliated with any political party. Governor Diri announced his resignation during a state executive council meeting, sparking speculation of a move to the APC. Okonkwo insists INEC must act swiftly and conduct a fresh gubernatorial election within 90 days. The Labour Party's interim national committee is facing internal unrest as its interim national publicity secretary Tony Akeni raised alarm over alleged infiltration by APC loyalists. In a leaked memo, Akeni accused unnamed party insiders of sabotaging the party's operations, including withholding funds for publicity and stalling congresses and the National Convention 445 days after a 90-day mandate. Akeni warned that the party risks collapse ahead of 2027 if urgent reforms were not made, claiming the LP, that's Labour Party, was losing members daily due to inaction and lack of INEC recognition. In another development, let's tell you that the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has confirmed that Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, is medically fit to stand trial. The Federal High Court in Abuja accepted the findings, ruling that his ailment was not life-threatening. Justice James Omotosho scheduled 6 consecutive days from October 3rd for Kanu to present his defense. The court also approved a private consultation between Kanu and his legal team on October 22nd to be held inside the courtroom without DSS oversight. A break here for business news. Welcome back. In business, let's tell you that the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reduced its monetary policy rate from 27.5% to 27%, marking the first rate cut since 2020. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso said the move reflected confidence in slowing inflation, which has dropped for 5 consecutive months to 20.12% in August. The decision aims to support economic recovery while maintaining price stability. The rate cut follows key reforms, including the unification of Nigeria's exchange rates, which has improved investor confidence and reduced market distortions. Experts say sustained growth will depend on continued reforms, fiscal discipline, and expansion of the non-oil sector, even as food inflation remains a concern for low-income households. Now a break for foreign news. A U.S. federal court has ordered President Donald Trump to halt mass layoffs of federal workers during the ongoing government shutdown, which has entered its 3rd week. The ruling follows a lawsuit by labor unions claiming the dismissals were unlawful and poorly communicated. Trump's administration had projected over 10,000 job cuts, with 4,000 already fired across key departments. While military personnel will still receive pay, hundreds of thousands of federal workers remained unpaid or furloughed. Senate Democrats are urging the White House to end the shutdown and resume negotiations. A break for sports news now. Welcome back. In sports, we can tell you that Indonesia has parted ways with head coach Patrick Kluivert following the national team's failure to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. The Dutch football legend, appointed in January, managed just 8 matches, winning 3 and losing 4. The Football Association of Indonesia confirmed the mutual termination after defeats to Iraq and Saudi Arabia ended their qualification hopes. Kluivert, who called the stint an unforgettable journey, was tasked with leading Indonesia to its first World Cup since independence. His successor has not yet been named. A final break here for entertainment news. Welcome back. Nollywood icon Idol Phillips, popularly known as Mama Rainbow, marked her 83rd birthday and 60 years in the entertainment industry on Thursday. In a heartfelt Instagram post, she thanked God, her family, and fans for their unwavering support, calling her journey filled with music, memories, love, and endless gratitude. Starting her career in the 1960s with her late husband's theatre troupe, Mama Rainbow has starred in hundreds of productions, earning acclaim for her maternal roles, I should say, and vibrant performances. She praised her son and manager Femi Phillips as their pillar and daily joy, and vowed that the show goes on. That's it for now on Biscon TV News, compiled by Victoria Adekoya and produced by Ayola Isiwele. I am Jones Hussein. Many thanks for watching.
Businesses to operate, and in the end, government will generate more revenue in terms of taxes if they provide conducive environment and they make the environment very easy for people, and not making business owners to spend more on what the government should have done for them. So budget is good, but in Nigeria, we are not channeling it through the right way. Thank you.
Interesting. My challenge with the answers is that we seem to be saying that I'm struggling to say what I wanted to say, that it seems that we are not seeing the right pathway in terms of what we are supposed to do. All these suggestions, all these contributions, how do we make it more effective in terms of delivery? Because if you noticed, from all the contributions, we are saying that maybe the issue is execution. Maybe the issue is also about proper engagement. We're not having the right discussion and all that. So let me ask Dr. Femi, as the president of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, from your assessment, is the government engaging businesses properly? Because you know that for Nigeria to move forward, there is still need for proper public-private partnership and engagement. And if the government is putting a levy of above 25%, Donald Trump has also helped us by adding 14% on top of it. Now we are hearing that inflation is still going up, insecurity is there. So, and Dr. Yusuf said that the government is supposed to be helping to reduce some of these challenges. My question to you, from your assessment and engagement with the government, are they engaging you enough, your private sector associations, or what other ways can you suggest for better engagement and better delivery of government policies?
Thank you very much and good afternoon. I think that government needs to collaborate, engage particularly the private sector. From the sector that I represent, one recurring decimal over the decades. And that's why we always have the same thing over the years. There is no change, there is no shift. We've been saying it that you don't need to only regulate us. We need to have a handshake, a strong handshake as that matter. It's important for us to always co-create policies, particularly the one that has to do with our sector. It's important to engage key stakeholders in monitoring policies, in implementing policies, in evaluating policies. And that's the only way it can work. And when it comes to policies, it should also be from ab initio, from the beginning. You don't just come up and regulate some sector of the economy, some sector of the private sector, and leave others. In Nigeria here, we have a number of strata when it comes to the private sector, that it is not a one-size-fits-all, whereby one policy will work for everybody in the society. As we speak today, you look at the private sector, particularly the SME sector, you discover that 85.5% of them belongs to the nano sector. This is very, very key to the economy because it's the largest part of the SME sector. But government is not focusing on this. Many of them are not even regulated. All the bulk of the regulation comes from the less than 15% that form the S and the M of the enterprise sector, which is not really the best. If we really want to grow the economy and we don't focus on this nano sector, it will be difficult for us to be able to build them, groom them, and have small, medium-sized enterprises that will be able to grow the economy. For us, it's not just about coming up with policies. We also want to have government listen to us. We want them to support us. We want them to join hands with us in making their policies. Without that, the story will always continue to be the same. Again, for us, we believe that we are very resilient, we are very adaptable. Adaptability is in our DNA. But even as at that, resilience without strategic support system is not sustainable. We need government to be able to build structures, put institutions in place, as was mentioned the other time, that can help us be able to drive policies. And when policies are being made, we should be able to come back and evaluate the effectiveness, the impact of those policies, and see if it is the same route to go the next time. Let me give you a case in question. We have a number of intervention programs that the federal government has done over the decades, government to government. You ask yourself, what has been the impact of these intervention programs on the MSME sector? How many small business owner has been able to migrate to become medium-sized and big-sized enterprises over the years? How many small business owners in the last 10 years have come to become the Dangotes of today? You can hardly find one. And that means there's a big mismatch. There's a problem. There's a big gap that government needs to pay attention to. And government cannot understand every sector without actually sitting down with the key stakeholders to know where the shoe pinches them and provide collective solutions to it. Without that being done, we'll be going around the same circle. And we have gone around that circle enough. This is a time for us to change. In the MSME sector, we don't need pity. Government does not need to pity us. Rather, we need to work with them. We need to be able to talk together. It's not inviting us only when it is time to validate policies. We want to co-create it together, and that's the only way we can work. Nigerian MSMEs are ready to work. We are very, very resilient. We are innovative, and we are ready to support the economy. And that's the only way we can create jobs. That's the only way we can reduce poverty. That's the only way we can grow the economy. So collaboration, when it comes to policy making, is key. And government must begin to focus on bringing key stakeholders in every sector to make policies that will work with each and every one of us if we must grow the economy.
So I will soon open it up for questions from your engagement with the government. Is the problem, from your own assessment, related to administrative incapacity or something?
The word engagement can create a tricky misunderstanding or misconception. We gave the minister some of this feedback. It will be a level of engagement. And if the minister... so by the way, there is Indonesia, Malaysia, how these countries grew was there was a consensus in the private sector and a consensus in government that we will co-deliver economic transformation. That's not a meeting. That's not a regional or annual summit. That's not a quarterly briefing. No. That's that if we say today we want to transform the energy sector, the energy plan will have two sides. What government must do, what business must do, and accountability and responsibility mechanisms to check that everybody is doing what they're doing. Right? And then we all will come and report to the country. Then you say we are engaging. So when you say engagement, that's what we mean. Now, if you take 5 areas that can be transformative today, in fact, what I call the arc of the possible. 1, component of that infrastructure stock is at least 75%. In other words, if you depoliticized it, if you de-risked it today, that infrastructure will be attractive to global and local investments. What the private sector axes in an engagement is, we will bring our capital if this infrastructure meets these incentives and conditions. What the government then needs to deliver is reforms that create incentive design that deliver those conditions for the capital to come. Ports, rail, road, energy, all the infrastructure will respond to an engagement like that. It's not enough to say we have an infrastructure stock for $3 trillion when I can't invest in a seaport tomorrow morning without bottlenecks that will almost chase me out of the country. It's not enough to say come and invest in oil and gas when divesting onshore for an entity took almost 7.5 years. And offshore, those of them prospecting offshore have waited for a decade. So in practical terms, engagements must translate into consensus for action, contracts and compacts for delivery, accountability mechanisms to check how we are progressing. Let me give you another example. In this country, the government said we are incentivizing Dangote to build a refinery. When the refinery is ready, the price of PMS will come down. We didn't say it. Government officials said it locally and internationally. Now today, refinery is ready with the capacity to produce 3 weeks of our 4 weeks consumption as a country at lower prices, right? High quality, and then stories then start. Now, it's that disconnect, not at the level of talking, please, but the level of the consistency of regulations, the consistency of policy, the transparent execution of these policies with accountability and reporting. But on both sides, because you see, if Dangote did not build the refinery, then we should have also held Dangote accountable, right? That we gave you all these incentives as a country to build something. Where is it? Because, by the way, in our last 25 years, there are some times in Nigeria where the government gave unfair advantage to private sector entities to go and do certain things. They became rich, but Nigeria did not benefit, right? That's also part of the problem. So when we say consultation that drives development, we are discussing a partnership that transcends the big meetings, right? We're discussing, so energy, agriculture. Any country that has grown agriculture grows it with a partnership of smallholder farmers being triggered to become highly productive, coupled with large-scale industrial production driven by technology and science. You need both. Now, you have both in Nigeria. Massive workforce of smallholder farmers and high-tech agro firms that, if given the right incentives, can go in and partner with the smallholder farmers for growth. But nobody will do it when 1/3 of the land for cultivation has security challenges. Nobody will do it when there's pervasive, unclear subsidies in agricultural input, which makes investing in seed and other inputs very hard to tell. Okay? And no one will do it when there's no consistency of agri-promotion policy longer than 10 to 20 years. So that's another example where consensus will mean Nigeria wants to hit, let's say on maize, a target of 20 million tons of maize in 2025. Then we all ask ourselves, how much land have you cultivated? Government will declare what they've cultivated. We in the private sector will declare what we've cultivated. What did you plant on the land? We'll declare the seed varieties we're using, and the yield factor, government will declare the same. Then businesses that need input for local production can take position, supported by government that gives them development finance, leveraging single-digit credit to take position in the food commodity market. Now, that's what you call consultation that converts into public-private collaboration for growth. Then at the end of the year, if we deliver 20 million tons of maize, maybe an overproduction of 10 million tons, then AFEX and the rest will now be given some additional lines of credit to store what we have for the next season. Then it changes. The policy gets it right, but we are at the end of dry season farming. I'm chasing people all over the country asking simple questions like, okay, so what did you harvest? How much tonnage came out per crop? Are you getting ready for wet season farming? Has the fertilizer arrived? Because wet season farming, of course, is less than, you can see the rains are coming already. So in 30, 60 days, it must be in the ground. These things transcend these meetings. And that's, I think, Chief Oye's point. It requires mobilizing the private sector at scale. It requires that the networks that deliver and networks that understand that it's business that drives this thing. And what government is doing is government is creating policy and policies that create environments for the investment to come. Is the investment that creates opportunities, is opportunities that create jobs, is those jobs that the young people sitting down here listening to us will be absorbed into. Now, once there are no opportunities, no jobs. No jobs because no investments, no investment because the environment is not conducive. You then work your way back to the counterfactual. So Consultation is a low terminology to describe. What we are discussing is a public-private development interface where the partnerships deliver national competitive advantage. That's more hard work than conferences. Even the annual summit can't deliver it. That's my own annual summit. It takes all of us working together. And Dr. Kala makes an important point. This year, and the global vulnerabilities means that we now don't have time. In the next 24 months, even this country will be in an electoral cycle, and the politicians will be distracted. So you have 20 months maximum of serious thinking and execution on energy. We can do it with PMS. On electricity, look, you can deliver a subsea gas pipeline in 12 months that delivers 12,000 megawatts of power. You know, food, you can double the production of staples in Nigeria in 12 months. This is within the arc of the possible. Now, let's pursue the arc of the possible. And that makes a difference. You can today give manufacturers single-digit interest rates, allow them to refinance inventory balance sheet for the bloodbath of the last 24 months and get them back. 70% of economic activities are operating below 5% GDP. What you need is to fire the economy so that it translates into 6% GDP growth. And that is also within the trajectory and the arc of the possible. So we're not asking for things we need to pray for God to do for us. No, what we're asking for, God has given us already. If we take ourselves seriously, 12 months of work starting today, we will have a radically different set of outcomes from the one we are seeing now.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Some results, but once they go away, that's the end of the matter. Now, the private sector, why is it that you are not interested? Why is it that you are not interested in coming to the universities to find out what results they have? Enormous results in the university for local content of energy. I want to take one single field that can supersede this other field that came from Asia.
Some of us have been meeting for years and years. It's not been relevant. Now, she was talking about training young people. Now, why I'm mentioning about today is that in Academy of Engineering, we have a committee. And I chair that committee. In fact, I should be at a meeting right now, where we are encouraging the training of young people. Until the last night, somebody was showing us about a kilometer long of environmental leaves. Not 1 kilometer of road, a kilometer long of environmental leaves. They don't go to school, they are not employed, and the same thing is beginning to happen even in the South here. We have 5-year graduates who have no jobs. And this is where we should be concerned. Let's leave government alone if they don't want to help us. She is doing something which I am and in this committee, what we are doing is take graduates There's skills people developing the different skills in the country. Electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and so on, who are not developed. Train them properly and give them respectability. Because what we discovered is that you say your child is going to a training college, a technical college. You'll always be crying, oh God, it is a curse on you. Whereas, these are the people we now need. So please, let's start forgetting government. Government will look for us when we know we are doing things. Thank you
very much for the insightful conversation so far. My name is Amara Siak. I'm a business administration student at Trinity University, an aspiring entrepreneur passionate about leadership, leading of Nigeria's making economy and contributing my quota to social impact. My first question is directed to Dr. Adeloju. What specific policy or leadership change do you believe can accelerate sustainable economic recovery in Nigeria?
Dr. Tayo Adeloju, so much enamored by your presentation. You have talked like an economist and a good politician. Fine. Sir, you said that institutions, strong institutions and strong people, that individuals can drive the nation. Especially our country. I have a little problem because we have institutions, but institutions are not schools. They cannot drive themselves. Strong human beings with discipline, commitment, and belief should be able, because in America, Obama said, America is driving by strong institutions. Nigeria is not driving by strong institutions. We have the institutions there, but the people driving it are not. I want you to emphasize. That's my question.
This is why not too much of a question. First of all, we're here to discuss the pathway to sustainable recovery. I want to say that we've not spoken enough about capacity building, education. When Dr. Yemi spoke, he outlined 6 countries, 4 outside Africa, and if you look at the Roman model pathway that they're taking, they put a premium on education. Nigeria, especially Africa, was behind about 18.5 million young children, youth outside of school. And I think that we can't talk about sustainable path out of hardship without placing premium on education. Having said that, I would also join my voice to the engineer to say that it's time the private sector will look into this. We need to contribute to this education as a social responsibility. We need to take the development of our nation into hands. For the private sector to thrive, you need skilled workers. So it's time I'm urging private sectors who are well represented here to
and also on need to train the youths because of the increasing number of out-of-school children that are not doing anything from the north to south and from the south to the north. Then the question specifically to Tayo was, what particular policy will you recommend that will help to take Nigeria out of this present situation? And then to Ogafemi, is the best way can we engage the youths? And the last question says, what steps can he do or can he take to prepare himself for Nigeria's future economy? And what can we do to continue to attract FDI even with the present global challenges? Dr. Tayo, please.
It's always underwhelms the complexity. But if today we were to do one thing, we should do what Dr. Kale spoke about, which is reconstitute an economic task force that has the primary responsibility of scanning on a daily basis all the economic indicators and how they are impacting Nigerians at the macro, the meso level, at the micro level, firms and households, and at the individual level, wallets. okay, because he showed us a equation of GDP. The first component of GDP is consumption, what people can spend and what they have the capacity to spend it on, right? And that would be my one thing. Create a task force that can gauge for the government properly how the citizens feel in their wallets, how the households feel, how the firms feel, in such a way that whenever they go on a weekly basis as the government meets, they can get a true gauge of where the economy is at the different levels, and then translate that into task force actions, coordinating a whole of government approach to get what needs to shift on a daily basis. That team can also manage the externalities. So for example, Trump has issued us a 4% tariff, 14% tariff knock on. How do you respond to that? What actions should you take, short, medium term, long term? Now that team should not be politicized. It should not simply be another attempt to basically gather a set of VVIPs together. Just really get the work done and hold this war room type scenario meetings on a weekly, sometimes daily basis until the work is done. Now, if you can run Nigeria like that for 12 months where things don't get bad before we reel them in, then we can make progress in the very short term. But in the long term, economic transformation is usually delivered by a coherent group of leaders committed to a short, medium, and long-term agenda, supported by institutions that are properly aligned, with a coherent set of policies that give forward guidance to the private sector and allows the private sector, in turn, to invest and respond. Okay, that's how it's delivered. And that, of course, is not a one option shot. The other question that I was asked, here's the truth. The truth about transforming anything, especially in Nigeria, is that it can be delivered through taking ourselves seriously, a clear consensus for action, and accountability. Most things in Nigeria fail for a lack of transparency, a lack of responsibility, a lack of accountability, no sanction and reward system for getting the results out. Once you change that, then the incentives for behaving will shift. So the political elite can change the incentives for performance by one, if we said we're going to do something. So the president started with a very powerful idea. He set KPIs for all the ministers. But when he was reviewing the ministers' KPI in year one, he should have also, the way he publicized the KPIs, publicized the performance, and his action should have matched. Now when you do that, so for example, the cabinet is coming to its second year. The government is coming to its second year in office in a few weeks. It's another opportunity to review the performance based on the KPI, showcase the scorecards. Where we've done badly, accept we've done badly. Where there are non-performance, accept their non-performance, some sanctions, some rewards, and the system will change, right? The system will then adjust to respond to the new incentives. So incentives matter. Same for the private sector. In this country, we prosecuted 15% GDP growth in the last 25 years. There was a year we hit 15% GDP growth rate. How did we do it? Incentives that forced more Nigerians to keep their money here and foreign investors to bring their money here. So again, if you design the right incentives, even in a crisis, somebody spoke about a crisis, in the economic zone, because of the incentives in the economic zone, Dangote put $20 billion in the economic zone. So that's how you attract money into a country where there are other problems. You create these special zones, you create an incentive that works in that zone, and the money will come. So these are all doable things today. And all we need to do is to commit to getting them done.
Excellent. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Demis Amande, Dr. Tayo Adoloju, Dr. Muda Yusuf, Dr. Femi Ewesola, and Oluseyi Odarewaju. I'm sure we've enjoyed the sessions. It's been wonderful. It's been interesting. And because of time, we might not be able to continue, but we say a very, very thank you to all of you. And I believe that our suggestions will be passed on to the government, and we look forward to a better Nigeria. So So thank you and thank you and thank you. Thank you.
There's an agreement that we have a challenge, either from the current trends arising from America, sudden policy somersault, and within Nigeria, how to position ourselves and our businesses to be able to benefit instead of making the wrong move within the current policy context. In the last panel discussion from the two papers presented earlier, we were able to identify the issues. And we also identified the low-hanging fruits. One of the main hanging fruits is the issue of training and skilling up. I'm very happy we have our university students here, and I'm happy to also tell you, I have a small background in university. I was in the Governing Council of IFE, that is OAU, year 2000 to 2004. And I also managed to put a small hostel there for 100 students. So the chairman of Conference of All Alumni Universities in Nigeria during the same. For you, the young ones, let me tell you the truth. You people should not be afraid of anything. Because 90% of the problems we are talking about, in the next 2 years, working with AI, all this problem of corruption, problem at the gate, you will eliminate it through contactless machines. So some of these issues that look very big today, you are not only going to resolve, even before your time, it will be resolved. So what is important is for all of us to embrace technology in anything we do. Because if you don't embrace technology in the next 1 year, you are going to be so irrelevant that you can't even compete. So, as young people, we have identified the problem within the context of our time. But for you, you are going to meet a different Nigeria, a different world, which will also have its own challenges and opportunities. You are not unaware of a man called Elon Musk. He's trying to replace humans with machines. So that is the generation which you are going to operate. So it's not left for you. You are already being told that you may not be able to be employed or your profession may not work. It's not true. I don't think machine can completely replace all of us. It is the people who refuse to embrace technology that machines will replace. If you embrace technology, you use machine in a better way to make yourself relevant to whatever you are doing. So as a young person, I'm very jealous of your age and the time you are coming up. Because you are going to be saved of all the problems we talked about today. You are going to have your own unique problem. Maybe the machines may be fighting themselves. That is left for you to resolve. But what is important, I want to assure you that you are growing up in a country where the entrepreneurship of the private sector has been established and recognized. If you have nothing inspiring you, all you need to go into these are free trade zones. You will be amazed. You will think you are not in Nigeria. I'm serious. A lot is happening. What you need to do to educate yourself, you don't even need to go physically. There are platforms, there are social media platforms which can access most of the information. And it's also very important for you to be part of organizations like us. I don't want to advertise NASIMA, but we have a NASIMA Youth Entrepreneurs and also NASIMA Women program called Women Chamber of Commerce. Part of their job is they mentor young people. So you are free to affiliate with us. You don't pay anything. It's free. And what it does for you, it can actually help you to understand what we are doing so that you can actually go in. And I also know NSG has a lot of resources. So please take his card before you leave, those of you in university. so that they can help you with a whole lot of training. Then one of my members here, who is the chairman of our recycling, waste recycling, green energy, Mrs. Saka Cynthia of Agbara Chamber of Commerce, has offered to train anybody who is interested here, not just youth, for some fairly old like us, in waste recycling, so that you can see it as an option if you want to do it as a career. So please, before you leave, if you are interested, either you contact me or Mrs. Saka, she stood up there. And indeed, most of our chambers of commerce have huge training platforms. In Abuja Chamber, they are working with GIZ, Lagos Chamber, most of them, they will have various training platforms. In fact, I'm setting up something with a German Chamber of Commerce in Gießen, where we are supposed to do 2 years training. You go in Germany, they will pay you salaries and you get trained and decide to either stay there as a skilled labor or you come back to Nigeria. So you don't need to go through Libya or go through, try to swim. You can go legally now. So don't let anybody deceive you. All those things are for people who are lazy. And also very important, we have a huge problem in our country. The problem of pressing laptop. I don't want to call the name because but let me tell you one secret. If you build an app, you will be like Mark Zuckerberg. But if you want to be pressing in your university now, because you want to buy Camry, you will go to prison. You know that. So if you check in the last 10 years, all the 419, show me which of them is still reigning. What it tells you, is even in the Bible, in Proverbs, anything you get by deceit, you are like a man chewing pebbles and food. What pleasure can you get? What that tells you, that when you go the wrong ways for a season, you will never succeed. So it's very important for you to be inspired with what you have heard today and be a better person. Because you have had the opportunity of knowing about our problem and our issues, just oppose it with the opportunities you are having now. Work with your parents. Forget about, don't be involved in peer review. My daughter used to tell me that she wants the latest iPhone. I said, your father is not a thief. So if you want an iPhone of the latest, go adopt another father. Not that I cannot afford it, but it's unfair to her. So also for you too, you must learn to live within your means, be appreciative of what your parents have done for you, and most importantly, support your teachers. Don't know more than them. Don't show that you know too much. Be humble. The empty vessel makes the loudest noise. So finally, to all our members, we want to sincerely thank the organizers of this event. The Uncle Sam, I've asked him to speak. He says he's a spirit. So, and I told him that I'm also, they called me a daughter. It was actually true. I'm an attempted native daughter, but I didn't succeed. So I went to the seminary too. They chased me away. That was how I went to business. So on a lighter note, I want to sincerely thank all our speakers, our contributors, especially the guest speaker, the keynote speaker today, Dr. Yemi Kale, who came all the way from Egypt to deliver that paper. We also thank Professor Franklin Ungu, who made the last session so interesting. And I almost became jealous why I did not settle for that instead of the role I was chosen. But I also want to thank all our speakers. I will not forget Ms. Demi Samande for her mentorship in her factory and what she's doing. And I want to assure her, if she has such more challenges, she will move into one of the free trade zones where there are more facilities where she can collocate. In fact, Lagos State is doing something very unique. Most of the free trade zones in Lagos, instead of giving them land all over the place, they brought most of them together so that they are collocating and using the same facilities. You don't have to build your own road because you want to do business in Nigeria. There are options for you to develop your business. Then also I want to thank our brother, Dr. Tayo Adeloju. He has virtually told us that he's the one that caused all the problem. And please hold him before he leaves here so that I can provide solution to the no problem he has created. But on a later note, in every society, you need an NSG. I've looked at this organization from a distance initially, very deeply suspicious. But what you don't know, you are afraid of. We started working together, and I told him the first day I went to his office, I said, if some of my presidents know I came here, they'll say I'm a betrayer. But in the few weeks we started working together, we have solved several problems from Nigeria. As the chairman of the organized private sector, I'll tell you, it does not matter who built the airport or who built the road, whether it's MAN or whether it is Nasima, whether it's Nasmi. As far as there is road, all of us will use it. So that is why you must wish each other well. Our biggest problem, as we have identified today, is that we all work in silos. We don't join forces. We don't share information. We are hiding things. We are sitting on solid minerals which we don't have capacity to develop. You are like a native doctor who has a herb and died with it without writing a book or giving to his children. So that certificate you are sitting on top of that solid mineral, somebody else is going to use it. I might as well have 1% of it and live a better life than to always be afraid of what I don't know that I think is underground. So that should be the attitude. That is how an entrepreneur thinks. That is an entrepreneur is a serial optimist. He's not interested in controlling everything, but he just wants to make something out of it. So if we all live here today with that concept, that mindset, that we want to change our country, the movement can start from here today. It's not government, it's not Tinubu. There are even more Tinubus in this room than we have in Abuja. You know that. Some of you have special gifts, knowledge. You don't share. Even when you want to even open your phone, you make sure you go into the bathroom. You don't even want your husband to see it, what you want to do. So if you live like that, why are you complaining? You are the one tying yourself down. You must share knowledge, be ready to ask questions so that you don't make a bigger mistake wherever you go. So please, in this spirit, let me finish introducing Dr. Muda Yusuf. He's in customs, so if customs is overcharging you, he's on their board. So you should ask him. So he's one of the problems too. So then it's my good friend too, though. Dr. Femi Agbeshola, Chief Davidson Alaribe, and I think Mrs. Bumi Kuku did not come, and Roger Brown. So all of you, we have all participated. But if we live here the same we came in, it would have been a failed journey. Vanguard has put resources to this. They could have kept their money in their pocket and said, no, it's not my business. After all, I'm not in government. They've done their part. It is for us now to be inspired by this special gift, by this special sacrifice they've put together, so that we too can be the vanguard of Nigeria in whatever we do. In our offices, in our classes, in our various ministries, news offices. You don't, instead of putting onto a background development, you are more interested in sensationalism as a journalist. That is not the way to serve Nigeria. You must always have something for economic development. Because when you share information like this, you change the landscape. I want to sincerely thank you, sir. I don't know why a 70, 80-year-old man would choose a small boy like me and say I should be his chairman. I don't know whether chairman means I have to be making chairs in your house or... But on a lighter note, sir, I'm very grateful. I feel honored. I should have been in Kenya for the International Chamber of Commerce. I told them this was a bigger fight. I have a problem to solve in Nigeria. It is only a man his house is settled that goes outside for conference. All our problems in Nigeria, there's no need to go for conference anywhere. At worst, we do it in Zoom. So we must all chip in our efforts. And if you are not able to ask any questions, please feel free to still send WhatsApp, email to any of us. You can send it to Vanguard, the organizers. We will respond to you directly, I assure you. And if anybody did not answer you, let me know. I will make sure he answers you. They know I have that power. Because my chairmanship is from now till next year until there's a new chairman. So I can still give directive. I have seized power. So on a lighter note, we are very grateful for the wonderful turnout. We want to also thank our press. Even though we blame you at times, you have done a lot for us. You are actually better than the American press because some of them are afraid to write there. We will still write anything until they carry all of us. We will not agree. So on a more serious note, I want to sincerely thank you. And also the MC too, who I almost managed to collect your girlfriend. He mistakenly gave me his paper with some numbers inside. And I now say, if not because of Uncle Sam, I would have used the numbers. But I don't know that they are numbers of your landlords, so that to pay rent. So that, so the letter note, we want to sincerely thank everyone. We are grateful. The editor of Vanguard, we thank you. See you next year. Thank you.
A very big thank you to all our facilitators and our guests. This discussion, the Vanguard Economic Discussion 2025, continues. It's already online and it will continue to be trending for days, weeks, months to come until the next discourse, which is happening in the first quarter of 2025. And that will mark the 10th edition of the Vanguard Economic Discourse. And until then, on behalf of Vanguard, I tell all of us, thank you very much for coming and wish you the safe journey to wherever you are going back to. Thank you.
Since we believe thee for those who have died in it. The Lord is here. All right. Rest eternal grant unto them, the Lord, and life perpetual shine upon them. And unto thee shall the Lord. Thou that servest them, unto thee shall all flesh come. Lord, let us draw near with a true heart, in full assurance of faith, and make a confession to our Heavenly Father, meekly kneeling and praying together.
And after my skin has been destroyed, yet in my flesh I will see God. I myself will see him with my own eyes, I, not another. How my heart yearns within me. This is the word of the Lord.
My comment evil from the Lord. So that the sun shine upon thee by day. Thou shalt preserve thy glory.
They were wearing white robes and were holding palm branches in their hands. And they cried out in a loud voice, "Salvation belongs to our God, who sits on the throne, and to the Lamb." All the angels were standing around the throne and around the elders and the four living creatures. They fell down on their faces before the throne and worshipped God, saying, "Amen. Praise and glory, and wisdom and thanks, and honor and power, and strength be to our God forever and ever. Amen."
Many thanks for joining us again on Biscon TV. This is the news. I'm Ime Emmanuel. Now let's look at the headlines. On the national scene, new INEC chairman Amukpito pledges audit of 2023 election logistics. Governor Bako calls for food sovereignty at NIIA World Food Day lecture. In business, federal government projects 600,000 barrel per day crude boost from new investment. On the foreign scene, Putin says Russia is still a top oil producer despite Western pressure. And in sport, Argentina to face Morocco in Under-20 World Cup final. Now the news in detail. The newly confirmed INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amukpito, has announced plans to audit the Commission's logistics from the 2023 general elections to identify challenges and improve future operations. And during his Senate screening, Amukpito outlined reforms including an ethics committee, whistleblower policy, and use of drones to enhance election security and logistics. He also pledged to push for an electoral offences commission, improve voter education, and clarify real-time results transmission under the Electoral Act. Amukpito vowed to enforce transparency in financial management and streamline election procedures to build public trust and credibility. At the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs World Food Day lecture, Niger State Governor Mohammed Umar Bago urged Nigeria to take full control of its food system and strengthen agricultural productivity. Delivering the keynote on the theme Food Security to Sovereignty, Bago emphasized the need for national self-reliance in food production. The event, chaired by Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, drew diplomats and policymakers, including NIIA Director General Professor Edgosa Osage and UAE Consul Salem Saleh Al-Jaberi. Governor Bago praised President Tinubu's agricultural reforms and pledged Niger State support in achieving food sovereignty.
Storage and processing. My state, Niger State, and Benue State will produce 50% of the total fruits that are tropical in Nigeria because of where we are provided by the river Niger and Benue. If you go to Makurdi during, let's say we don't have summer, during dry season before the rains, you would see oranges fall everywhere. There is no processing center. People are supposed to invest in processing these oranges into juice, into concentrates. The same thing, you come to Niger, you would see mango falling. They are wild mangoes. There is no even deliberate attempt by any government to plant them again. But still yet, you have excess during harvest. But they're all rotting. They rot because nobody's investing in processing them, juicing them, making them concentrate, and even drying them. So there is need for investment in this also sector. The road infrastructure, rural roads, rail transportation, logistics are also very important. Then there's need to develop farm estates. When you come to a typical Nigerian town or village, you will find Professor Osagai in his own hamlet, and our daddy in his own hamlet, and my own hamlet. When you want to be productive, you have to merge us together. Build farm communities in farm estates. The other land will be used and be cleared and be partitioned based on need and capacity to people who live there. The inhabitants of those areas will still work in those farms, but they will live in farm estates. We must promote the development of farm estates.
And still on the news, the 90th birthday celebration of Chief Mrs. Victoria Olaitan Abiodun, mother of Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, was marked with a solemn Thanksgiving service at St. James Anglican Church, Ikwebu Remo. The sermon delivered by the officiating clergy emphasized the power of a life lived in service to God and humanity, praising Mama Abiodun's unwavering faith, generosity, and moral strength.
Appearance is what I'm saying today. You have maintained a very good appearance, good stature, And I want to pray for you, Mama. Ohun tó bá yẹ kẹ́ ẹ ṣe kẹ́ ẹ lè fẹ́ Jésù sí, Olúwa kọ́ yín. 90 years, if one does not make a real connection with Jesus Christ, who is the author of life, it will be a wasted life. But I have known you for this past 21 years. As a child of God, love him the more. Serve him the more. Pray the more for your children. Pray the more for your grandchildren. And ask that every day of your life, you will live it to the fullest. Once again, we thank God for you. And we praise God for you. Children of God, we all have our days of birth. Gbogbo wa la ní ọjọ́ ìbí tiwa. Gbogbo àdúrà fún ẹnìkan tó wà níbí lónìí nígbà tó bá rántí ọjọ́ ìbí ẹ̀ ò ní sọkún.
The church was filled with dignitaries, including former President Olusegun Obasanjo, governors, royal fathers, and religious leaders, all gathered to honor our enduring legacy. President Bola Tinubu, represented by SGF Senator George Akume, hailed Mama Abiodun as a beacon of discipline and virtues whose life has inspired generation. Vice President Kashim Shettima and other national figures paid tribute to her contributions to motherhood, community development, and spiritual leadership. The event blended heartfelt worship with cultural elegance, reflecting the deep respect and admiration she commands nationwide. We'll take a break now to bring you business news. Stay tuned. And in business, the federal government, through the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, has projected a 600,000 barrel per day increase in crude oil production, raising output to 1.89 million barrels daily. The surge is driven by 28 approved field development plans and over $18.2 billion in committed capital expenditure. NUPRC Chief Gbenga Komolafe highlighted bold reforms, improved licensing transparency, and rising investors' confidence under President Tinubu's administration. With Shell's recent $2 billion gas investment and more projects underway, Nigeria's upstream sector is positioned as a global energy hub. And up next is foreign news. Stay tuned. Still watching the news on Biscon TV. Now let's move to the foreign scene, where Russian President Vladimir Putin has declared that Russia remains one of the world's leading oil producers, despite what he described as unfair competition from Western nations. Speaking at Moscow Energy Conference, Putin said Russia accounts for about 10% of global oil output and is projected to produce 510 million tons by year end. He criticized European countries for cutting Russian gas imports and condemned export restrictions on energy equipment. Putin did not address reported US efforts to pressure China and India to reduce energy purchases from Russia. Up next is sports news. Stay tuned. In sports, Argentina has booked a spot in the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup final after defeating Colombia 1-0, and thanks to a late goal by Matteo Silvetti and a red card that left Colombia a man down. The Albicelestes will face Morocco on Monday, October 20 in Santiago. Morocco made history by becoming the third African nation to reach the final, edging France 6-5 on penalties after a 1-1 draw. France and Colombia will battle for third place on Saturday, October 18. We'll now take a final break to bring you entertainment news. Stay tuned. And finally, on entertainment's Big Brother Naija Season 10 star Kiki Jasmine went viral after her phone overheated and crashed during an Instagram live session. Returning online, she asked fans to pray she lands gig so she can afford an iPhone 17. The clip sparked mixed reactions. Some fans offered support, while others joked she was indirectly begging. Known for her lively personality, Gigi's candid moment added another dose of her signature authenticity to the spotlight. That's it for now on Biscon TV News. The news was compiled by Victoria Adikoya and produced by Ayola Isiwili. I'm Ime Emmanuel. Many thanks for watching.
Whoever comes to me will never go hungry, and whoever believes in me will never be thirsty. But as I told you, you have seen me, and still you do not believe. All those the Father gives me will come to me, and whoever comes to me, I will never drive away. For I have to do my will, but to do the will of him who sent me. And this is the will of him who sent me, that I shall lose none of all those he has given me, but raise them up at the last day. For my Father's will is that everyone who looks to the Son and believes in him shall have eternal life, and I will raise them up at the last day. At this, the Jews there began to grumble about him, because he said, I am the bread that came down from heaven. How can he now say, I came down from heaven? Jesus answered, no one can come to me unless the Father and the last prophets, who has heard the Father and learned from only he has seen the Father. Life. I am the bread of life. Your ancestors ate the manna in the wilderness, yet they died. But there is a bread that comes down from heaven, the living bread that came flesh, which I will give for the life. This is a
say thank you to God for her life. To many, especially the students of the school and close friends, she was mama, and even to her children. But to us, in All Saints Church Yaba and in the Diocese of Lagos Mainland, she was Momo, a name that was given to her here in this church many years ago. She was Adia Momo, and we thank God for her life. After a very long life, 92 years, a life of faith in our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It was indeed a real privilege to have known her, and we sincerely commiserate with the children, the grandchildren and great-grandchild for graciously sharing her with an array of so many other children and agreeing with her and sharing her with the Church of God. Irene, Babatunde, and Olufunke, on behalf of all the other adopted children, we say a big thank you to you for sharing her with us and for the love and support you gave her, particularly within the last few years. May God bless you all, replenish you, refresh you in Jesus' name. I had the privilege of ministering the Eucharist to her in hospital. I am so glad that I did. I believe God wanted it that way. Before then, we were on a Zoom call together. And when Funke had to take her leave suddenly on that Zoom call, I knew that something was amiss. And so the next morning I called, and she told me that Mama was in hospital, but that she would let me know what was going on. And later on, when she called, she said she would like Mama to receive the Eucharist. I had just turned to come into the office, sat down with a mountain of papers to deal with. And when that call came, my first instinct was perhaps to call the vicar. And then I realized that he had traveled on official assignment. I called two of our former vicars as well, and no one was available. I needed a sick communion set to be able to go to give her communion. And so I called one of the clergy of the cathedral, and I asked him what he was doing and whether they had a communion set. Though they didn't, but luckily they already had consecrated elements. So I said to him, let's get changed and let's go to the hospital. And as we went, or just before we set out, I said to him, choose a passage from the Gospels that we might read. And he turned to St. John's Gospel, chapter 6. I am the bread of life. And it was this passage that we read to her. Jesus, the bread of life, in the Eucharist is the food of immortality. It is set in St. John's Gospel, which opens with the miracle of the feeding of 5,000, with 5 loaves, 5 small barley loaves, and 2 small fish. In St. John's Gospel, chapter 6, verse 12 to 13, when after Jesus had asked his disciples to get the people to sit, when they had all had enough to eat, St. John says, Jesus asked them that all the pieces left should be gathered so that nothing was wasted. 12 baskets were left over. And the people wondered, was this the long-awaited prophet? Was this the Davidic king? Later on in verse 25 to 27, when they sought him out, Jesus pointed them away from the food, the bread that they had eaten earlier. And he pointed them to the spiritual food that was available to them. And I said to her, because you do, I now absolve you from your sins and pray that God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit will keep you in life eternal. Mama's faith and her approach to it and the love of God that she undoubtedly had was not really complicated. But at the same time, it was funny to behold. And what do I mean? I knew that at some point in her life, particularly in the 90s when I met her, she attended one or two other Pentecostal churches, one of them not too far away from here. But in fairness to her, her membership here in Olsen's church was regular. I recalled on 2 occasions, those times she started opening the windows of her spirituality to me. She invited me to a concert in the Biscon Center in London. I was to meet her, first of all, at her home in Wembley, and how she had decided to thank God for her life, to honor her memory and give back to society. And because of that, she started the Vivian Fowler Memorial College for Girls. This point was made yesterday by Pastor Ikatalo during his exhortation. He said, and that was what she told to me, she turned an adversity into an instrument of blessing for young girls in their several generations. We pray therefore that God will continue to bless the college. By Anglo-Catholic, I mean that the worship was almost like the Roman Catholic Church, but within an Anglican setting. The Eucharist that day was in Latin. So in the singing, rather than say, Lord have mercy, you would sing, Kyrie eleison. Without saying, O Lamb of God, you will say, Agnus Dei, and things like that. It was Latin. Mama insisted that we'll get there an hour earlier, and I wondered why. When I got there, she said, I like to listen to their choir practice. It's like 2 for the price of 1. So just before the service started, I voiced my surprise at her love for choral music, Biscon Center, and pure Anglican worship. I asked her how she puts the Pentecostal worship side by side with Anglican worship. She laughed and said to me, I will paraphrase what it is that she said. It had something to do with the fact that when the devil was looking for her trouble, she knew where to go to fight the devil. And when she wanted to be still in the presence of God, she knew where to be. Now, you work that out yourselves. Of her passing, about 2 to 3 days later, brought to mind the words of assurance in the gospel passage read to her that day from St. John's Gospel, chapter 6, life in you. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise him up on the last day. For my flesh is real food and my blood is real drink. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood remains in me, and I in him. Just as the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father, so the one who feeds on me will live because of me. This is the bread that came down from heaven. Your forefathers ate manna and died, but he who feeds on this bread will live forever. I was comforted that she had just fed on the bread of heaven. For Anglicans, we believe that, first of all, in baptism, we are joined to Christ. At the Eucharist, we are fed and nourished, strengthened and sustained for the spiritual journey that lies ahead of us. And being sustained by the body and blood of Christ is a wonderful assurance of Him in us and we in Him. This assurance is beautifully articulated in the hymn that we will sing next. Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine, heirs of salvation, purchase of God, born of His Spirit, washed in His blood. And for all who faithfully receive of the Eucharist, who have a sincere faith in God, and for those who are determined to live according to His will in this life, at the altar and in the church, we have a foretaste of the glory above. Yes, as Funke said yesterday, Momo is in heaven. Not only because of our undoubted faith, but also because of the life of service and the generosity that she shared with all who came away. Her faith produced love of her fellow man, both in the church and in the society. Mama indeed gave of her time, she gave of her talents, and she gave of her resources. The many voluntary organizations to which she belonged, her educational institutions, the Vivian Fowler Memorial College for Girls, and Hallmark University in Italy, the church that she worshipped in, first of all in All Saints Church, here by here. And as I explained to Funke the other day, trying to get hold of a sick communion set. And the irony that I was not able to lay hold on one. It pained me because here in All Saints Church, I approached her around 1997-98 to please purchase a sick communion set for us. She asked me how much it was. And I said, it's so much. And immediately she made the money available. And with that, it was purchased from the United Kingdom. So many things, even at Synod, that she would undertake. My return here as bishop, I made a comment about certain things, and within the next 2 weeks, she had replaced and refurbished the room. Whilst this part was still in there was still the whole Diocese of Lagos. Luckily, Baba Ademowo is here seated. After his office had been renovated, extensively renovated and remodeled, Mama took it upon herself that the bishop's court also must be remodeled and renovated. And she led that charge. She spent and was spent. Towards the youth camp in Igboye, she contributed in no small measure. I remember when in 2006 I returned from the UK and I was made the Archdeacon of Ajegunle. And I went to the parish church the next day after I arrived, and I went into the vicarage. I saw the vicarage and I wondered how I would be able to stay in the place. A few days later, the Spirit led me to Mama to go and see her to say thank you to her, because she was one of those who sponsored my education between 2004 and 2006 in the United Kingdom. And when I went to say thank you to her, she said to me, "How is your vicarage?" I said, "Mama, I don't know how I can stay there." She said, "Oda Kuburu, are you free tomorrow?" Kilode man, myself and my bricklayer will come with you to Ajebule. And we got there the next day. And luckily, I had with me one of my former priests, the late Dr. Julius Obada Obiye. And we sat down. And immediately, Jekashibai, Afobi, Aishibai. And that work started. And she completed it in record time. The people of Ajebule, Christ the King Anglican Church will never forget her. And here in the Diocese of Lagos Mainland, since its inception in 2006, she has contributed in no small measure to the progress of the diocese. And even while she was not able to come to church regularly, she would still send to us.